This is David Brett reporting live from the county
today, so looking forward to some good cricket. Essex riding high in Division 1, so they'll be looking to continue that form today against Durham.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. And it seems a bit strange to say it, we're around about halfway through the season, but every game at the moment feels like a must-win for Essex because Surrey are so strong. Surrey leading the table only by 2 points over Essex, but they've got to keep up the pace, and obviously that big showdown next week at the Oval starting Sunday between Surrey and Essex, but they've got to deal with Durham first up, who've made a pretty decent start to their return to the County Championship Division 1. The players are just making their way out onto this beautiful outfield. It's starting to look a little bit scorched though, given we haven't had as much rain as we had about a month ago when it just didn't seem to stop raining. It's beautiful weather out there. The pitch is slightly to our left, so there's a short boundary out towards the community stand end where all the plush flats are, and a really long boundary down towards the pavilion away to our right hand side. So Durham won the toss and unsurprisingly in these conditions have elected to bat. No Ben Stokes unfortunately in the Durham side. He's been rested having not played for a month, but we've got Alex Lees, Michael Jones, Colin Ackerman, David Bedingham, Ollie Robinson, Scott Borthwick, Baz DeLeed, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Callum Parkinson and Peter Siddle returning to the county ground. We've won at least one county championship with Essex, possibly two. And for Essex, well, we've got Ethan Bosch making his debut, the South African, who's come in on loan. Essex struggling with a few injuries in the pace bowling department. Dean Elgar, Nick Brown, Tom Wesley, Jordan Cox, Matt Critchley, Paul Walter, Michael Pepper, Simon Harmer, Snater, Bosch and Porter. And here comes Porter. Oh, there's a big LBW appeal first up, and the umpire says not out. And our TV started working, which is always a good sign. Huge appeal there from Porter, coming in from the Hayes Close end. Sorry, it's the Graham Gooch end, isn't it, these days?
Yeah.
Renamed start of the season. And Lees survives a big LBW appeal first up. So it's a right arm round Jamie Porter, coming down the slope to the left-handed Alex Lees. Trying to find a way back into the England side is Alex Lees. Here comes Porter, elbows jutting out up to the stumps, and he bowls again, and again just wraps Lees high on the pad. This one goes out into the leg side, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. I guess there's a fine leg hidden away underneath the stand away to our right-hand side. We're going into the BBC Essex News for an update very, very shortly, and we'll bring in Santoki for his first bit of commentary of the day. A few clouds dotted about, but they're very high, they're very, well, it's spread out in the sky as Porter comes in. This is full, a thick inside edge, that's squared up and skewed away into the leg side, backward a square, and the first couple of runs of the day. Durham are 2 for no loss. So if we go back to the tables for the County Championship, got Surrey on 115 points from 7 games. In fact, everyone's played 7. Essex on 113, and then a little bit of a step back to Somerset on 99, and another big one to Hampshire on 85. Durham, they're on 83 mid-table as Porter comes in again, and that one is allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper Michael Pepper, who's struck a bit of form in the T20 competition. And there is no run. Coming towards the end of the first over of the day, as we're about to head into the BBC Essex News for an update. Porter, number 44 on his back, just turning at the top of his mark. And he's running in now, up to the stumps. And he bowls, and again, that's a leave outside the off stump. And there's no run. It's quite pleasant at the moment for us in the commentary box. We're in the shade, there's a nice breeze coming through. But unfortunately, when the sun comes around later in the day, it's going to get sweltering. And if you're out in the crowd, which there's plenty of, hope we're in sunscreen and a hat. Yeah, it's a beautiful day here at the county ground for day 1 of this county championship match between Essex and Durham. Durham won the toss and have elected to bat. They're currently 2 for no loss. Alex Lees just skewing one into the leg side. The Essex lineup are Dean Elgar, Nick Brown, Tom Wesley, Jordan Cox, Matt Critchley, Paul Walter, Michael Pepper, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater. A debut for the South African on loan, Ethan Bosch, and Jamie Porter, who's just finished the first over the day. Essex are second in the table, just 2 points behind Surrey, but it feels like all these games are must win for Essex, just given how dominant Surrey are at the moment. But that's the end of the first over of the day. Durham at 2 for no loss, having won the toss and elected to bat.
And commentary continues right now on the BBC.
Santoki, just in time. We'll bring you in. Sorry about that.
Again, yeah, and I think the challenge for the openers, Lees and Michael Jones, will be adjusting from T20 cricket. Obviously, they've been playing T20 and build up to this. A short turnaround, only 48 hours before Durham played their last T20 match. And so it's adjusting to that 4-day game again, especially for Jones, who the last first-class game he played was against Zimbabwe, I believe in February. So he's been at the World Cup with Scotland. So it's adjusting to the red ball format.
Scotland did pretty well at the World Cup. I know they didn't make it through to the Super 8, but I thought they played very, very well. I wonder if they actually managed to finish that game against England, whether they would have won it.
As Shane Snater comes in and just gently prodded down, no run taken. So yeah, Scotland unlucky in the end to kind of miss out to England in terms of qualifying for the Super 8. So a big blow for them, but it was a decent World Cup overall for them, I'd say.
Yeah, but very good. Almost upset Australia as well. We got beaten by Afghanistan last night. Yeah, incredible stuff. And West Indies are playing tonight.
Yep.
England this afternoon.
England against USA, yep. So all on the line today.
Yeah.
As Snater runs in to Michael Jones once again. And Jones just taps that on the offside. No run taken.
I wonder if there's a little bit of early movement off the pitch. It's about the third or fourth time the batsmen have been wrapped on the pads. Yeah,
we saw that from Porter and now Snater as well. So Essex managing to extract something out of this pitch in the early stages. As Durham batting cautiously in the opening overs of this game.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. I managed to sort out the debacle that I had the last time here, which I couldn't get into the actual email account. That has been sorted, so we are accepting emails. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us with absolutely anything.
Snater in again to Jones, and a leave from Jones there, and no run taken. 2 runs enough for the loss of no wicket for Durham. As you said, yeah, Essex are seeming to get something out of this pitch. They'll be looking to get early wickets. As you said, second in the table, but a lot of pressure with Surrey being so strong and commanding. The depth they have in that Surrey side, you know, it's gonna take a monumental effort from Essex to try and get the Division 1 title this season.
Certainly is.
Snater gets ready for his run up once again, and it's Snater into Jones and just prodded on the leg side. No run taken.
So just looking at the table actually for the cricket later on in the World Cup. So England need quite a big win over the United States, and for West Indies not to win too big against South Africa.
Yeah, West Indies, South Africa's a virtual quarter-final essentially. Whoever loses is out, whoever wins will go through to the semi-finals. It's wreaked havoc on my sleeping pattern. 1:30 a.m. As Snater in once again to Jones, and in he comes and just hit on the offside by Jones. No run taken, picked up at mid-off, and you can see Jones just getting settled in, practicing his strokes.
It's a nice looking drive, that one, just picked out the fielder. I think it's Jordan Cox there, just at mid-off. Cox,
I think, double century in his last first-class game.
He's been excellent for us since he joined. Yeah, Essex's batting lineup has been pretty good this season.
As Snater in with the last ball of the over into Jones. Oh, and just tapped on the leg side, down to fine leg. A single taken by Jones. Hands on heads for Snater's. Just missed the LBW shout there, I think.
Yeah, thick inside edge. Certainly a full shot. Again, it looked like there's a little bit of movement off the pitch early on, so Essex will be striving for early wickets, otherwise it's going to be tough work. Of course, the other reason that probably Durham batted first, because they didn't want to face Harmer in the fourth innings.
Exactly, yeah.
So, a bit of work to do. Harmer will definitely come into it late this afternoon, as will Matt Critch, who's been bowling superbly. Bowling and batting so well, has been talked about being called up for England, which seems extraordinary. But he has been playing well, along with Cox.
Yeah, I think Cox, especially the style of batting he plays, very attacking, obviously suits the current Bazball philosophy in the England side, so you'd imagine he's on the verge of a call-up at some point. Maybe this summer, you never know.
Yep.
Three tests against the West Indies and then Sri Lanka.
You going to go to any of the West Indies tests?
Yeah, I'll be there, hopefully for all 3.
Ah, nice.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, so Jamie Porter continuing from the Graham Gooch end. And it's Jones on strike, so right arm over to the right-handed bat, and that's another thick inside edge down towards fine leg for a single. So runs not coming convincingly at the moment, but they are coming. That's the fourth one of the morning, and I think everyone's come off the inside edge of the bat. Away down to fine leg for a run. 4 for no loss, Durham. Remember, they elected to bat after winning the toss. Sun's just crept behind one of the clouds above us, but nice bit of respite for the supporters out there. Plenty of hats being worn, which is good to see. I bought some sun cream, which I'll slap on later. Right arm round to the left-handed Lees. Lees drives up towards mid-on. Nick Brown fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, very wise move to bring the sun cream, I think, and feels like this is the proper start of summer, with
yes.
Temperatures predicted this week to be in the high 20s.
At bleeding last, I say. It was only a couple of weeks ago, I was sitting on the sofa wrapped up in a heated blanket, it was so cold. Thankfully, you don't need that now. Porter, in again. Lees waits with that high back lift and he defends down the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. So, a few early scares for Durham. Big loud LBW appeal against Lee's first ball up from Porter. A few balls wrapping the players on the pads, and some dirty inside edges getting the run so far, but batsmen just setting themselves in back into county championship cricket, having played plenty of T20 over the last few weeks. As Porter moves in again, bowls, drives, and on the bounce he can't stop it, up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Of course, Sam Cook still nursing that hamstring injury, which is part of the reason why Ethan Bosch has been brought in for the next 4 games. Might also mean that Sam Cook doesn't get a call up for England if he's still injured, but we shall see. Is it West Indies first up for England, or is it Pakistan?
Yeah, West Indies first in July. Yeah. First test at Lord's. Jimmy Anderson's last test is farewell.
And then it's Sri Lanka, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Porter, down the slope, right arm round to the left-handed Lees. Oh, and that's flicked off the heel of the bat. Shoulder of the bat, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. So another streaky set of runs there for Durham. 4 down straight behind the wicketkeeper. Just flicked up off the shoulder of the bat. Just seeing the replay here on the TV. As we were saying earlier, there's something in this pitch early on, and that one just lifted, just went over the, I think Simon Harmer it is at first slip, and away down for 4 runs. So both the opening bowlers here for Essex extracting something out of this pitch early on.
Yeah, definitely there was some bounce in that delivery, and as you said, a streaky shot by Lees, but at the moment you'll take the runs as you get them.
So 8 for no loss, Durham. Nothing out of the middle of the bat so far. Here comes Porter, right arm round, and that was defended nicely into the offside. Watchful again, just on his toes slightly, and 4 runs off the over, but a streaky 4 runs at that. Durham 8 for no loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, as you said, it's a big loss. Sam Cook injured. I believe it's 2 games initially he's been ruled out for with a hamstring injury. Talked up this summer about being the replacement for Jimmy Anderson. So it's a race against time for him to get back to fitness and get that England call up this summer. And Essex will be hoping Ethan Bosch can come in and make an immediate impact. South African domestic player.
Yeah. I've not seen him play, so we shall see.
Yeah, Snater takes the ball again for his 2nd over of the day. He'll be in to Michael Jones, and Snater runs in and just gently blocked by Michael Jones. It's a battle of the associate players. We've got Dutch international Snater against Scottish international Michael Jones, as Snater will be looking to get an early wicket here. Jones and Jones just looking at the fielding positions. Snater getting ready for the second delivery of the over. As he runs in. Snater into Jones. And again, forward stroke from Jones, no run taken. Playing very cautiously, Jones, just trying to get settled into the game.
We are fully functional. TVs are all on, and you can finally see the scoreboard.
As Snater gets ready for a run-up, third delivery of the over. Durham currently 8th for the loss of no wicket. Snater in once again to Jones. Oh, and a leave from Jones. Some bounce there from Snater. Bit of frustration from Jones, you can see. And yeah, I think with Durham having played come off T20 cricket, it's just these batters, as we said, it's just trying to get used to the format. Again, red ball cricket, particularly Michael Jones, hasn't played much this year, so he's just getting settled into the game. As Snater gets ready, fourth delivery of the third over. Snater in once again, and block and a quick single from Jones there. Took the single to get off strike, bringing on Alex Lees.
Yep, nice bit of running. It does seem to take the batters a little bit longer than the bowlers to get back into the rhythm of county championship cricket.
So the sun seems to have slightly gone in. Got a bit more of a breeze.
Yeah.
That could aid the Essex bowlers this morning.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Absolutely anything.
Snater in to the left-handed Lees. He goes, and that's just hit leg side. No run taken by Lees.
Shane Snater with that closely cropped hair around the side. I suppose you call it a mullet, would you?
Yeah, I guess you would.
Yeah.
They seem to be back in fashion now. Everything's cyclical, isn't it, with hairstyles? As Snater gets ready for his final delivery of the over. As he runs in to Alex Lees. And gently prodded forward by Lees, no run taken. So that's the 4 overs done. Durham are 9 for the loss of no wicket.
Slightly more comfortable over that one for the Durham batsman. Shane Snater takes his cap and heads back to the mark. But Essex just searching for that early breakthrough. Durham done well so far. It's been a bit streaky, the run, or how the runs have come. But the important thing is they haven't lost a wicket. So Jamie Porter will continue. Guess Ethan Bosch will be desperate to get into the action as soon as possible, but I guess there'll be a few nerves out there. Number 22, he's fielding at backward point at the moment. Tall lad, well built. So this is the right-handed Jones. Right arm over, and that's turned away into the leg side. Just run down towards backward square leg for a single. Field has to shift round again for the left-handed Lees. Haven't seen too much of Lees since he got jettisoned from the England side, but it's in pretty good order so far.
I think it was after the West Indies series, wasn't it? 2022, I think.
It was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? Yeah.
I guess the problem for batters now is the current England side is so hard to break into. They have a lot of faith in the current squad they have, so you really have to put up big numbers to kind of get that name call.
Yeah, not just big numbers, it's how you score the runs as well, isn't it? Porter charging in, up to the stumps, bowls. Oh, and that's inside edge off the pads, caught, LBW, nothing from the umpire. Lee stands there, another huge appeal, ball possibly jagging back again. We'll wait for it on the replay, but I don't think it took anything on the bat. Let's see it now. Oh yeah, it's come right back in. It's hit. It looks as if it's hit him just around about the knee roll.
Yeah.
and it's popped up. It was caught at slip, so they were appealing both for the catch and the LBW and got neither.
Definitely too high for the LBW.
But he's definitely getting some movement off the pitch here, Porter. Coming in now, down the slope, right arm round to the left hand, Lees, who drives up towards mid-on, where Nick Brown waits, prowling, and there's no run. Very, very still at the moment. That breeze that we were enjoying 3 or 4 minutes ago has gone away completely. Just hope this cloud cover stays all afternoon, otherwise we're going to bake royally this afternoon. Plane makes its way above us. Here comes Porter again. That's full. It's clipped away into the leg side again by Lees, but he can't beat Nick Brown. Essex just keeping the taps turned tightly on these Durham pair. We're in the 5th over. Took just 10 runs scored so far. As we're saying, the ball appears to be doing something off the pitch. Both batsmen getting wrapped on the pads fairly regularly, more so from Jamie Porter than Snater, as Porter moves in now, just niggling away outside that off stump, and that one's again defended into the leg side this time. And again, Nick Brown waits, ball rolls to him, and there's no run. I think Ethan Bosch has just disappeared down at fine leg underneath the sand. It's well attended today. Hopefully there's a couple of thousand people in here. Maybe a bit less. Porter in again, bowls, and a drive this time, back down the pitch and one-handed. Porter can't quite pick it up, but that's the end of the over. A good one from Porter.
And Durham's first season back in Division 1 since 2016. As you said, mid-table, they take that at the beginning of the season. Pretty decent
I'd expect
campaign
so.
for them, yeah.
I'll leave it up to Martin when he comes on. He's the expert, but yeah, first season back. It's just such a shame that we're not going to get to see Ben Stokes in this match.
Yeah, 15 wickets in his last 2 appearances for Durham, so big loss for Durham. Obviously rested by the ECB management ahead of the England Test series, so I believe he'll be back for the next game against Worcestershire, they confirmed.
His inspirational chat didn't seem to rub off on the England football team, unfortunately. They seem to go in completely the opposite direction.
As Snater takes the ball once again, running in to Jones. Oh, and just edge down. Is it going to go for 4? Yeah. One's away past third man to 4, and not the most confident stroke from Jones. It's sort of.
I think, what was it, 14 runs scored this morning. I reckon all but one of them have come off an outside, inside, or shoulder of the bat.
So luck on Jones's side so far this morning.
Well, you do need a little bit of luck early on in the in your innings in the red ball game, with the ball doing a little bit.
So, Snater in once again to Jones. And a quick single again. Just nudged on the offside by Jones. Off strike brings Lees onto strike. As Durham up to 15 now, 15 for the loss of no wicket. Steadily scoring so far. 5 overs gone, just 15 runs. But Essex will be heartened with what the pitch has shown so far. They'll be sensing an early wicket. As Durham needs, this opening pair just need to build a foundation. You've got Bedingham coming in off good form. Colin Ackerman has returned from injury, so they've got some depth to that middle order coming in. As Snater into Alex Lees. Ooh, he just edged again. Pass slip, and it's 4 from Alex Lees.
Dear.
He goes, has a brief talk with Jones. And yeah, the edges are flying around this morning.
From a Durham point of view, it doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you get them. But that was a genuine edge.
But I think if you're Essex, particularly Snater and Porter, you're looking at this thinking, okay, a wicket might be coming soon now, because we're drawing out the edges. As Snater runs in once again to Alex Lees. Oh, just misses the edge.
Well, it's really good stuff actually, because runs are coming. It doesn't matter how they come, they are coming. But also, the ball's doing a little bit, beating the outside edge of the bat, inside edge, outside, and pads as well getting wrapped. So it's actually really good stuff, entertaining stuff. We're only 20 minutes into the game. A little bit of a wry smile as well from Snater, speaking to his captain.
I think you'll just be saying to Snater, continue your line and length. As a Snater in again to Alex Lees. Oh, misses again. An identical play there from Lees, misses the edge.
Well, he's practicing the shot as if he's drawn it inside the line. I think he's been beaten all ends up there, actually. Good stuff.
As gets brighter as well, sun making an appearance again.
That was a good lead.
Snater in once more to Alex Lees. And just blocked this forward. Oh, and a quick run. Jones seemed a bit uncertain about taking it, but they've made it. And that's the end of the over. So 20 for the loss of no wicket, Durham. 6 overs gone. Good engrossing battle, as you said, between bat and ball so far in the early stages.
Yep, really good fun. Essex won't be too disheartened. 10 runs off the over, but 8 of them off the outside edge of the bat. As the sun comes back out, supporters just comes in just in front of us. Glorious day down at the county ground in Chelmsford. We'll see a few more people obviously dribble in as the day goes on. Things to do in the morning. Come watch some cricket in the afternoon. It's Porter continuing from the Graham Gooch end. Right arm round to the left-handed Lees, who waits, and then that's inside edge onto pads, I think. Yeah, the ball's dropped about 4 or 5 feet away into the offside, and there's no run. He's just hanging in there at the moment. Porter not giving him much at all. It's that mean and miserly line and length outside the off stump. The odd one jagging back in. 24 no loss in the 6th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Newcastle as well. Myself, David Brett, Santoki Nanguladran, and Martin Emerson. I will get it right at some point. Is that all right? Yeah. Here comes Porter. Bowls Fuller this time, driven back past the stumps. That's a nice shot from Lees. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Yeah, the first true shot of the morning from the former England opening bat. A nice drive. 24 for no loss. And yeah, Bosch just away to our right here, trapped midway between the wicket and the boundary at mid-wicket. Just going through a few warm-ups. Hopefully be seeing him shortly. Here comes Porter in again, bowls, and that's driven nicely into the offside, but he's played it straight to the man at cover. I think it's going to be Jordan Cox. And there's no run. Expect to see Wesley go to the, well, obviously depending on whether Essex get any breakthroughs, but I expect him to go to spin fairly early on, given how warm the weather is out there. With Critchley and Harmer operating from one end for most of the day. Here comes Porter. Bowls again, and that's on the pads, and they come through for a quick single. Nice call from Jones. And Lees goes through for a run. 25 for no loss. As the field switches around for the right-hander. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. What are the other games we've got going on today? Let's look around the grounds. We've got the T20 World Cup later, but from a county championship perspective, got Kent Lancashire, Kent at 32 for no loss. Not many wickets at all this morning. Not Somerset, Notts at 14 for no loss. As Porter in again, bowls to Jones, who defends nicely into the leg side, straight up to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. Warwickshire, Hampshire are 17 for 1. Wicket of Albert for 5. Hannon Dolby, the bowler, caught by Burgess. and Worcestershire Surrey. Surrey are 20 for 1. Burnt out for a duck.
Not often you hear that.
No. Got such a strong lineup, Surrey. Here comes Porter again, and that's defended into the offside. And there's no run. Backward point Fields, so Shane Snater under the cap, and that's the end of the over. Durham at 25 for no loss.
Yeah, as you said, Essex may choose to bring in some spin sooner rather than later. Simon Harmer, I think he's on 4 away from 450 first-class wickets for Essex, so that just points to what a stalwart he's been for the club over the years.
Yeah, he's been superb. I'm selfishly quite pleased that he doesn't get called up for South Africa. Imagine they don't play much Test cricket these days, do they? South Africa.
Well, that was part of the reason why Dean Elgar decided to retire, isn't it?
Yeah.
And take the deal with Essex. As Snater takes the ball once again, it's going to be Alex Lees on strike. 3 slips in place. So Snater runs into Lees and just hit on the leg side, no run taken. So yeah, sun is out in full force. I may need to borrow some of your suntan lotion at some point in the
No
day.
worries at all. It's in my bag somewhere. I'll be slapping it on later as soon as the sun comes around. It's really pleasant at the moment, but it's going to get sweltering later on.
Snater in once again to Lees, second delivery of the over, runs in, and Lees again just hit down the leg side and just stopped at short leg. Quick single taken in the end, good bit of fielding there.
I can't see that he's under the cap. Critchley maybe? I think he wears a floppy white hat. It's a nice stop though, going down to his right hand side on one of the pitches. Way to our left. He won't turn around to show us his number. It might even be 66. Yeah, it's actually Ethan Bosch.
Ah, okay.
Nice stop, just feeling his right hand there.
So Michael Jones takes strike. Snater getting ready to run in.
He's grazed his knee as well. The last thing Essex need is for their new signing to get an injury.
So Snater into Jones. Oh, and just hit through the gap. And is it going to run away for 4? Yep. More control on that one as he edged it finally to 4.
Yeah, it was nicely controlled round the wide of third slip, in between third slip and the backward point, and a controlled edge for 4 runs. Building up a nice little total here, Durham, 30 for no loss. Bring in Martin shortly. Yeah, Martin's going to come in at the end of this over to join you, Santoki. Oh, lovely breeze.
Yeah. Snater in once again to Jones. And just prodded forward by Jones, no run taken. So as you said, nice opening partnership so far between the two.
Yeah, really good. Those first 4-5 overs were quite testing, but they've started to build a little bit of a partnership, and they're looking a little bit more comfortable out there now. I suspect we'll see Ethan Bosch coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end soon enough.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Bosch. Similar to yourself, not seen him play before, so it'll be interesting to see what impact he can make. So Snater in once again to Jones, and again just prodded forward, no run taken. Yeah, Bosch doing some stretches there, so you'd imagine his appearance is imminent.
I think if I tried that stretch, I'll probably put my back out. I hate looking at young people and their flexibility.
Snater, final delivery of the over into Michael Jones. Oh, and a lovely drive from Jones on the off offside, played on the offside, goes for 4. And Jones has grown in confidence.
Yeah.
9 off this over. 2 lovely boundaries there from Jones.
Yeah, it was 4. It was there to be hit. He drove it away nicely. So, Turkey, I'm going to leave you for the next half an hour with Martin Emerson.
As Durham have built a nice total. Nice breeze as well so far at the county grounds. And Essex will be slightly frustrated to have not taken an early wicket so far. Had a few opportunities, but Michael Jones in particular seems to have grown in confidence. As we welcome Martin Emerson from BBC Durham to the commentary. Into Alex Lees, no one taken, just hit on the leg side. Martin, welcome, how are you?
Yeah, good. There was a BBC Durham many years ago, back in the days of Kate Adie. She started her career there, but it got morphed into BBC Radio Newcastle in the end.
My apologies, Martin, how are you?
Yeah, not bad. It's a lovely day.
As Jamie Porter into Alex Lees down the slope, and Leach just drives it forward, no one taken.
It's been 3 years since Durham were here in the Bob Willis Trophy. It was freezing. It was a sunny week, but it was absolutely bitterly cold in April 2021. And it was the week when pubs were allowed to start serving people in beer gardens again after lockdown.
Yeah, you could only sit outside, was it? And there was 6 people to the table.
Perishing, absolutely perishing.
As Porter runs in, third delivery of the over into Alex Lees, and just driven down the leg side by Lees, no one taken.
There was nobody here, obviously, other than us, the players. I think Durham have actually only won once in Chelmsford. That was their first visit in 1993. So they lost a low-scoring game on that occasion. They were well on top, and then Essex fought back on the afternoon of day 3, which the players went off for 3 hours because of Prince Philip's funeral. Came back and they put a rearguard action together, and then Durham, chasing a fairly nominal score the next day, were bowled out, and Essex did the double over them that year.
Into Lees, and just driven down again, down to silly mid-off. No one taken. So Durham 34 for the loss of no wicket. Martin, what have you made of the start so far?
It was a little bit difficult to begin with, wasn't it? Ball doing a little bit. As you were saying in commentary, they've found the edge a few times, but they've settled into it now. 8 overs gone.
So Porter runs in once again to Alex Lees down the slope, and just driven again, no one taken by Lees.
Tell you where it'd be good to be today. The top floor of the flat in the far corner, they've got the balcony open there.
Yeah.
Got the doors open, the balcony. It's in the shade, be a nice little breeze up there. Great view of the cricket.
So far so good for us. We've got a nice breeze here, but we've been warned by David to expect imminent sunburn.
20's plenty.
So Porter in once again to Lees, and again just forward defensive play from Lees, no one taken. End of the over, good over from Porter, maiden over, and that leaves Durham 34 for the loss of no wickets, 9 overs gone.
Michael Jones playing in his first championship match of this season. He's been unlucky because he did well last year, and then he was left out at the start of this season as they decided to bring Colin Ackerman in, having signed him from Leicestershire. So Ackerman likes the bat 3, which is where Scott Borthwick had been batting. So Borthwick opened the batting with Alex Lees, and Jones missed out. Ackerman's missed the last 6 T20 games. He had an injured finger, but he's back for this one. Jones back from the World Cup where he played with Scotland. Bas de Leede back as well. So de Leede has played 1 championship match so far. No Ben Stokes. The ECB have told him to have a rest, even though it's a month since he played in the championship against Somerset. Test series coming up this summer, the West Indies, isn't it? And Sri Lanka, is it?
Yeah, against Sri Lanka as well, yeah.
Brosh. No, we're going to get some spin here then. Fairly quickly into the match. the 9th over, and they've gone down the Simon Harmer route. He needs 4 wickets for 450 in first class cricket for Essex. Bowling from the river end, his preferred end, right arm over, and that's turned round the corner to backward square leg by Jones. He gets a quick single.
Yeah, Harmer, a real stalwart of the club for the past few years. He's been in here, as you said, verging on 450 wickets for the club, first class level.
Him and Callum Parkinson, the Durham spinner, they're the 2 leading bowlers in white ball cricket, spin bowlers in the last 3 years. Started the T20 this year. I think Harmer had 66 wickets in the last 3 years and Parkinson 65.
Wow.
Crowding the bat here now. They've got Dean Elgar short in on the offside. There's a short leg in there as well. Slip comes in. He comes round the wicket to Lees. Lees plays that through the legs of short leg. Fielding in there is Nick Brown, who got a big 100 at Durham earlier in the season in a draw in Chester Street. A late addition to their team, I think, because of there was a mixture of injury and childbirth. I think there was one of the players had a child that week, and this is a slog sweep from Jones. He's gone down on one knee and puts that through cow corner for 4. Nice shot.
It's a T20S shot there from Jones.
Yeah. I've seen very little of this World Cup. Actually, I've missed nearly all of it, to be honest with you. So, was Scotland playing in New York, were they?
No, they were playing in the Caribbean. They were
Caribbean.
in England's group. It was down to them in England who qualified for the Super 8. Scotland just missed out, lost to Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, there were 1 or 2 conspiracy theorists, weren't there, about what might happen in that game. And then Afghanistan beat Australia last night. So.
Yeah, so wide open at the moment.
Elgar, right arm over, bowls, and that's slogged again. That might be 6.
Yep.
That's come up our way. And 6 indeed is signalled by the umpires.
It's always the risk you take when you bring on a spinner this early.
Well, I remember Jack Burnham deciding to adopt that approach to Harmer here, and with it went Durham's hopes of winning 3 years ago, as he was caught on the boundary. Harmer comes in again and bowls. Ball played down into the ground and off towards Elgar at mid-wicket by Jones. No run.
Well, after a rather cautious start from Jones, he's now found himself with 27 runs from just 24 balls. So definitely in T20 mode at the moment for the Scottish international.
In comes the bowler. Oh, get after that. Where's that? That's in the air. It's not going to quite make it for 6. It's 1 bounce, 4 over mid-off. And there's some aggression there from Michael Jones, who brings up the Durham 50 as well, I think, does he? Scoreboard's not clicked over yet. There's a ripple of applause. I think that is the 50.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Scoreboard still hasn't clicked over. It's stuck.
Our TV has just about updated now.
Yeah, so what's the... can't see the overs. How many
10.
overs have we had?
10. So going at 5 and over now, Durham.
That was the end of the over.
Yeah. So it looks like Jamie Porter will continue. So yeah, Michael Jones 31 of just 25 deliveries. A bright start for him as Porter runs into Alex Lees down the slope. Ooh!
It's edged wide of the slips.
Edged wide of the slips, gone for a 4. Frustration there for Porter as Lees gets the 4.
Umpires for this one, Martin Saggers, who had a very brief spell with Durham and was one of the officials when Durham beat Kent in 2008 at Canterbury final day of the season to win their first county championship. Paul Pollard is the umpire behind the stumps at the moment, the match referee Simon Hinks.
So Porter comes in once again to Alex Lees and just driven forward, no run taken on the offside by Lees. And yeah, really bright start here from Durham, 54 for the loss of no wicket.
I think Porter and Cook are the two leading wicket takers in Division 1 with 29 each, but Cook had a slightly better average at 13.6, so he's the leading bowler in the division, and Porter's the second.
Porter runs in once again to Lees and just driven down leg side, short leg by Lees, no run taken. And yeah, I think it speaks to Sam Cook's form this season that he has been talked about as the replacement for Jimmy Anderson this coming summer series for England, but unfortunately with the hamstring injury, it remains to be seen whether he does recover to fitness and gets that call up.
Porter's taken 13 wickets against Durham, best figures 4 for 31 at Chesley Street in 2021. He got 3 for 27 in the same game.
Porter in once again to Alex Lees, and a leave there by Alex Lees.
Off the top of your head, can you remember anything momentous about that Essex win in Chesley Street in 2021? There was a there was an English record. It wasn't a world record, it was an English record.
Did Stokes play in that match?
I can't remember.
No.
Possibly not, no.
As Porter in to Lees once again and just driven forward, no one taken. What was the record?
There's a record number of LBWs, 19 in the game. Wow. Had there been 20, it would have equalled the world record, and twice there have been 20 LBWs in Guyana, of all places.
Wow.
It's your turf, isn't it?
I wonder if that was border cricket down ground or Providence, or what match it was. I have to look into that. Great stat.
They just relayed the square over the winter, and that particular track just hadn't quite bedded in properly, and there was a few dead spots in it.
Porter in once again to Lees. No run taken, just driven forward. Well, that's good, Martin. You've already made a quick link between Durham and Guyana early on.
We said on commentary at the time we don't think we'd ever see anything like it again. It was a freak event, really.
As end of the over, 11 overs gone. That was a maiden over, so Durham remained 54 for the loss of no wicket. But yeah, Michael Jones's first class game was against Zimbabwe, I believe, pre-season.
Right.
So he hasn't played in a while, but
was it Zimbabwe or Zimbabwe? I can't remember.
Zimbabwe, sorry, yeah. Zimbabwe.
Harmer. Oh, that's coming towards us. That's high. There's a fielder down there, but it's got over his head. And has it cleared the ropes? It has. 6. Well, Jones has taken a liking to Simon Harmer here, but you do wonder who's going to win this duel. Most batters LBW to a bowler in a match. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. This is played up to long off for 1. Comes around the wicket now to Lees. Lees plays the ball hard into the floor across the leg side. On the square, no run. I can't see the list here, where is it? Next ball comes in, Lees forward and defends. In comes Harmer, and Lees plays that to Elgar. Short extra cover, no run there. It was Guyana National Stadium in Providence. Next ball played off by Lees, short mid-wicket, dot ball. end of the over. So a 6 from the first ball and then a single, the rest were dot balls. So West Indies against Pakistan in 2011, there were 20 LBWs, and then Guyana against Jamaica in 2019-2020. And then Patiala versus Delhi in India in 1953-54, that was 19. Durham, Essex. Uttar Pradesh against Railways in 2017-2018. There you go. Ethan Bosch then, the South African all-rounder, making his debut for Essex, is going to have a bowl here. His brother's a professional cricketer as well. His father played one test match, Tertius Bosch, for South Africa when they returned to the test fold on a tour of the West Indies in 1991-92 in Bridgetown in Barbados.
Bosch will be running in to Michael Jones, and Bosch in and just driven down the offside by Jones. No run taken. So yeah, Bosch, as you said, South African domestic player, will be looking to fill the boots of with Sam Cook out of action. 4 games I believe they signed him for, so Essex will be hoping he can make an instant impact here. So Bosch just gets ready for his run-up, second delivery of the over into Jones, and Bosch delivers. Ooh, to the edge, taken, and Bosch gets a wicket with his second delivery in English county cricket, the wicket of Jones. Jones goes for 38, and he just drew the edge out there. Lovely delivery running down the slope from Ethan Bosch. And just when we were talking about making an instant impact, Bosch delivers, and the breakthrough has come for Essex.
I don't know if that moved on Jones there. Yeah, it swung away from him slightly, but he was leaning a long way outside the line of off stump as he tried to drive at the ball. He's got a bottom edge.
Michael Jones was caught by Michael Pepper off the bowling of Ethan Bosch for 38.
So Durham are 61 for 1. The wicket coming after 12.2 overs. And that should bring Colin Ackerman out to the middle. Just watching it again here.
I think it might be Borthwick.
Borthwick, is it? Scott Borthwick.
Borthwick coming on. An eventful inning there for Michael Jones. 5 fours, 2 sixes. Any Durham fans here in attendance will have been entertained by his innings. As Scott Borthwick just gets ready, walking out towards the crease.
Well, he got exactly 100 here in a game in April 2021. Day 1 of that match, this big black cloud came and sat right over the ground. It got really, really dark, even with the floodlights on. And I think he was on about 3 or 4 Durham batsmen who were out during that period when I think anybody in the ground, and there was no spectators here, just players and commentators and press and whatnot, thought they should be off for bad light. And then when the flurry of wickets did happen, they then took them off for bad light. So Durham just fell a bit short in their first innings on that occasion.
So it's the captain Borthwick out to bat with Alex Lees. They were the opening pair right in the last game again.
Yeah.
So couldn't dream of a better start if you're Ethan Bosch. In now with his third delivery of the over into Borthwick, and just driven by Borthwick down on mid off. No run taken. Borthwick, part of the One Test Club, played his sole England Test against Australia in 2014. Very, very experienced player alongside Alex Lees. As Bosch gets in for his 4th delivery of the over, running down the slope into Borthwick, and just driven straight back down by Borthwick. No run taken.
Some emails have come in. If you want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Paul Wilson, hi Marty and the gang. Greetings from a fairly sunny and warm Costadale Hartlepool. Proper cricket is back with us, at least for a couple of weeks, from the bish bash boss of the blast. Should be with you until about 4ish before going out to watch an excellent rock blues band called Barking Billy and the Scrapyard Dogs.
So Bosch runs in to Borthwick again and just prodded forward by Borthwick, no one taken.
And that is at South Durham Social Club, aka Hartlepool Steelies. He's got a list of cricketing events that happened on this day. On this day in 1916, Len Hutton, the English cricketer, was born. Ram Naresh Sarwan was born on this day as well. And I tell you, it's Feroz Kushi's birthday today, the Essex player.
Even Bosch in again to Borthwick. Oh, just swiped at by Borthwick. Misses though. Goes to slip. No run taken. Excellent over. Wicket maiden from Ethan Bosch. Very impressive. First delivery in English county cricket. First over in English county cricket from Ethan Bosch.
So 38 Jones made, including 2 sixes off Harmer. Matthew Mullins has emailed. Morning Marty and Co from a very warm Butlins at Minehead. Currently on a stag do weekend, so very hungover, watching a few overs before we do it all again. Nice to see Jones back in the side. And a very good start after a few tricky overs, says Matthew. Here's Harmer then, right arm round from the river end, the cook end of the ground now.
I have to say that is dedication to pull up the county cricket stream in the middle of a stag weekend.
Yeah. Harmer comes in and bowls, and that's played up by Lees wide of mid-on. He's going to get a 2 runs here. Didn't think I'd be talking about Butlins and Minehead today. Mervin's emailed. Good morning Martin, great to have proper cricket back. On my last visit to Chelmsford, I was lucky enough to meet 2 lovely Essex stewards, Jenny and John Studd, salt of the earth cricket folk. Harmer to Lees. Lees plays the ball back to him. I hope they're keeping well. Good luck and enjoy the game. Thanks for the excellent work, says Mervyn. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, if you want to do the socials. Harmer jogs in and stops. Something put him off there. Dead ball signalled by the umpire. Bowling in his sunglasses. Lees forward, plays the ball just slightly to the right of Harmer, and the bowler goes and retrieves it. John Rouse Milligan is here on the far side of the ground somewhere. Sent us a picture. Our commentary position. Next ball off the back foot from Lees, punches it up to mid-on. Firmly played, 1 run. I think Paul Walter fielding there. I might be wrong, it might be Tom Wesley. It's Tom Wesley, I think. I think he missed the game at Chesty Street for the birth of a child, I think it was. Michael Pepper didn't play in that game either because he was injured. Harry Duke springs to mind as the replacement keeper from Yorkshire. Harmer comes in and bowls. Borthwick comes forward and snuffs that one out. End of the over. So Durham 64 for 1 here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Newcastle. And a reminder, if you've got a smart speaker, there's one in our kitchen somewhere which I don't trust, so it's in a drawer. You can ask your smart speaker now to play cricket commentaries on BBC Sounds, so there's a thing.
And there'll be Ethan Bosch in for his 2nd over of the day.
Don Topley's messaged saying things are looking nice at the Mecca. He's on holiday at the moment watching the World Cup, but it's raining wherever he is because it's too far west to guarantee the weather.
Yeah, big game at halfway in the World Cup. England versus USA. England need to win to progress. As Bosch runs into Alex Lees. Oof. just a bit LBW shout, but high, just looked above knee height there from Bosch. And, impressive start so far from Bosch. Tall, quick bowler.
Yeah.
Another
One of the Essex scorer was saying, I think he said his dad played in Essex a few years back and was quick, played in the local leagues.
As Bosch in once again. Talise, it's driven straight down fine for a 4 from Alex Lee. Excellent drive there from Lees.
Right, I've got to go and do an update for the people of the north. See you later.
As Bosch just marks his run up again. Durham 68 for 1 after 14 overs. Bright start led by Michael Jones. Breakthrough from Ethan Bosch. And an impressive debut so far from Bosch. He gets ready to run up. Lee's just looking around at the field placements. And it's Bosch in over the wicket to Lees. And just tapped in on the offside. Quick single taken by Lees. Brings Scott Borthwick, captain Scott Borthwick, onto a strike. Nice little breeze here at the county ground in Chelmsford. So Scott Borthwick marks himself at the crease, gets ready. Ethan Bosch in once again to Borthwick. And a leave there, risky leave there from Borthwick. Ball just went over the bails, and Bosch causing some problems. So far so good for the new signing. Impressive start to his career at Essex. He'll be hoping to make another quick breakthrough.
Cracking stuff this morning so far. Been really enjoying this.
So Bosch in once again to Borthwick. Just driven back straight down. No run taken from Borthwick. David, what have you made of Ethan Bosch so far?
Yeah, very good. Wicket with his second ever ball for Essex. Not bad start. Yes. And a vital wicket at that, because Jones was in danger of hitting Simon Harmer out of the attack. I think they played Simon Harmer so well this morning. He's really done some damage to his numbers.
As a Bosch in again to Scott Borthwick. And just swiped by Borthwick on the offside, goes for 4. Lovely shot there from Borthwick to take Durham to 73 for 1 after 15 overs.
It looked like he had all the time in the world there, didn't he? Just a cross-batted slap through the covers. Just waited for the ball. Essex still creating chances though, but Durham batsmen so far have been dealing with the pressure very, very well. 73 for 1. This is the start of the 15th over of the day. Simon Harmer's figures so far, 3 overs, 0 for 26. He won't like that at all. Been playing him superbly. I've just been looking at the scores around the country actually. There's not many wickets at all. Surrey are 42 for 2, but everyone else, there's just 1 wicket have fallen in the matches so far. We'll go through the scores shortly. Round the wicket, Harmer to the left-handed Borthwick, who, sorry, not Borthwick, that's the left-handed Lees, carving that way down to Shane Snater, just in front of cover on the offside, and there's no run. Harmer with those wraparound shades on, and he's right arm in now. Bowls flatter this time off the back foot. Lees almost gets caught on his crease. It's chopped away to his compatriot Dean Elgar. Weather's actually quite nice out there now. The sun just dipped behind the clouds. A bit of respite. Just noticed Simon Harmer's wearing a black taping round his side. Now that's flicked up in the air, that's gone high. Wesley's after it, but it's going to land safely down towards long on, and that's actually going to run away for 4 runs. Not entirely convincing, that one from Lees, but he got enough of it to get it over the boundary for 4 runs. I'll try and find out why he's got the black taping around his left arm. I presume it's because someone might have passed away, but we will find out.
Always a risk when you bring a spinner on early on day 1, and Harmer has gone for runs at the moment.
Yeah, 30 of them so far. Off the back foot this time, Lees punches into the offside. Elgar Field on the bounce, and there's no runs. 77 for 1 in the 16th over of the day. So Essex getting through their overs as well, as Harmer's in again, flatter this time, and that's just guided away down towards short backward point for no run. 33 to Lees, 4 so far to Borthwick. The man out to Jones for 38. Harmer flatter fuller this time. That's driven down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs as well. Harmer's not having a good morning so far. 34 runs off his 4 overs so far, and Durham are 81 for 1, and that's the end of the 16th over of this morning. 34 off 4 overs. Harmer going at 8.5. Santoki, you can have a bit of a break, mate.
Pleasure.
Been an absolute pleasure listening to you. We'll see you again in about half an hour.
Thank you.
Get Martin Emerson from a Durham perspective back on the mic. So Durham are 77 for 1 here at the county ground in Chelmsford. Kent are 47 for 2. They've just lost a second wicket. The 2 men out, Reardon for 16 and Beldrummond for 4. They are 47 for 2 against Lancashire. Notts are currently 53 for 1 against Somerset. Slater and Young there. Slater 20 not out, Young 6 not out, as Bosch comes in from the Graham Gooch end down the slope, and that's just clipped away into the leg side, fielded by Shane Snater at mid wicket, and there's no run. Hampshire are 46 for 1 against Warwickshire, and Surrey are 42 for 2 against Worcestershire. 2 men out, Burns for 0 and Pope for 14. Actually bowled by Ben Allison, who's on loan from Essex, as Bosch comes in again, and that's defended away into the leg side. That's going to be a quick single taken to the man at shortish mid on, Nick Brown, and 1 run to the total. 82 for 1. Durham in the 17th over of the morning here on BBC Essex and BBC Newcastle. Myself, David Brett, Martin Emerson's just about to join us, and Santoki Nanguludran, who will join us again from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. He will join us again in about half an hour's time. Bosch in full, Lees forward, defending up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 82 for 1. Martin Emerson, welcome back.
Am I on?
Oh, you were? I turned you off, sorry
Yes,
about that.
there we are.
Must be very impressed with what you've seen this morning from Durham.
Yeah, it was a bit of a difficult start for them, but then they got their act together, didn't they? They got used to the movement of the ball. Some aggressive stroke play from Michael Jones in his first game of the season in the Championship.
Bosch down the slope, round the wicket. Oh, has that come off anything? No, I think it's gone straight through between bat, pad, and misses the off stump as well, and through to the wicket keeper. No run and no wicket for Essex. 82 for 1. Yeah, I think the way that the batsmen so far have treated Harmer, trying to bat him out the attack, has been exactly the right tactics. Sitting there, allowed him to settle. I've taken him for a fair few runs. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Bosch turns again. Down the slope, right arm around the wicket to Lees, and that's defended nicely. Back up the pitch, and there's no run. So Durham put a bit of pressure on Essex here.
Harmer took 5 for 57 and 5 for 79 in the Essex win here in 2021 against Durham. He's only actually managed 2 wickets in Chesley Street though. ...61 wickets last season.
Yeah, he's been superb. Don't think it will phase him being hit about today as Bosch comes in again and bowls, and that's defended back up the pitch. See if he goes for another over or whether Critchley comes on from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That's the end of the over. 82 for 1. Lee's on 37 and Borthwick on 5, and it will be Harmer to continue.
Still think it's strange seeing Critchley playing for Essex, because I've seen him for Derbyshire that many times over the years.
He's been brilliant signing for Essex.
I think I'm right in thinking he got 100 against Durham but lost. It was Durham's first season back in Division 2, Chesterfield. So it'd have been around 2017, something like that. It's a great game of cricket, that one. Harmer in, bowls. Ball just played away by Borthwick off towards mid-wicket. Yeah, nice ground at Chesterfield. Had covered a T20 game there, but hadn't done a championship match in a nice hot week. Stayed over the hill in Matlock, Bath.
Oh, Matlock's lovely, yeah.
In comes Harmer again. This is defended by Borthwick. Takes a stride forward there.
Don't get to go to many outgrounds these days. Seem to always miss them. Mind you, fewer and fewer games are being played at outgrounds these days as well.
Yeah, Warwickshire are going to rugby school as Borthwick's forward to this one, so they're playing their 3 games. Durham have got a match in the One Day Cup at South Northumberland again in Gosforth. Harmer comes up and bowls, and the ball played forwards by Borthwick off towards point. Then don't know if Durham are playing in Canterbury against Kent in the One Day Cup, or if it'll be at Beckenham, where it's like a road there a few years ago. Red hot day. They got more than 400. Ball pushed off towards mid-on this time by Borthwick. What was the far end called again? It's now the Graham Gooch end. It was named after the street, wasn't it?
It was Hayes Close.
Hayes Close, that's it. Harmer in. Oh, that's done a bit, and there's appeals there. I think that's going down leg side though. Is that a wrong one? It's a big appeal for LBW, but not given. What's that done? Feeds a ball behind. It's looked like it was going down leg, then it's straightened up, but he's come away forward, and it looks like it's hit him around about the thigh pad. Maybe height.
It's been an interesting game so far. They've created chances, Essex, but Durham batsmen are hanging in there. Scoring a few runs as well. Tony's been in touch, Martin. He's actually got a question for you. He's disappointed that Feroz Kushi's not playing today.
On his birthday.
Yeah, and he says he's asking whether you would have Feroz Kushi in your team, in the Durham team.
I've only seen him play the once. He got a century at Chesley Street earlier in the year. But I think that's the only time I've seen him play.
Bosch in from the Graham Gooch end. Right arm round to the left-handed Lees, and that's just tickled away down towards fine leg for a single. Porter doing the fielding just down in front of us.
It was Nick Brown who got the big runs in that match. It was 184 or something. Cushy got 107, and him and Brown put on 166 for the 3rd wicket. Ended in a draw with Durham ahead by 1 run when we got to the final hour of the match.
Bosch coming in now. He's past the umpire, up to the stumps, and he bowls to Borthwick. Has a wild slash. Is it caught? Yes, it is, by the wicket keeper. Must have been the toe end of the bat. In fact, he does look at the toe end of his bat, and a light nick through to the wicket keeper, and an important breakthrough there for Essex. 2nd wicket's gone. They'd like Lees, but they've got Borthwick. He goes for 5, edge behind to the keeper, and Bosch gets his 2nd wicket. What a debut so far from the South African. Durham are 83 for 2, and Borthwick goes for 5. A low catch, that one.
Chasing that one a long way outside the off stump, wasn't he?
Under edge of the bat, do we think, maybe? Went really low.
He played at it.
He was reaching for it. It was either the toe end or just the under edge of the end of the bat. Went very, very low to the wicketkeeper. Just looking at the replay now. It's hard to tell from that, but yeah, Borthwick not happy with himself. Finger went up straight away. A fine nick through to the wicketkeeper. It's been a brilliant first, hour and 10 minutes. Durham taking the attack to Essex. Essex just getting the breakthrough, trying to fight their way back into this game. Really entertaining stuff this morning. Yeah, under edge of the bat. You can see that, and that's why it died on the wicketkeeper, but he got just enough of his gloves underneath the ball.
In a one-day game, that would have been a wide. I mean, it's gone, where the blue line would be. That's how wide of the stumps it was. I don't know why he played at that.
Well, he had a slash at it. Unfortunately for Borthwick, he's lost his wicket. 83 for 2 in the 19th over. Brings, is it Ackerman to the crease? No.
Maybe David Bedingham.
David Bedingham. Go through a few stretches. Essex will be pleased they got that wicket. Plenty of runs scored this morning. As I was saying, it was a difficult start for Durham. Balls flying off the edges, inside, outside, off the shoulders of the bat. LBW appeals going up as well. And then suddenly, they started playing some shots, Durham. Smashing Harmer to all parts of the county ground.
Well, David Bedingham comes in as the leading run maker in the country, and in the championship he's just had 4 consecutive centuries.
Bosch bowls full. Oh, an outside edge turned him round gully fields. Almost lost his wicket first ball. Ambitious stroke. Saw the ball fall, tried to whip it away through the leg side. Got turned around, and the ball all along the floor to the man at gully. It's all action stuff at the moment.
I think he's just trying to stop a Yorker there. That was a quick delivery. Did well to keep it out.
Bosch bowling really well on his debut. South Africa, number 66 on his back. Confidence high at the moment. 2 slips waiting to gobble anything up as Bosch in, up to the stumps, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Bedingham. Ooh, took a big bounce off something on the outfield, right up into the hands of I think it's Nick Brown at mid-off. It probably is Nick Brown. And there's no run. Could have been nasty.
Yeah. It's hit a used wicket, hasn't it? Come at him head height when it was initially on the floor.
It's Tom Wesley actually at mid-off. Nick Brown must be at mid-on. Sun's back out. Beautiful day here at the county ground in Chelmsford. What a start to this match. 83 for 2. Bosch in again. Bowles has flipped away through the leg side. That's a lovely shot. That's 4 runs. Nonchalantly pulled away by Bedingham. And he gets off the mark with a 4. 87 for 2. Lovely stroke. He's got that high backlift, almost like a baseball batter. And that just sat up nicely for him. Anything short on this pitch appears to be easily pulled away. There's not much pace in it, I don't think. But the ball, get the ball up. Get the batsman driving. The ball seems to be doing stuff. Bosch turns to come in again. And he bowls to Bedingham. That's defended nicely up towards mid-on. There's no run. Gentle applause from the Essex batsman for encouragement out there. That's the end of the over. Excellent over from an Essex perspective. The wickets of Borthwick, the second for the debutant Bosch, and Durham at 87 for 2. But importantly for Durham, Lees is still there on 38.
And Bedingham wasn't our first ball. He was the second Durham player to get consecutive centuries in 3 innings, equaling Sean Dixon when he did it early this year. Dixon did it a couple of years ago, and then he became the first Durham player to get 4 consecutive centuries. Harmer bowling now to Lees, who is on 38. Off spin from the river end. It's just played into the ground safely by Lees. 10 tests he's had so far for England, Alex Lees. Got 1,347 runs last year in the championship and was the Cricket Writers Player of the Year. Plays this one short on the leg side, no run. Harmer in again. Floats that right up to the batsman, and it's played away along the floor up to long on. You're trying to see if we're on air?
Yeah, we just had an email from a listener just saying that he can hear the commentary, can't see the scoreboard, so I'm assuming he's not on the BBC website.
Here comes Harmer, and Bedingham forward to this one. Plays a little bit of a false shot to Elgar, close in on the leg side. Looked like it just came up off the splice of the bat there. No run.
Sorry, Jeff, if you're still listening, if you can get in touch with us as to what website you're on at the moment, we can have a check.
Well, we're here on the BBC.
Yeah, he's saying.
Ball then played away, off towards point by Bedingham for a single.
Sorry, it is the BBC Sport website. You've got it up in front of you.
I've got no idea what he's talking about there.
Yeah.
I've got the live feed on, but
you're on YouTube, aren't you?
This is turned back to the bowler by Lee's end of the over. 2 singles from it. Durham 89 for 2 here on the BBC. He's saying when he's on the BBC website, I looked on the BBC website earlier and it was fine.
We'll investigate, Jeff, but if you get any success, let us know. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. At the moment, 89 for 2. Durham, say.
Live County Championship. And then you click on Watch and Listen, and the games are there. Essex Day 1. Seems to be working to me, all right.
And then you can see the scorecard as well, can you?
When you select your match, then you can go back to the scorecard.
Bosch, right arm over to the right-handed Bedingham. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Nonchalant from Bedingham, standing tall, just driving through the onside for 4 runs wide of the fielder at mid-on. Lovely stroke, and it's 93 for 2.
The scorecard appears to be the Kent match, because that's the featured game on the website. So.
Okay, but as far as we can see, the commentary's working, but can't get the scorecard.
I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong there. I'll email them. But I don't use the BBC scorecard. I use NV Play because it's the quickest one.
Sirens whirl away in the background. It's Bosch into Bedingham, who pulls this one away, and that's a lovely stroke as well. It's backward a square on the leg side. A beautiful shot. He's played some gorgeous strokes already. The man in form, and that's 97 for 2. And he goes to 13 off just 8 deliveries. Some lovely strokes, Bedingham. As Martin was saying, top run scorer in the country to date. And he's obviously high on confidence. He's playing some beautiful strokes. Really aggressive attacking cricket from Bedingham since he's come to the crease. 97 for 2. Only an hour and 20 minutes into the day. Full this time, driven away through the offside. That's a bit of a thickish outside edge. It's going to run away down towards deep backward point for a couple of runs. Score goes to 99. It's Durham's morning so far, I would say.
Are you going to do the bit where if there's a third wicket then it's on as even?
Is
that what your next comment was going to be?
Add 2 to the total.
Oh, you're doing that instead, are you?
Yeah, the old Geoffrey Boycott. I've been really impressed with their batting. They've been batting like this all season. As Bosch comes in a bit fuller, and Bedingham defends up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Makes it entertaining, I'll tell you that.
They were very aggressive last year. They got maximum batting points in something like 8 or 9 games, something they'd not done before. And they went after each team. I think they've been a little bit more cautious this year, getting used to the division and in theory, the better bowlers in Division 1, I've been told by many fellow commentators.
You don't subscribe to that?
I think there's just as many decent bowlers in the second division.
Bosch in, bowls, and forward comes Bedingham again, defending nicely into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, took maximum batting points in 8 innings last year, a new club record. Were you in Chesley Street for that game with the 19 LBWs?
Yeah. That was incredible, that game, wasn't it?
I was trying to remember who came up. Because there was about 5 or 6 of us commentated on that game over the period of the match, and I think we questioned maybe 3 or 4 of the LBWs.
Bosch full, almost Yorker length. Bedingham drives. Bosch fields off his own bowling, and it's a bump ball, and there's no run to finish the over. 99 for 2 after, how many overs? We had 21 overs. Yeah, I've got to say, every time we've been up to Chesley Street, I've seen a decent game of cricket, whether it's for a one-dayer or a county championship. There's always been interesting stuff going on.
Do the teams play each other in the one-day cup this year? I can't even remember who Durham are playing. Let's have a look at my little trusty pocket fixture list. Harmer starts a new over, bowling to Lees. Lees plays the ball back to the bowler, back into his crease. So they start against Lancashire at Sedbergh School, which is a beautiful place, then Worcestershire away. Harmer in. Bit of a quicker delivery this time. Lees gets it away though, not too long on. Somerset at home and Northants at home. That's the 100 up for Durham. And then they play Middlesex away, which I presume will be in Radlett. Hampshire home and Kent away. Derbyshire and Notts at home. So they don't play Essex in that one. Harmer bowls and played by Bedingham. Short to Elgar on that leg side. So what did the 100 come up in then? How many overs?
Well, 21.2.
21.2. 100 for 2. Harmer bowls, played back to him by Bedingham. So Lees has 40 of those 100. And Bedingham has 15. Jones out earlier for 38, and then Borthwick out for 5. Harmer in the sunshine here. Bowls. Forward comes Bedingham and defends.
Showing some respect at the moment. No big shots so far. South African Bedingham, right?
Yeah. Played for the Test side in the winter against India and New Zealand.
Ooh.
Looks to turn that through the leg side, and as he plays across the line, he's got a leading edge out along the floor on the offside. It's a dot ball and just a 1 run from the over.
Harmer busy trying to repair his figures. 7 overs, 1 for 37. Sorry, 7 overs, 0 for 37, including a maiden. Let's see, it was I think it was 34 or 4 overs at one point, so he's pulled it back a little bit after the onslaught earlier on from Jones. Andrew's been in touch just about the commentary. The format's commentary on the BBC Cricket website. Format's changed again, so when you click on the button to get the commentary, you can't go back to the tab which has the live reporting without losing the commentary, which seems a little bit of an issue from a user point of view.
Jamie Porter.
I am neither a coder nor do I work on the BBC website, so I do apologise.
Well, I've emailed them. I've been sent a link to the Durham scorecard. He says they can only highlight one scorecard on the text commentary page.
Okay. Porter's back on from the Graham Gooch end, formerly the Hayes Close end, and he's going to come down the hill. Well, hill, slight slope. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, number 19 on his back, and he pushes out into the leg side. Bit of a thickish inside edge to that one. And it's Critchley fielding under the cap and glasses at short mid-wicket. It really is a glorious day. As I said before, I do fear for us come the afternoon session though. It's going to get sweltering. Porter back to the top of his mark. We've had this is the 23rd over of the morning. Lees 40 off 71, Bedingham 15 off 16 as Porter comes in again. Lees drives nicely, but stopped by Elgar. Sorry, stopped by Critchley. Elgar's been fielding there all day, but it's Critchley now. And there's no run. Elgar just stretching his back out there at first slip. Going through a few squats and looseners. I think he'll enjoy batting on this pitch. Well, Elgar. Durham 100 for 2. Porter in again, and that's clipped away into the leg side, and there's no run. It's fielded up at mid-on by Nick Brown. Emergency services sirens whirling away again. Can people get in touch with you on Twitter or email?
Yeah.
Have you got a Twitter handle?
Yeah.
Okay.
At Marty Cricket on Twitter. It's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on the email.
Lovely. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us about anything. Hopefully you're enjoying the cricket, as that one's clipped away into the leg side. Squarer, but it's fielded at square leg by Bosch, who's made an impressive start to his Essex career. Got the 2 wickets to fall this morning.
I've emailed the people on the internet desk with the issue. I have no idea what it is, what's going on, but hopefully they can find a fix if there is an issue. Sometimes it's just individual computers, but what I can tell you is, for the first time, you can ask your smart speaker to play you the BBC commentary on BBC Sounds.
Bosch in, bowls, and that's clipped away down towards fine leg. It will just be a single. Snater comes running around. Throw comes in.
I think it's Porter, isn't it?
Doing the fielding.
No, on the scoreboard.
Porter's doing the bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did I say someone else?
Oh, you said Bosch. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was thinking this is a long spell from him, and then I looked up at the scoreboard. Right. Yeah. Just a slip of the tongue.
Apologies. Yes, it's Porter. Did I have to say anything in particular into the smart speaker, like play?
Oh, I don't know. Shall I look for the email that came a few weeks ago?
We really need to get ourselves a job on the help desk. All these internet issues, technical issues, as Porter could right arm over to the right-handed Bedingham, and that's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. End of the over. It's, just the one run off it, I think. 101 for 2. 23 overs gone this morning. Yes, if you've got a smart speaker, you can instruct it to listen to us, or certainly to play us out the speaker. Armour's going to be continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Stands filling up nicely today.
It's going to work with BBC Rugby League as well, apparently. Harmer in to bowl to Lees. That's played up to long on for 1. What time is it? 12:30. So every live stream that's now on the sports app or the website can be streamed through most smart speakers. Bedingham off the back foot, finds room through the covers and cuts that nicely away for 4 to the far side of the ground.
Yeah, lovely shot, that one. Dealing mainly in boundaries at the moment is Bedingham.
Score moves on to 106. In comes the bowler. It's almost a full toss. Little step forward there from Bedingham to meet that on the bounce. Harmer to Bedingham. Bedingham plays it to short extra cover, no run.
Yeah, Dean's just been in touch to confirm it's just a change to the website, unfortunately, and it's, well, fortunately or unfortunately, it's not what it was last season. You don't get the scorecard.
It says here, as this is turned off towards deep mid wicket for 1 by Bedingham, just ask BBC Sounds to play, i.e. Essex against Durham. And it should do it.
Yeah, nice. Technology, eh?
Yeah. I found that any discussions we were having in our kitchen within reach of the smart speaker.
Shot.
That's up in the air, and that's straight, and that might be 6. It is 6 off Harmer from Lees. Straight back over the bowler's head to the river end of the ground. End of the over. 100 and... 7 for 2. I'm gonna. Is it me popping off now?
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, I was finding that, I don't know, just mundane conversations in the kitchen, and then suddenly all my adverts that were appearing on my timeline was stuff we'd been talking about, which was spooky. So I put it in the drawer and turned it off.
Yeah, scary stuff. Martin Emerson, thank you so much. We'll hear you again after the lunch break. Enjoy a little bit of a break and a breather and away from the sunshine. Santoki Naguladran is waiting to come in of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Yes, apologies for people that are struggling with the new version of the BBC Cricket website. Doesn't appear to be anything wrong with it, it's just the way it is this season. As Porter bowls on the drive is Bedingham. It's really nice out there so far. Just the one really full stroke where he got turned around. A couple of overs ago. And there's no run. Really beautiful sight here. Clouds still hanging around in the sky, but lovely and warm out there. It's shorts, t-shirts and hat weather, and sunglasses too. And it's been a great morning's cricket. 113 for 2. We've still got another half an hour. Let's see if Durham can break the 150 mark, as Porter is pulled away into the leg side, but it's not timed by Bedingham. Bobbles away to Nick Brown, I think it is, running round from mid-on, and there's no run. Santoki, welcome back.
Great to be back, great weather. Great to be back, great weather, sun out in full force, and not such a great morning for Simon Harmer with the ball.
No, he's been battered about. He has pulled it back a little bit though. He was 34 off 4 overs. He's now, what is he now? 49 off 8. But yeah, they've certainly gone after him as the Durham batsman, which is good to see. Otherwise, the spinners can get settled in and cause problems, but he's not been allowed to settle. Porter bowls. That's a full stroke. It's a bad bit of fielding as well from Snater. Slipped underneath his legs. He went to stop it, and they sneaked through for a single. Porter won't be happy. Neither will the fielder. It's 1 to the total. 114 for 2. I think it's been a riveting morning's play.
Yeah, definitely in falling, and Alex Lees closing in on a half century. Well played so far. Has stuck around the tricky first few overs, but he looks very comfortable now at the crease.
So how often is your podcast released?
Myself and my co-host Michelle, we sort of do it as and when. So you might see 3 episodes a week, you might see us disappear for a month, depending on how much free time we have.
Here comes Porter around the wicket to Lees, the left-hander, and that's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. And is it all about Caribbean cricket?
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to have players and people around cricket. So Michael Averton's been on the podcast, Kyron Pollard, Nicholas Pooran, so some big players from West Indies cricket. So yeah, it's always, I think the problem of West Indies is you obviously got different islands, so you kind of get news from separate islands, whereas we kind of hope to kind of bring like a united kind of news front. So yeah.
Porter down the slope, up to the stumps, bowls to Lees, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. And do you do, when the Caribbean T20's on, do you do a lot of podcasts during that?
Yeah. And at the moment, obviously with the World Cup, it's been a good tournament so far for the West Indies, home crowd, but a lot depends on that match day against South Africa.
Light aircraft above the ground, hopefully it's not David Gower. He's a reputation for doing that sort of thing. It's just flying off into the distance. I always find it great if you have your own plane, you can just pick up and go off wherever you like. Here comes Porter in again, clips off the pads down towards deep backward square leg. Snater charging in, he picks it up cleanly this time, but he can't prevent the single. And there'll be 1 run to the total. 115 for 2, about 25 overs this morning. And Durham really entertaining with the bat. Essex striving for the breakthrough on what looks a pretty decent pitch. Bit of movement early on, wasn't there?
Yeah.
It seems to have gone out of the pitch. Maybe the seam on the ball's flattened out a little bit. The amount of abuse it's been taken off the bowling of Harmer. Here we are. We've seen a change of bowling at the Sarastic end.
Snater coming back in for Harmer.
Yeah, looks like it. So Critchley being kept in the back pocket for the moment.
The last time I saw David Bedingham bat was actually in South Africa. I was lucky enough to be in South Africa in October. The romantic I am, I dragged my wife along to a 50 over game in South Africa.
You old charmer, you.
and Bedingham hit a century. To be fair, it was Newlands ground in Cape Town,
Yeah,
which is one of
beautiful ground. Yeah, absolutely beautiful ground. It's quite breathtaking to just go and sit there. You can just stare at the mountain the whole
exactly,
day.
yeah.
Was it packed, busy, or
Only a handful of people because it was just domestic 50 overs, but it was free entry, and as you said, the views were unbelievable. So,
and the beer's cheap too.
yeah, exactly. As Snater runs in and just gently hit down the leg side by Leith, and that brings up his 50. So 50 for Leith, well worked half century, much needed for Durham. And he goes to shake the hand of David Bedingham.
Yeah, really hard work this morning, wasn't it? There was balls flying off the inside, outside edges, off the shoulders of the bat, but he's played really well to get to 50. Really good stuff. I've been there for a few years. They're redeveloping the Newlands area, aren't they? Haven't they knocked down the rugby ground?
Yeah, they've knocked down the rugby ground, yeah.
Which, if anyone knows Newlands or doesn't know Newlands, the rugby ground was pretty much next door to the cricket ground. You could walk between the two of them.
I was actually there during the World Cup, the Rugby World Cup, so it's just unbelievable.
Nice.
There.
Get to go see any games or?
No. So Snater runs into Bedingham. It's driven forward by Bedingham. No run taken. Durham 116 for 2. So they'd be very happy with this morning session so far.
Yeah, they'll be delighted. They also got rid of. There used to be a train with a bar on it. Have they got rid of that as well?
I assume so. I didn't see it.
I think I heard they might have got rid of that, which is a shame.
As Snater in once again to Bedingham. And just driven down the leg side, he's going to get 2 from it. Yeah,
that's good. Well worked. That, yeah. Putting the bowlers under pressure and the fielders as well. Excellent running, some good shots as well. Bedingham looks like a really classy player.
Yeah. As you mentioned earlier, made his Test debut in December, so he's someone who's come late into the Test arena, but he seems to have settled well into the South African side. Obviously, the issue with South African Test cricket at the moment is they just don't play enough.
Yeah, it's a real shame that.
So Snater runs in once again to Bedingham. Oh, hit on the clipped on the leg side. Big appeal, nothing given. I think that was just missing. Stomp.
Yeah, so it was on the replay. Another huge LBW appeal. Snater
down on his knees.
Down on his knees for a long time there. He thinks that's plump. Let's have a look. We'll try and see. It's not the easiest screen because of the sun coming in. Going down leg side for me. Height wasn't a problem. It was full. But from what we can see on that screen, it looks like it was heading down leg side.
Well, Snater's picked himself up again and he's running in for the next delivery. Back to David Bedingham. Into Bedingham. Oh, driven forward, no run taken. Hard hit there from Bedingham.
He's not afraid to play his shots, is he?
Yeah, I think he's more of a naturally attacking batter from what I've seen of him. So a good contrast with Alex Leith's pair.
I wonder if they'll bring Critchley on from the Graham Gooch end. We'll see if there's a change of bowling.
Snater in once again to Bedingham and just driven down the offside. Is that one going to run away for 4? Should be picked up by the fielder, but they'll get 2 from it. Oh, good bit of fielding at the boundary there.
Yeah, it's that short side of the ground, isn't it? So he can only get a couple of runs. Oh, they're going to get overthrown.
Oh no!
Yeah, there's a bad throw in from the boundary.
So they pick up 3 from that delivery. Bad bit of fielding there allowed them to pick up the extra run.
So Snater had a big LBW appeal turned down, and now he's conceded a overthrow as well. He won't be a happy chappy. Nope, still going to see Porter from the Graham Gooch end. So that was the end of the over. 121 for 2. 26 overs gone in the morning so far, and we've still got another 25 minutes to go. So Essex racing through their overs, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's been an entertaining morning so far. 17 fours, 7 sixes.
Yeah, really entertaining.
Sorry, 3 sixes, not 7 sixes, 3 sixes. So a lot of boundaries, particularly off the bowling of Harmer. So any Durham fans here in attendance will be very happy with what they've seen this morning.
Yeah, it's very, very enjoyable. Essex striving for those wickets, and Porter's on. Right arm over to the right-handed Bedingham. 2 slips in as he bowls, and that's just defended into the offside. Mid-off will filled, and there's no run. Yeah, glorious setting. Great cricket this morning. Really good fun.
Can't really ask for a better way to spend a Sunday, can you?
No, absolutely. Hasn't quite got the mountains of Newlands and Cape Town, but
Not quite.
it's got its own charms, the county ground in Chelmsford. As Porter up to the stumps again, and he bowls. That's a nice drive through the offside. There's a chase on here. This is the longest boundary on the field, so it's not going to get there, but there should be a couple of runs as the slide comes in and the fielder picks up and throws, and wicketkeeper takes it. So a couple of runs to the total, 123 for 2. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. See a few people out in the balconies, the way to our left-hand side. A few doors open there, people just peeking out. Bedingham's 800 runs for the season so far. And he'll look to accumulate a lot more than that. He's currently 28 not out. Durham 123 for 2. At the end of this over, we'll start looking through some of the scores around the grounds as well. Porter in bowls. That's clipped off the pads. Short mid-wicket fields. It's a nice strike, nice bit of fielding as well. There's no run, and Critchley just wringing out his hand there. That was, I think it was out in the middle of the bat there. Yeah, he's taking a sore one there. 123 for 2. Plenty of fluids being taken on. Out in front of us, a few people, as I noticed, sort of walk around the ground, just hiding behind the stand away to our right in the shade. Porter bowls, and that's defended into the leg side. There'll be no run there. Mid-on fields this time. The ball bowls away to the left-hand side. Very, very still out there. Trees not moving an inch. Having said that, I can feel a slight, light, very, very light breeze coming through the box. Those trees are pretty stationary. Flag hanging limply away to our left-hand side, just in front of the community stand. Ditto the flags on the pavilion as well. As Porter's in, bowl, and that's again clipped away into the leg side. Beats the dive of the fielder at mid-wicket, but doesn't beat. I think that's Nick Brown coming round from mid-on, so it'll just be a single to the total. 124 for 2. Bedingham goes to 29. And things just quieten down for the moment.
Porter's been good with the ball so far. Only gone for 20 runs, nearly bowled 9 overs. So quite miserly in terms of his economy. He'll be looking for a wicket though. Key breakthrough here.
Yeah, absolutely. Lees standing tall, left-handed, as Porter comes right on around the wicket. Bowls a nice drive into the leg side. He won't beat the fielder at mid-on though, and there's no run. That's the end of a relatively quiet over from an Essex and Durham point of view. 124 for 2. Just the one run off it, I think. It's already cleared from the scoreboard. Yeah, I think it was just a single off it. So Bedingham on 29, Lees on 50. 124 for 2. Oh, that's better. Nice breeze. So Slater going to continue. Nice straw hat down in front of us there. Someone's got a brand new white, say floppy hat, but it looks fairly stiff out there.
Yeah. Shane Snater gets ready to deliver in to David Bedingham on strike. As he runs in, oh no, I think they're making a few fielding changes, and now Shane Snater runs in to David Bedingham. In he goes, and just a defensive block from Bedingham.
Jeff's been back in touch. He was having a bit of trouble with the website.
Okay.
I think it's a new functionality of the website rather than anything being technically wrong with it, other than the fact that it's not good for the users apparently. But he said it was running okay until the extra link with the play button was added. Hey ho, well, we have emailed the BBC help desk. We'll see if we can get anything changed.
So Snater gets ready for second delivery of the over. And he runs into Bedingham. Again, just blocked straight back to Snater.
Appeal for a run out of the non-strikers end, but Lee's had his bat well and truly down inside the crease. John's been in touch. I'm listening to the cricket via the BBC Sport app and can access the scorecard at the same time using scores and fixtures in the strapline at the top. All this tech stuff.
Yeah, not my speciality, I must admit.
Don't expect to be getting this on the on the Sunday. We've got a smart speaker email coming in now. I'll let you commentate on this before we get onto smart speakers.
Shane Snater in once again to Bedingham. Oh, and just misses leg side.
Okay, so thanks to Andrew for emailing it on the smart speaker to listen to the commentary. You can't just say play BBC Sport Essex v Durham. You've got to upload the BBC Sound skill to your Alexa unit. Have you got an Alexa?
No, I don't know.
I have an Alexa. I just never ever use it.
Ah, fair enough.
You've got to do what?
You've got to upload the skill, Martin.
The school?
The skill.
Skill?
Yeah, the BBC Sound skill. I'll finish off Andrew's email in a second.
As a Snater in once again to Bedingham. Oh, and a lovely drive from Bedingham picked up though.
Beautiful.
Has it gone for four?
Yeah, it has, yeah.
Oh, went past the fielder. It looked like the fielder got a hand on it, but it's gone past him on the offside for four. Lovely stroke there from Bedingham.
Really was right out of the middle of the bat, that one. Paul Water diving to his left-hand side. Couldn't get anywhere near it. Okay, so you've got to upload the skill, and then you need to link your Alexa account with the BBC Sounds app. God. Once this has been done, you can get commentary by saying launch BBC Sounds, then play Essex versus Durham, and you will get the commentary.
Sounds very complicated.
It does, yeah. We do sound like three old men trying to talk about technology that's way beyond our skill set. Okay, so you got to add the BBC Sound skill to your Alexa unit. I'll come back to that in a second.
Snater in once again to Bedingham, and this time just defensively prodded. Forward by Bedingham, no run taken. So 128 for 2, Durham.
I'll tell you something, they didn't put that in the BBC email that went out a few weeks ago. Right, so you first need to add the BBC Sound skill to your Alexa unit. Then you need to link your Alexa account with the BBC Sounds app. Once that's been done, you can get commentary by saying launch BBC Sounds, then play Essex versus Durham, and you'll get commentary. So thank you very much, Andrew, for emailing in for that, 'cause that's cleared up a few things.
Can I point out that if you've got a smart speaker and you listen to BBC Sounds, you've probably already done that anyway.
Snater in final delivery of the over into Bedingham, and just hit on the leg side for a single for Bedingham to end the over. Durham 129 for 2, 28 overs gone in the day as we near towards lunch.
Apologies, we do sound like complete Luddites. We don't mean to. Ken's been in touch as well. Good morning. I wonder if there are any umpires among the commentators who can answer me a question which has puzzled me for the best part of 90 years. It is this: if the bowler pitches a ball outside of the off stump, which would have hit the wicket had his pad not got in the way, he is out, LBW. If the same thing happens with the ball pitched on the leg side, he is not out. Why should this be? Could you please give me the answer by email, as I can't raise you on my PC? Well, for the listeners, basically it's to stop. The reason you can't be LBW with the ball pitched outside leg stump is it's basically deemed like a negative tactic. Yeah. So it's to stop bowlers from constantly bowling outside the leg stump. As Porter comes in, and that's just defended square on the offside, and there's no run. That's purely it, because otherwise teams in desperate situations would just constantly bowl more and more outside the leg stump to stop runs being scored.
Weren't England notorious for that in the 50s under Len Hutton? Was it the...
I mean, I wasn't around then,
yeah,
so I know I look old, but I'm not that old. Well, they had the the leg side theory in Australia in the 30s.
Okay,
that was slightly different as Porter bowls full, driven through the offside, a thickish outside edge. It's run away past the man at backward point. It's Snater chase and slide comes in. They'll come back for 2 runs. And the score goes to 131 for 9. Yes, so back in the 30s, you could have as many fielders you like behind square on the leg side. You can now only have 3, I think it is, maximum. And that was to stop quick bowlers bowling short outside leg stump at your head. But the LBW rule is to just avoid negative tactics. And it works.
Yeah.
So Ken, I will get back to you on email as soon as possible. As Porter bowls full, almost Yorker length, dug out by Bedingham, drives straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 131 for 2. Partnership is creeping up towards that 50 mark. 2 more runs for the 50 partnership. Porter going back to his mark. Daniel's been in touch asking about the backstory of Ethan Bosch. We'll have a look for you. As Porter bowls, that's an outside edge, it's a wild swipe, it's going to go for 4 runs, there's no slip there, there's only 2 in. It would have probably gone straight to maybe 4 slip a gully had there been one. It races away for 4 runs, and that's the 50 partnership up as well. 135 for 2, and as soon as people realise that's the 50 partnership, there'll be a ripple of applause that goes round. 52 runs off 62 balls, so it's come up a fair old lick as well.
Pace,
How many overs have we had this morning? 29th, and we've still got about 6 minutes to go, so probably get 31 in the morning session. Don't often get that. Porter in, bowls, and that's defended away into the leg side, and they'll scramble a single here, wide of mid-on, on 36 for 2. So, South African Ethan Bosch made his first-class debut for KwaZulu-Natal in the 2016-17 Sunfall 3-Day Cup on the 12th of January. So, he has been about a little bit already. Made a List A debut for them in the provincial CSA One-Day Challenge Cup on the 12th of February, as that's down the leg side, nicely taken by Pepper, rolling away to his left-hand side. There's no bat on it though, and that is the end of the over. Durham going along really nicely this morning, 136 for 2. They'll get at least 1 more over in before the lunch break.
South Africa's constant ability to produce
it is
paces
amazing,
is remarkable.
Yeah, he's 26 years old, born 27th of April 1998. Just trying to look for some figures here. So he's got a bowling average of 27 and has claimed 92 wickets. And he's apparently not a bad batter as well. 1,000 runs at almost 23, which is not bad for a bowler at all. Represented his country at under 19, playing 2 youth tests and 2 youth ODIs, and turned out for Pretoria Capitals in both the 2023 and 2024 editions of the South African T20 competition. So he's got some pedigree.
Yep.
And it's Snater to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Phil getting a little bit spread now. Essex on the defence.
Snater in to David Bedingham, who's on strike. Snater delivers. Oh! Shout for LBW, not given. Could have just been missing leg there. I'll have to check the replays, but not given there. Big appeal from Snater.
Just waiting for the replay to come up on the screen. A few OEW shouts this morning, all turned down by the umpire. In fact, no, they haven't all been from this end. Most of them have been from this end, though, I think. Height is the issue there. Height and possibly leg side, but definitely height.
Snater in once again to Bedingham. time just blocked forward all straight back to Snater. Essex seamers haven't been able to get as much bounce as they were in the early stages of this session.
Yeah, that early movement off the pitch just seems to have died down a little bit as the morning's gone on.
Well, with the sun out now, the pitch is going to flatten out, so it will benefit the Durham batters in the afternoon sessions, you'd imagine.
They're trying to get the ball changed here, Essex. Is it going through? Yep, it is going. Looks like it's going through that little contraption. So we might have a ball change here. Let's see what's. Yeah, I think we are. Harmer's going to have a word with the umpire. What's happening here? And looking at the ball, I'm sure thought I saw it go through the rings, but no.
Sticking with the same ball.
They got to stick with it. It's been battered about a bit this morning, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So wouldn't be a surprise if it's slightly out of shape. Really entertaining morning's cricket.
That's Nater in once again to Bedingham. And a swipe from Bedingham straight down the offside, down for 4.
Yeah, lovely cut shot. There's 2 fielders out there, wide of the man at backward point, and the sweeper on the boundary just couldn't get anywhere near it.
It's been a really fluent inning so far from Bedingham.
Yeah, he's looked class. 41 so far off, sorry, 45 so far off 48 deliveries. Rattling along.
Yeah.
Full of confidence. 800 runs and more so far this season. And he wants more today.
Snater in once again to Bedingham, and this time just prodded forward by Bedingham, no run taken.
He looks so confident, doesn't he? Unrushed, unruffled.
Yeah. We've got 2 deliveries left on what should be the final over before lunch.
Yeah, the clock on the pavilion's a little bit slow, isn't it? It's saying it's 5 to 1, but on my phone it's saying it's 12:59.
Yeah.
So I think they're desperately trying not to bowl another over this morning.
Snater running in once again to Bedingham, and just hit down the leg side by Bedingham, no run taken.
I suspect we'll see quite a bit of the spinners this afternoon again.
Snater gets ready for a final delivery of the over.
Yeah, really taking his time now. A slow walk back, a bit of a conversation with the captain, tosses the ball up a couple of times, rubs his hand on the floor, just eking this last ball out. I think this is going to be the final delivery of the morning session.
So Snater into Bedingham.
Oh.
And a lovely cut shot there, and it's going to go for 4 in between the fielders. Down
What
the
a
leg side.
shot that was. What a way to finish the morning session.
Great, and what has been an entertaining morning session.
Santoki, been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you again after lunch. So Durham go to lunch, 140 for 2. Swashbuckling innings from Bedingham so far, 49 off 51. Alex Lee still there, 50 off 83. Ethan Bosch, from an Essex point of view, has been the star of the morning, taking the 2 wickets. First wicket for Essex with his second delivery. But at the moment it's Durham on top, 144 for 2 at lunch. Join us again in 40 minutes time.
Runs the Mummy Motivator social media account.
In all honesty, I'm quite lucky. I've got both my mum and my mum-in-law that work part-time, so they can have the flexibility to help out with the kids. But on the flip side of that, if they did move away, I'd really struggle, and I think it's a huge thing because I know a lot of people don't have that option.
Preparations are taking place for next weekend's Falling on the Hill Feast and Fair. It's the largest village event in the county and is celebrating the Golden Jubilee revival. The gathering dates back to the 13th century. The area was granted a royal charter to hold a feast and celebration on the last weekend of June. In BBC Essex Sport, it's day 1 of Essex's County Championship match against Durham at Chelmsford. BBC Essex's David Brett is watching live at the county ground.
Yeah, it's a rip-roaring first session. Durham 144 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat. It hasn't all gone Essex's way, unfortunately, but Ethan Bosch, the signing midweek on debut, took a wicket with his second delivery, the wicket of Jones for 38, who was slapping Simon Harmer about all over the county ground, so it was good to see the back of Jones. He also took the wicket of Borthwick a few overs later for 5, but it has been Durham's morning. 144 for 2. Lees is still there on 50. Bedingham, who's the top scorer in the county championship so far this season, he's 49 not out. He's had an excellent morning session. It's been really good stuff in beautiful weather down at the county ground. But we're at lunch and Durham are 144 for 2.
And commentary continues this afternoon with David and the team via the BBC Sport.
Taking to the field, your Essex team led by captain Tom Wesley.
Welcome back to Chelmsford for the afternoon session on day one of Durham against Essex. Durham won the toss this morning and decided to bat, and at lunch they are 144 for 2. Alex Lees has 50, it's the third time he's got there this season, and David Bedingham in ominous form, 4 consecutive centuries in the county championship. He's had a couple of half centuries in the T20, he's on 49. Interesting morning, and the wickets falling, both going to the South African all-rounder Ethan Bosch, who got Michael Jones, the opener, caught behind when he was on 38, and then Scott Borthwick playing at a ball that would have been a one-day wide, clipped it to the keeper when he should have left it alone, so he was out for 5. But Durham 144 for 2, and we're ready to rock and roll here on the BBC. Martin Emerson with you from BBC Radio Newcastle. We've got Santa K Nega Lundgren from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, who has travelled up from Wimbledon today to join us, and David Brett as well. Here we go then, first over after lunch.
And it's Alex Lees taking strike and just nudged past lip, and it's going to go for 4. Yep. And Durham continuing their scoring rate straight after lunch. That's a 4 for Alex Lees, and it takes them up to 148 for 2.
Got to his half century just before lunch in 81 balls, 7 fours and a 6. And then he seemed to be on 50 for about 4 or 5 overs at the end of the session.
The Durham almost going at 5 and over so far, so very Bazball-esque innings as Bosch runs in once again to Lees, and he just drives it forward back to Bosch.
We were looking up Ethan Bosch's family earlier. So his brother is a professional cricketer in South Africa, and his father played a test match when South Africa returned to the international fold in Barbados, just the one test, like in 1991-92. His father sadly died when he was only 33, I think. He was called Tertius, his brother is Corbin.
As Bosch runs in once again to Alex Lees, just misses there. Great movement there from Bosch, and he's looked lively this morning, Bosch, and he's continued that in this afternoon session.
I'm just going to plant my heavy notepad on top of our commentary machine because the sun's on it, and if it overheats it'll switch itself off. It's very hot in the sun when we're having lunch. It was I was trying to shelter underneath a little awning out the back next to the cafe, but the sun was catching part of my arm.
Yeah. As Bosch runs in once again to Alex Lees. Oh, just driven off the bat there. No run taken. It goes on the offside, and Lees looking uncomfortable against the deliveries from Bosch. Bosch obviously with both wickets so far this morning. He'll be looking to get a few more scalps in this afternoon session. Bosch gets ready to run in once again. Ethan Bosch into Alex Lees. Oh, and driven straight forward by Alex Lees. No run taken. Just went down to mid-off. Lees on 54. David Bedingham 1 away from his half century. Been a fluid innings from Bedingham, only faced 51 balls, so his attacking prowess has been on show this morning for Durham. As Bosch gets into running once more to Alex Lees, and just putted forward, defensive shot there from Lees, no run taken.
I went for the headline Bish Bash Bosch earlier on the BBC website. I was interested to see if it would have been used or not. David Bedingham's just scoring runs for fun this year.
Yeah.
So he just seems to be playing in a different game to everybody else. Makes it look so easy. So I said he's had 4 centuries in a row in the championship. He's got 5 in all this year, plus another 50. Harmer's going to switch ends. No, he's not. He's not. I'm looking at the wrong person. Harmer is coming on from the river end again. So Bedingham has so far for Durham. He got 1,019 runs last year. Got that many stats for him. It takes ages to read through them all. So he's had 1,400 and 9 50s for Durham. So
wow.
Here we go. That's Harmer bowls, and that's played off towards mid wicket to Elgar. No run. Dean Elgar fielding in close on that leg side. It's a lovely sunny day here in Chelmsford. Harmer around the wicket again to Bedingham. Bedingham plays that to backward square leg. There's a misfield and he'll get a run, and that takes him to 50. And he has got there in 53 balls, 8 fours.
Bedingham's 50 has come off 53 deliveries and included 8 fours.
Very impressive innings from Bedingham so far. Some impressive stroke play we've seen from him.
Lee's on strike to Harmer. That skids in low and he keeps it out late, plays it to mid wicket. Durham have only won once here. That was on their first visit in 1993. Harmer around the wicket again. Played up to long on for 1 by Lees. They lost on the last visit here during the Bob Willis Trophy in 2021.
That brings up to 150 for Durham as well.
150 coming up in 31.4 overs. 150 for 2. Next ball played by Bedingham down to Wesley. That's long on. So that win here in 1993. They've lost here in 1995, 1997 and 2021. They're also defeats in 2002 in Colchester and 2005 in Southend. Ball played away up towards long on for 1 run by Lees. And that is the end of the over. Until they met in the Bob Willis Trophy. I don't think they played each other for 11 years because I think Essex went down in 2010, I think it was. And then when Durham were relegated by the ECB at the end of the 2016 season, Essex were on the way up. So I think that was the longest gap Durham had between playing another side.
As Ethan Bosch gets ready to start his over. Alex Lees on strike. And it's Bosch into Leash. Oh, and just edge past slip by Lees. It's gone for 4. Another streaky shot there from Alex Lees, but he gets the 4. It's been quite a few today so far. Just I had no control of it. Just came off the edge of the bat and ran for a 4. And frustrating for Bosch there.
I think you've got a first slip in and a third slip, but no second slip,
yeah.
And it went in the gap. So who's that fielding in there? Matt Critchley. He's more a sort of short gully, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
First slip is Simon Harmer.
And it's Bosch in to Alex Lees once again. And this time just driven forward defensively from Alex Lees, no run taken. I believe Bedingham scored his maiden test century as well this year for South Africa, 110 against New Zealand.
Yeah.
So he's in fine form.
On tour, wasn't it? Didn't they have to take a different squad out there because of the South African T20 tournament as well?
Yeah, it was essentially a reserve side that had to go out. And Bosch in to Alex Lees. once again. Oh, and driven on the offside by Lees, no run taken. Yeah, it clashed with the South Africa T20 tournament, so under the instructions of the board, Cricket South Africa, all first choice players had to play in the T20 competition, so essentially left those red ball specialists, those who weren't in the first team, to tour New Zealand. Controversial move.
Did they win the test that he got the century in?
I believe so.
Think they did, didn't they?
Yeah. Bosch in again to Alex Lees, just nudges it down the leg side, takes a single. I'll have to check the results of that series.
Chris White, looking back at the morning session, says a great session for Durham considering the ball was doing a bit early doors. They did well in not letting Harmer settle.
Yeah, so New Zealand won both of those tests. In New Zealand, it was the first time New Zealand had defeated South Africa in a test series.
Ah, New Zealand won them.
Yeah. As Bosch comes into the right-handed Bedingham, just drives it on the offside, no run taken.
Nice hot weather for the National Road Race Cycling Championships this afternoon, which are in Saltburn in Cleveland. Hot day for the riders today. All the national championships taking place across Europe and many other corners of the world, with the Tour de France on the horizon next week.
So Ethan Bosch in once again to David Bedingham and just tap down the leg side, no run taken.
End of the over. This year's Tour de France is not actually going to Paris. It'll be the first time that it hasn't visited Paris, and it's not going to Paris because of the Olympics.
Yeah.
So it's finishing in Monaco and Nice with a time trial, and it starts in Italy. So
wow.
The first 3 days of the Tour de France are in Italy this year. I think I saw somewhere the other day that the 2026 version is going to start in Barcelona.
Oh wow.
So you could ride back into France from there.
Yes, the Paris Olympics starts next month then, I believe. I know.
We were there last August on holiday for
Okay.
a few days, and it was just before the Rugby World Cup, and all the big public buildings had massive, giant posters on them of all the players. First time I've been there since the 90s.
Oh wow.
Harmer bowling to Lees from the river end, the Cook end of the ground. Right arm round, Lees plays that back to him. Yeah, there's a lot going on in Paris, it has to be said, but I enjoyed it. Harmer again bowls, it's played back to him by Lees. We stayed in a caravan park on the banks of the River Seine, and we were able to walk up the hill, get the fast train into the city centre. You're in about 10 minutes.
Oh
So
wow.
It was a
Yeah,
lovely
that's
spot. Harmer bowls again, and again it's played back to him by Lees. You been there?
Paris, yeah. Went to watch a PSG match at the
Did
Parc
you?
des Princes not too long ago.
Harmer bowls, and this is defended. Goes short on the offside. I was going down the cricket writers' annual lunch/dinner in London in November, and there were 3 lads got on the train in Northallerton who were Newcastle fans, and they got lost and played Paris Saint-Germain. Lees plays this to mid-wicket, it's a dot ball, and it was only when they were on the train they realised that Paris Saint-Germain don't play at Saint-Denis,
Yeah.
they play at the Parc des Princes, and they'd booked their ticket, they'd booked a hotel next to the stadium at Saint-Denis. So this is another defensive shot, and that is a maiden from Harmer. Batsman had to play at every one of those there. That was wasn't that a controversial Paris Saint-Germain win? Was it a dodgy handball or an offside
Yeah,
or something? I can't remember now.
Did Newcastle win the home leg like 4-1 or
Yeah.
something? Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, they got off to an excellent start and then didn't get out of the group.
Yeah. And they haven't qualified this season, have they?
No, they were hoping to get a UEFA Cup spot, but they didn't make it.
So Ethan Bosch with the ball in hand once again. David Bedingham taking strike, and it's Bosch into Bedingham. Lovely drive down the offside, and he's going to get 2 off it. Yeah, easily taken 2.
Snyder diving across there in the covers, got a hand to it, but he couldn't stop it, and he's now down on his haunches. I'm wondering if he's taking one off the wrist there, maybe.
Yeah. Looks okay. Shaking it off.
England against the United States starts at 3:30 today. Is that their local time or our time?
Our time, yeah. So Ethan Bosch into Bedingham. No run taken. Yeah, it's local time. They play half of the games at 10:30 a.m. in the Caribbean,
Right.
so 3:30 p.m. our time.
West Indies playing South Africa tomorrow. In the county championship down at Canterbury, Kent 106 for 2 against Lancashire in Division 1. Notts are playing Somerset at Trent Bridge. They're 134 for 3.
Bosch into Bedingham. Just hit forward from Bedingham straight back to Bosch. No run taken.
Hampshire in Birmingham against Warwickshire are 116 for 1. In Worcester, Surrey, the visitors, are 114 for 2. And in Division 2 in Cardiff, Northants elected the bat. They're 112 for 3. At Lords, Middlesex are playing Derbyshire, and Middlesex chose the bat. They're 99 for 2. Sussex are playing Leicestershire at Hove. Sussex 94 for 3.
Bosch down the slope into David Bedingham and just swiped down the leg side for a single. Went down to square leg and takes Durham to 160 for 2.
Yorkshire are playing Gloucestershire in Scarbados. Yorkshire 118 without loss. Durham were there in July last year and it just absolutely hammered it down. It was just biblical storm one night and they never got on the next day, and out on the outfield it felt like you were floating. And then the day after that they never got on, and that afternoon there was an absolute almighty storm and there were floods in the area.
So Bosch in. It's Alex Lees on strike now. Bosch into Leash and just driven down the leg side. No run taken. Picked up at short leg.
And the game was eventually abandoned as a draw. I can't even remember if Durham went into bat at all. I remember Yorkshire batted first, but there's hardly any action over the 4 days. But it felt like last year that the weather just broke in July, because the previous game in Derby it had been really bad weather for a couple of days, and it just never seemed to get better. None of the matches in the championship at the back end of from then on really.
Bosch into Alex Lees. Just tapped on the offside, down to mid-off, no run taken. So that's the end of the over. 162, it's 160 for 2 for Durham, 35 overs gone in a day. Alex Lees on 61 and David Bedingham on 54.
There was one day towards the end of the season where they went off for bad light around about lunchtime, and there was no rain forecast or anything, and it was a really gloomy day, and it felt like it was dusk all day long.
Wow.
And then the next day it was announced on our weather forecasts that it had been smoke from wildfires in Canada.
Really? Wow.
And drifted across the Atlantic and just sat over us.
Oh wow.
Harmer will continue here. He has bowled 10 overs, done for 53. 2 of them maidens, going at around about 5, just over 5 and over. Tom Wesley has just had a chat with him and is now run down to long on, fielding just below our commentary position as Bedingham cuts the first ball down towards backward point for 1. Those of you not familiar with Essex, we're in the commentary box at the back of a stand with a river running round the back of us. Across to the left hand side there's a complex of apartments with balconies, so a few people out on their balconies watching the cricket. Harmer bowls, and that's pushed away out into the covers, no run there. Top end of the ground is a housing estate which looks like it's probably 1930s, something like that.
Yeah.
And the pavilion under the stands run across the right hand side of the ground. Next ball is played by Lees back to Harmer. Harmer bowling with his sunglasses on. 4 wickets he needs for 450 in first-class cricket for Essex. Right arm round the wicket. Lees plays the ball to Elgar, who's close in on the offside. Elgar looks like he's on stage. There's lots of theatrics going on there and strange movements, and pushed a fielder in close in on the leg side as well there, very advanced mid-on. The ball has just gone to him, Nick Brown. So Elgar's at a short cover. Harmer bowls. Played back along the ground by Lees. A big stride forward to get on top of that one. He holds the pose. As 1 run is conceded off the over.
Harmer and Bedingham both played a lot of South African domestic cricket over the years, so you'd imagine they would have faced up to each other many a time.
Yeah. When did Harmer come to Essex? How many years has he been here now? Is it 5 or something? I've got it in my notes somewhere. In fact, I haven't.
2016 he joined the club
so
on a coal pack deal.
Right. You over.
And it's Bosch into Bedingham. That was just a block there from Bedingham, no run taken. Bosch as well, I'm sure, would have faced Bedingham a few times in domestic cricket in South Africa.
Yeah, they all get to know each other, don't they?
Yeah. So Bosch runs in down the slope to David Bedingham on strike, and Bedingham just driven down the offside to mid-off, no run taken. Bedingham and Lees look very comfortable at the crease at the moment. No real opportunities given to Essex so far, who are trying desperately to prize their wickets. And it's Bosch running in once again to David Bedingham. And just a drive straight down the leg side by Bedingham.
I have to say, they did use it, bish bash bosh. There you are. It's made my day, that. On the BBC cricket website, the live feed, all the different commentators around the country feed into that during the day, so you can see what's going on in all the different matches. For county championship games anyway, they do that.
Ethan Bosch runs in once again to David Bedingham, and that's again just driven down to short leg by Bedingham, and it's no run taken. So
Jordan Cox has just tried to run David Bedingham out there, and I can't see the crease line from here, but Bedingham was walking around, but I would say probably in his crease, and Cox threw the ball at the stumps anyway. Bedingham didn't make any movement as if he was shocked and needed to be back in his crease, which suggests he was already there.
As the sun comes out once again, Bosch runs in to Bedingham, and that's just driven nicely down the leg side. Is that
No
going to
ball.
go? No ball.
And he fell over in the process.
So no ball ordered. Bosch will have to retake it. And yeah, Jordan Cox, I believe, is playing his 50th first-class match, coming off a brilliant double century against Kent in their last game. So Bosch runs in once again, this time to Alex Lees, who's on strike. And it just hitting down to mid-off. Struck heavily by Alex Lees, but no run on offer.
Yeah, it was end of May, wasn't it? Cox got 238 not out against his former club. Essex this year from Kent.
Final ball of the over from Ethan Bosch into Alex Lee, and again just driven down to short leg, but again no run on offer. So that's the end of the over. Durham 164 for 2, 37 overs played in the day.
Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper's got links to Durham because he went to Durham Uni and he played first class cricket for them back in the day. His best bowling figures were against Durham, 4 for 55 for Durham Uni in 2010, so quite a few years ago. He was with Durham University from 2009 until 2011. Drinks being brought out here by, I think that's Graham Clark, Durham's 12th man. Not featuring in this one. He's played a role as an opener in the T20. He's been a regular in the Durham Championship side for the last year and a half, but drops out today. So Durham go for Bedingham and Ackerman. Harmer bowls. Bedingham plays the ball down the field for 1 run. So Durham switched the batting lineup around today, and they opened with Michael Jones, so he came into the side. So he opened with Alex Lees, he was out for 38, then Scott Borthwick came in at number 3 and was out for 5, both caught behind off Ethan Bosch. And Bedingham and Lees have been together since the 19th over, as Lees comes forward to this one, pushes it towards point, goes for a quick single. Racing in there with the wide brimmed hat to pick that up was Jamie Porter. So this partnership now, as they move on to 165 for 2, is 82 from 114 balls. Harmer, right arm over to Bedingham. Bedingham plays it down to Wesley at long on, 1 run. Nick Brown has left the slip cordon to go and field at silly mid-on to Lees. Lees cuts it out the other way though towards Snater through the covers. No run. Got a mixture of blue sky and fluffy white cloud, but when the sun's out it's hot.
Yep.
Harmer around the wicket, he bowls. Ball is played back to him by Lees. A couple of goals flying by. Harmer round the wicket, bowls. Lees lobs it in the air. 1 bounce 4, I think. It is, yeah. Played it straight back over the bowler's head and down to the boundary below our commentary position. So the score moves on to 171 for 2. Lees has 66 and Bedingham has 58. Harmer 12 overs done for 61.
Durham certainly justified in their decision to bat first. It always looked like a batting pitch with this weather. They'll be looking to post a big first innings. And there's a change of bowling as Ethan Bosch comes off for Paul Water from the Graham Gooch end.
I think quite a few of the locals were surprised to see Walter included in the side today. But he's going to be handed the ball now. And we're going to see some left arm medium pace. So he's 4 runs away from 2000 in first class cricket. And in terms of wickets, he's got 25 best figures, 3 for 20 against Lancashire last year. And he was pivotal in Essex's fight back against Durham here 3 years ago on that Saturday afternoon when he made 77 and gave Essex something to bowl at the next day, and they won by And on the Saturday morning of that game, it didn't look like the game would go probably beyond lunchtime or into the early afternoon.
It's Paul Walter in, first delivery of the day into David Bedingham, and it's just swiped down the offside. Should pick up 2 for that, and he does very comfortably in the end.
I think somebody's got a timing issue with their motorbike, backfiring. Hundreds of motorbikes travelling along the coast from Sunderland to South Shields today for the annual Armed Forces Day in South Shields.
And it's Paul Walter running in again with some left arm medium pace into David Bedingham, and just smashed straight down for a 4.
It's like a baseball shot, that, wasn't it?
Really swung at that Bedingham and gets the 4. And that takes Durham to 177 for 2. Bedingham on 64th, just 70 balls. So continuing that attacking intent in this afternoon session.
You can smell suntan lotion. It's being applied in the stand in front of us.
Bedingham again swipes it down the offside for a single. Or is he going to thought about taking a second, but decided to just stick with the single. So Alex Lees will now take strike.
There's a 12th man on for Essex.
Paul Walter gets ready for its 3rd delivery of the over. Alex Lees will be taking strike.
I think it's Feroz Kushi who's come on as a 12th man on his birthday. How old is he today? 25 today. Trying to remember what it was like being 25. A long time ago.
Walter into Alex Lees, just went past leg. There was one shout from the Essex fielders. Don't think it got any contact.
Martin Saggers, the umpire, is switching ends here because he realised Lees is left-handed, so he's switched across the square to go to square leg.
Walter in to Alex Lees again, just nudged forward, no run taken.
Just trying to look at that flag at the far end of the ground. I think the ground level, I would hazard a guess, the wind's coming from the north. And it's a very warm wind. Or should I say breeze.
Final delivery of the over. Walter into Alex Lees and just driven straight forward, no run taken. So that's the end of the over. Durham on 178 for 2, and with that I'm going to bring David back onto commentary.
See you again in half an hour. Gentle breeze from the west northwesterly it is. With cloud cover now, just makes things a little bit more comfortable. High bank of fluffy white cloud just drifting in from the northwest. Here in Chelmsford. Conversation going on here before Homer starts his new over, having another chat with his skipper, who's now dropped down too long on. On strike is Bedingham. Harmer right arm over the wicket. Bedingham is caught behind. Whatever was said, it's worked, because Harmer's got his first wicket of the match. Bedingham is out for 65. That ends a partnership with Leeds have 95 and Durham are 178 for 3. So Harmer needs 3 more for 450 first class wickets.
Just found the perfect length. Hasn't been too menacing so far in this first innings, but that was a lovely delivery. Brought the batsman forward, and he can only nick it behind. And as a decent knock from Bedingham, 65 off 71.
His run of consecutive centuries ends at 4.
Yeah, clearly a lot of talent there. Very good batsman. Look forward to seeing a lot more of him.
David Bedingham was caught by Michael Pepper after bowling of Simon Harmer at 65.
Is he just a one-season signing?
No, he came in, he signed and then everybody went into lockdown, so yeah. He played here in
The incoming batter for Durham,
2021. He might have got a first bowler in the second innings. Ollie Robinson's the new man.
First time I've seen Robinson. Another one with a chance of an England call-up.
There's a drinks break taking place while the wicket happened.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. See what's happening around the grounds.
Well, I've just done it.
Oh, you've just done it.
Yeah, saved you a job there.
Yeah. Runs still coming relatively quickly, maybe not as quickly as they did towards the end of the last session, but 34 in the space of half an hour.
Harmer bowling to Robinson. Robinson takes a stride forward there and the ball bounces up and hits him on the arm guard. Got a short leg in. Under the helmet, a short leg is Nick Brown. Keeper under the stump's got a tight slip as well. And that, it was in the air momentarily, played by Robinson to Elgar. Bounced just in front of him at short mid-wicket.
Gone in a bit closer now as Elgar.
Next ball from Harmer is loopy. And it's...
What on earth was that?
It's edged up into the air, but I think it might have come off the keeper's glove and was caught at first slip by Jordan Cox, but I don't think the batsman got anywhere near that one. Harmer jogs in and bowls. Robinson pads up and it hits him on the thigh pad.
Suddenly looking very dangerous, isn't he, Harmer?
How many balls has he got left in this over? 56.1 overs remaining today. Comes in and bowls again, and that's bat and pad. Good over. It's a wicket maiden. It's the second wicket maiden of the innings. Bedingham, the man, out for 65.
Yeah, important breakthrough that for Essex. They've got to keep going though. Durham got plenty on the board for this stage of the game. Remember, Durham won the toss, elected to bat 178 for 3, just over half an hour into the afternoon session. So, Paul Walter to continue from the Graham Gooch end. He's going to go left arm over to the left-handed Lees as he bowls now, and Lees just on his toes, tickles that away into the leg side. It'll just be a singles. 3 fielders start to converge on the ball. 179 for 3. Didn't see how close that edge went to the slips just after lunch.
Well, it was wide of, you had one slip and then a gully, and there's quite a bit of a gap that went through the gap.
So Essex still creating chances. Durham also still scoring runs. Another conversation between captain and this time his bowler is Paul Walter. Trying to figure out field placings. Let's have a look. So the man at deep backward point is coming up to more of a conventional backward point, I would suggest, although he's not running too quickly. Who I did see on my travels at lunchtime with Dick Davis, who's here today as a spectator only. Sam Cook, who didn't seem to be hobbling about too much with his hamstring, so I guess he's on the road to recovery.
Haven't they got Surrey next?
Surrey next week at the Oval, huge game. Walter bowls left arm over to the right-handed Robertson, who guides that nicely away through mid-wicket. That should be 4 runs, I think. Has the fielder managed to keep it in? No. I can't see who that is out there. Too far away in the distance. 4 runs to the total, 183 for 3. And Robinson off the mark. Lovely clip 4 through the leg side. Very short boundary out there. Short boundary on the community stand side, a long boundary out towards the pavilion away to our right. Here comes Walter, drops this one in short. It's pulled around the corner, but a deep fine leg will filled, and that'll just be 1 to the total. 184 for 3. A few more clouds building up, actually.
Hot when the sun comes out, though.
It is, yes. Absolutely roasting.
Just saying earlier, my arm was burning while I was down at the kiosk getting lunch, and I've got factor 30 on today.
Walter back at the top of his mark, and he's running in now past the umpire, and he bowls, and that's on the pads of Lees. Just turns it around down towards turns it around down towards fine leg for a single. Porter fields. I'll be 1 to the total, 185 for 3. Lees moves to 68. It's been the mainstay of the innings so far.
I was talking to a Durham supporter called Ethan, who has come up from London on the train this morning. He said there was quite a few people on his train in Durham tops.
Yeah, nice.
From Liverpool Street.
Yeah, good. Walter up to the stumps, bowls across the bows of the batsman Robinson, who just jabs the ball out into the offside, and it's fielded at extra cover, and there's no run. Did I hear the announcer call Ethan Bosch Eton Bosch?
I don't know. That sounds like a bit of an Eton mess.
It does, yeah. I might have misheard that. Walter, ball in hand again, sun beating down. Elbows jutting out, up to the stumps, bowls fullish length, and that's just guided out into the offside, and there's no run, and that is the end of the over. We have had, how many overs? 41 overs in the Durham innings, and they are 185 for 3, going along quite nicely. And on the road to some more batting points for the away side. Essex striving for wickets. Batting bonus points start at 250 upwards until 450 plus.
First 110 overs of each innings, which makes Durham's record last year even more remarkable. They moved them up by 50 runs. It used to be 200 for the first point, and to then get maximum batting points in 8 games after they changed it was really good going. Harmer bowling here to Lees. Lees drives at that one. It's gone out to Snater in the covers, no run.
Bowling bonus points. Well, Essex have already got 1. They start at 3 to 5 is 1 point, 6 to 8 2 points, and 9 and anything over 3 points.
Harmer round the wicket to Lees. All played to short mid-wicket, no run there. I think if I was outside, I'd be in that little stand over the far side with the roof on in the shade.
Yeah, it's a community stand over there.
Lees turns this up to Brown at short mid on. T-shirt weather today. T-shirts and shorts the order of the day for most people. Lees plays this ball to Elgar in the covers. We've waited a long time for some decent weather this year, haven't we? It's been miserable. Harmer bowls. And that's cut by... Oh, that's a nice shot. It's got more legs on it than I imagine. It's going to go for 4.
Yep.
From Lees, he's put it through the covers and down to the stand on our right-hand side for 4 runs.
Yeah, raced away, didn't it? Down the hill. Slope.
Don't know if you've noticed the Knights are drawing in now, aren't they?
So
it's Thursday. Winter's on the way.
mind you, it stays pretty light late from where you're from, right?
Oh yeah. If it's a nice clear night, you could still be playing golf at 10:30. Harmer in. That's gone down the leg side. I think that's come off the thigh pad. If anything, they're appealing, but not given. End of the over. So Durham 189 for 3 here on the BBC. I've played golf a few times on the summer solstice night, and you know you got to time it right. You can be coming down the last fairway at about 10:30, 20 to 11. You can still see the ball. Some nights it can be really overcast and dull, but sitting in the back garden on Thursday night and Friday night until well after midnight, very pleasant.
Yeah, nice.
We've just had a swan has built a nest on the ramp out the back of our house where the boats are launched in the river. So the ramp's been closed for about the last 6 weeks. They've fenced it all off, and then 5 cygnets hatched on Thursday.
Wow, fabulous.
So a new family of swans on the Riviera.
So here comes Walter to the right-handed Robinson off his toes, clip that away into the leg side. There's a sweeper down on the boundary, so it'll just be a single on the leg side. 190 for 3, and Robinson moves to 6. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. Water's filled a bit in-out at the moment. There's a third man, deep point, an extra cover, and mid-off. Sorry, mid-wicket as this bouncer flies through to the wicket-keeper. Sorry, I forgot it was a left-handed Lees on bat. So it's a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, a shortish mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, 2 slips. Is there a man out? Yeah, there's a man out at deep point as well, just backward a square on the offside. Walter, left arm over to the left-handed Lees. That's turned off his pads down towards fine leg for a single.
There's a few people enjoying a leisurely lunch in a marquee between the pavilion.
Yeah, very pleasant way to spend a
area.
Sunday. I'm just looking at the Sunday roast package here. Enjoy a roast dinner with family and friends on the Sunday of any Vitality County Championship fixture. Looks quite nice.
Beef on there, isn't it?
£69 plus VAT.
How much?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Plus VAT?
Plus VAT, yeah, per person.
Wow. It's a different world down here.
It is. Here comes Walter, and that's defended into the leg side, and there's no run. I just went past the ice cream van, and the 99 flake is now, well, if you get a large one, it's now £5.
You're having a laugh, aren't you?
No.
£5?
Yeah. Walter turns to come in again. Sun's just dipped behind one of the clouds above us. It's got a bit gloomy out there as this one is defended into the offside. Nice quick run taken by Robinson. Just guided it to the right of Porter, who's standing at backward point, and they get through for a single. 192 for 3. You got dinner plans for tonight, Martin?
I don't know. I'll go out on the bike somewhere, I think.
Oh yes, you're staying in Malden, aren't you?
Estuary.
Yeah.
Have a look about.
Beautiful part of the world. Get some oysters down there.
Oh, all right.
Very famous for their oysters down in
And
Malden.
there's sea salt. There's a sea salt plant there.
Yes. Walter in, drops that one short, pulled around the corner by Lees, down towards Porter, and there's no run. Not really. Every short ball I've seen so far seems to be very, very comfortably dealt with by the batsman. Anyway, that's the end of the over. A single off the last delivery. 193 for 3.
I met a very nice couple last night in the beer garden in the town and got chatting. And he played visually impaired cricket because one of my colleagues, Dom, who did commentary with me on Friday night, he plays for the Durham visually impaired team. And there seems to be more teams down here. It looks like it's more organised and there's more teams to choose from. So James and Debs, and he plays for London Metro. Harmer coming into bowl. Starting you over to Lees, that's defended. He said he's struggling to get tickets for Essex T20 games because they generally sell out, but he will be coming here to watch a Middlesex home match. They're playing a couple of games here.
Yeah.
Harmer again bowls and cut late by Lees down towards backward point for one. Fielder there is Jamie Porter.
They're not using their outgrounds, or some of their outgrounds, so they're using the county ground here. I think they've already played Kent here.
Have they?
Yeah, at the start of the competition.
So I wonder if they'll be playing Durham at Radlett then in the One Day Cup. This is a sweep slog. There's a man out in the deep, but it is not going to reach him. It's Snater. He dives in and stops the ball in front of the pavilion. 2 runs for Robinson.
Yeah, nice fielding on the bounce. That was tricky. He handled it well, Snater. Yeah, it goes back to our early conversation. Very rarely get to outgrounds these days.
Comes in and bowls.
Oh!
Yeah, well, all kinds going on there. Firstly, Robinson turned the ball to short leg. It's bounced off the fielder there, who's Nick Brown, and then nearly ricocheted back onto the stumps as he was stepping out of his crease. So he survived both scares somehow.
It did hit the stumps, didn't it? But I think he was comfortably back.
He uses his feet to go to the pitch of the ball from Harmer here and drives it through the covers for 4. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, lovely.
Nice movement of the feet. Robbie Stoke has emailed. He says, I feel a right numpty today. Today is the first day that I've actually realised Harmer is South African. So that brought up the Durham 200. It has 43.5 overs.
Well, in fairness, although he definitely is South African, he did try to play for England, didn't he? And then they changed the rules.
Bedingham was waiting for England and then decided he didn't want to wait any longer, so he chose South Africa. This is a defensive shot from Robinson at the end of the over, so Durham 200 for 3. I'll step out in a moment. He says, this comes after me bleating to mates for the last few years that Harmer should be an England spinner. Although I rate Leach about the same level.
Thank you.
Well, he says he doesn't rate Leach, basically. Long way of saying it. Well, he doesn't rate Leach, and Harmer should be in the England team. Anyway, right, what time is it? It's 2:30, so I'll pop off for half an hour.
Okie dokie. Thanks, Martin. Martin Emerson, BBC Newcastle. Listen to us on BBC Essex. Don't forget your smart speaker as well, providing you've downloaded all the apps and skills and everything. As Walter comes in, that's clipped away into the leg side. It's picked up nicely by Jordan Cox. That prevents a single. And we'll go back to the actual email we received earlier, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. Very, very kind listener Andrew emailed in. So if you want to listen to us on your smart speaker, you first need to add the BBC Sounds skill to your Alexa unit. Then you need a link to your Alexa account with the BBC Sounds app. As Walter comes in, Fuller left alone outside the off stump by Lees, and there's no run. 200 for 3. Once that's been done, you can get the commentary by saying launch BBC Sounds, then play Essex versus Durham, or whomever else you might want to listen to. But if you listen to us here, you want to listen to Essex v Durham, which is good. You got all that, Santoki?
Yeah, got all that. I'm still trying to process your information that it's now a £5 for 99 flick.
Yeah. Yes, inflation down in these parts. As Walter bowls, and that's defended into the offside. Mind you, you live in London as well, so you must experience something just as bad.
Yeah, it's probably why I've avoided ice cream vans for the past 10 years.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. There you go. Times move on. Greetings from the USA, says Jordan. Come to your email in a minute. Ooh. Enjoying the live stream from Rochester Hills, Michigan, USA. Lovely. Sounds beautiful. As Walter comes in, bowls. That's cut off the back foot. And no timing, though. Straight to the man on the bounce at cover. I think that's probably going to be Dean Elgar. Yep, it certainly is Dean Elgar. I'm only a couple of years into cricket fandom, but find Essex broadcast make for top entertainment, first class and T20 equally. Well, you've joined us at the right time, because Essex have been pretty good over the best part of the last decade. Not so good for the couple of decades before that, but yeah, they've been pretty decent. Walter in, bowls, that's a full, driven back to the bowler, and palmed away, and there's no run. A few of my friends and I have also had a great fun watching the World Cup this year, especially USA's surprise success playing in the Windies and here domestically. Can't wait to make it to a match someday. Yeah, absolutely, you're more than welcome. And if you pop over, come up to the commentary box. Maybe even over to the county ground in Chelmsford. Yeah, you're more than welcome. A big game in about an hour's time between England and USA, which will make the South Africa and West Indies game even bigger this evening, as that one's defended into the offside. That's gone up towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 200 for 3. Run rate's just slowed down slightly. Yeah, it has now. Lees has settled in, but I think once Bedingham was out, it was always going to slow down. Although Robinson has hit at a fair rate, 13, not coming off 16, but still overall Durham will be ecstatic at this start, 200 for 3 after 45 overs, and they'll be looking to post a mammoth first innings total to really put pressure on Essex here. Yeah, definitely, on their way towards it. Are you going to start for the West Indies game tonight? Yeah, of course. My body's telling me no, but I'm going to have to do it. Should be a good contest. South Africa have won 6 out of 6 so far in the World Cup, but with West Indies, if it's their day, you can't stop them. So expecting a big contest between the two. As Harmer comes in from the Alistair Cook end, and that's nicely blocked out by Robinson there. So Harmer, 72 off his 15 overs, got the crucial wicket off Bedingham actually. He'll be looking to capitalise on that now as he runs in once again to Robinson. Robinson just hits it down the offside and goes languidly for a 4. Very calm reaction there from Robinson. Yeah, looks like he barely hit that. It went completely out of my eye line, so I thought it had actually been fielded, but no, just crashed through the covers. Nice shot. Yeah, Harmer's pulled back his figures somewhat. He was going at almost 9s and over. As Robinson takes the single, just goes down to mid-off. Well, this is the first time I've seen Robinson. I'm very, very impressed by his batting. Yeah. I'm assuming he'll be in the conversation when the England Test squad gets announced. When does the West Indies Test series start? Wednesday, July the 10th. So England should be announcing their squad fairly soon, you'd imagine. Yeah. Harmer into Alex Lees. Alex Lees just jabs it forward. And we could see a few new faces. Bazball 2.0. I think even McCullum admitted they need to make some adjustments. Harmer in again to Lees, just blocked there. Well, if you look at the West Indies bowling attack, we'll be bringing in the summer Jaden Seals, Kim Roach, who have played county cricket this season. You've got Jason Holder, and then of course Shamar Joseph coming off his heroics at the Gabba against Australia. So Harmer into Lees once again, and just nudged gently on the offside, and had to scamper there for a single hit the wicket. I think he was in. I think he just... Good throw though. Yeah, good throw. Jamie Porter doing the fielding. It's just in front of point on the offside. Hit the stumps, but batsman has already made his ground. Yeah, nice to see Jason Holder back. Yeah. I think he's a phenomenal cricketer. Yeah, had a good spell at Worcestershire. Unfortunately was injured, so missed out on the World Cup, home World Cup, but he will be back for the Test series. I believe West Indies, the squad flew in on Wednesday or Thursday. Oh cool, they're already here. Yeah, they're based at Tonbridge School in Kent. Oh, very nice. Yeah, lovely part of the world. If you ever get the chance to go and see a match at they've got an outground in Tunbridge Wells. Okay. It's absolutely beautiful. Tree-lined ground, hedges right up to towards the boundary. It's fantastic. Oh, nice. Really enjoy it down there. Again, I haven't been for... Martin and I were talking about the lack of outgrounds that tend to get used these days. I haven't been to Tunbridge Wells for the best part of a decade, I don't think, but yeah, loved it every time I've been down there.
And that was the end of the over. So 206 for 3, Durham, 46 overs gone.
Yeah, infamously, the scene of one of my turning up. I've turned up to the wrong ground 3 times in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I turned up to Kent's home ground, St Lawrence Cricket Ground, not realising that it was in Tunbridge Wells, and obviously the Tunbridge Wells ground is about 40 minutes away. So, yeah, I didn't make the start of the game, unfortunately. And I thought I put in the right details in the sat nav, but obviously got it completely wrong. Right, we're going to see Critchley, so spin from both ends, a bit of leg spin from Critchley, that fires in, and that's turned off the pads by Lees, down towards deep square leg for a single, 207 for 3.
I actually made the same mistake when I was in Berlin trying to watch a Hertha Berlin game. I naturally assumed it would be at the Olympic Stadium where they play their games. However, there were Olympic qualifiers on at the time, so the stadium was literally on the other end of the metro line, so it was about an hour sitting on the metro, and got there just in time for the second half.
Oh no. Well, at least you got there in the end.
Yeah.
Critchley in again. Bowls. Oh, that's defended back. Bat and pad together. Umpire says not out. Got a big stride forward there as well. Did Robinson, who's on 18. 207 for 3. Tossed up by Critchley, and that's a thick outside edge. He's trying to drive that through the covers. It runs down towards backward point for no run. Dino Elgar fields. Critchley with those wraparound shades on. Moves in now. Bowls. Gives it a little bit more air this time. And that's guided to the same man. A bit more convincing, that shot from Robinson. But can't get it past the fielder at backward point, Dean Elgar. And again, there's no run. 207 for 3. Lees at the non-strikers then on 77. Critchley drops his one a shorter, bit of a drag down that one. That's cut away down toward deep backward point for a single. 208 for 3. So you never made it to the Olympic Stadium at all, or did you go on a...
I did do a stadium tour at a later point. Brilliant stadium, and obviously the history behind it.
Critchley in bowls, driven back to the bowler, bump ball, and that's the end of the over. 208 for 3. Yet the only slight criticism I'd have of that stadium, it's one of the ones with a running track around it.
Yeah, it's like the West Ham track.
You're quite far away from the... Actually, I've been a couple of times. I actually went last weekend for the Spain-Croatia game.
Oh wow!
But you are very far back. But it is a fabulous stadium.
That was the 3-0 to Spain, was it? Yeah.
Yep. I played really well, and I went to Hamburg the next day for Poland, Netherlands, which was good fun as well.
Ah, yeah. Poland having a shocker of a tournament. I think they're eliminated, aren't they? The first team.
Yeah, they were quite good against the Netherlands, actually. I thought they played quite well, but obviously still got beat.
Yeah.
But yeah, they weren't very good against, was it Austria?
Yeah, I think it was Austria they lost.
Yeah. It's been a good tournament so far, apart from England.
And Harmer in. Oh, leaned forward there by Robinson. Ball just went above the knee level.
Obviously a big game for Scotland tonight as well.
So that's 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Harmer comes in again to Robinson from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And just nudge down the leg side. Oh, misses slip and goes down for a single. Robinson on 20 off 25 and Alex Lees on strike 77. He'll be eyeing up a century. As Harmer runs into Lees.
Oh, is that a drop?
It will look like a drop. It looked like it got the edge.
And he was down the pitch as well, so not even if it didn't take the edge, it would have been a stumping had Pepper taken it cleanly.
Just going to look at a replay of that, see if it did get any contact.
It's difficult to tell from there, but he was well out of his crease.
I don't think it made any contact with the bat, but as you said, it was a stumping chance there. So Harmer comes in again to Alex Lees. At least this time just gently nudges it.
Fortunately, that's where the keepers earn their crust.
Yeah. Harmer into Alex Lees once more. and again just nudged down the offside. No run. Robinson was keen for the run. Lee told him it wasn't on. And final ball of delivery coming up from Harmer. He's bowled 17 overs today. Got the wicket of Bedingham, but it's also been a tough day for him. 79 runs so far. As he goes in once again to Alex Lees. This time just hit down leg side and takes a single. So that brings Durham up 210 for 3 after 48 overs.
Yeah, still going okay. Durham, not quite as smooth sailing as it was before lunch, but they've only lost a wicket. The other thing that's slightly annoying is the amount of apps you have to download for everything these days. So I've just bought my ticket for the day one of Surrey Essex next Sunday, and you've got to download an app and then put in a code to get your ticket. But even for the Euros last week, I had to download 2 apps just to get your tickets. Yeah. Anyway, first world problems. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Critchley in bowls, flipped off the pads from Lees, but only as far as backward square leg and Dean Elgar, and there's no run. I should have also said that Jordan's from Michigan. I'm assuming he might be a Detroit Lions fan if he's a football fan. I'm a Chicago Bears fan, as that one's full, driven back to the bowler. A nice bit of fielding that. They got past him, there was a chance that would have run away for 4, but on his follow through, plucked it out of the air one-handed, a bump ball, and there's no run. And their divisional rivals will really give him some air that time, and that is going to be driven for 4. Full toss, punch down the ground. Didn't quite come out right, that one from Critchley. It's got all action, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Really does give it some leather.
Any particular reason why you're a Chicago Bears fan?
Yes, well, yeah, there is, because they won the Super Bowl when I was about 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
No, I must have been 5 or 6 years old. 84-85 season. There's that one. Oh, that's full toss again. This one isn't put away though by Lees. Missed out there. Big old hoik across the line. And
are you consistent with your fandom? Do you support the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago Fire in MLS?
Yeah. I should support the Chicago Fire. This one's really thrown in rather quickly. That's cut off the back foot, but there's a man at deep backward point out there, and there's a single total, 215 for 3. So yes, yeah, I've been to see the Bulls a few times, and the Blackhawks in ice hockey.
Oh wow, yeah.
Critchley. One slip in to Robinson, who drives nicely through the offside. That will just be a single down towards deep point. And 1 run to finish the over. 215 for 3. Do you follow any American sports?
NBA. I'm not an expert, but I did keep an eye on the playoffs. Boston Celtics.
Yes.
Pretty comprehensive in the end throughout the whole playoffs.
Yeah, I think they were quite hot favourites, weren't they?
Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. 2 outstanding players.
I love the baseball as well. Unfortunately, the Cubs aren't having the best season. They started off pretty well. They had about 600 for first 10-20 games, but now they're bottom of their division.
Oh.
And literally every time I've actually watched them live, they've lost.
Oh.
So basically, I've missed all the wins.
Have you watched baseball when it's come to the London Stadium?
I did, yeah. I went last year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was good fun.
So Simon Harmer returns to the Alistair Cook end into Robinson and just nudged forward down to mid-off for a single.
I'm reading an excellent book at the moment. If I just watch back, I'll let you do the commentary.
So Harmer gets ready. This time Alex Lees on strike. Alex Lees is on 83. Harmer into him and hit down again. Mid-off and takes a single.
It's called Crickonomics.
Yes.
Have you heard of it?
Yes, I have.
Have you read it?
More? No, I have not.
It's very good. I mean, it's basically data and cricket, but it looks at all facets of the sport. So not just like batting averages or anything like that. Yeah. It looks at the data and tries to figure out why things are certain.
Harmer into Robinson and just nudged prodded forward, no run taken. Tim Wigmore was a great journalist. I did read Cricket 2.0 with Freddie Wild, which looked at the history of T20 cricket, really good. So
okay.
one I've been reading to me in Crickonomics. Would you recommend it?
Yeah, definitely. What was the other one? Cricket 2.0?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
With Freddie Wild, who's as Simon Harmer runs into Robinson. Oh! Just nudged by a short leg.
Yeah, it's Nick
Don't know if
Brown.
it was an opportunity. I think it was hit the ground before it got to him.
Well, Pepper's got his hands on his head.
We'll have to look at the replay.
I think that's gone straight through Nick Brown. I mean, it went pretty quick.
Harmer into Alex Lees, and Alex Lees just pods forward. Yeah, Cricket 2.0 with Freddie Wild, who's now the England white ball analyst, and it's essentially a narrative about how T20 cricket has evolved, the stages it went through. A really good read. Harmer in once again to Alex Lees. Oh, and a big swipe by Lees, and that's running towards the boundary, picked up at deep mid-off, and they take 2.
You know what, I'm going to add that one to my wish list.
And that's the end of the over. 50 overs gone now, 221 for 3.
Now, will Essex rue that, either the drop catch or miss stumping of Alex Lees a couple of overs ago?
Lees will be eyeing up his century in this session, 86, so not far off it. It's Robinson on 23.
Looks like Critchley going to continue. The sun beats down inside the box. Come on, the cloud cover. Clouds are looking a little bit heavier now, actually.
Yeah.
Don't think there's any rain forecast as Critchley bowls off the back foot. That's just punched down towards deep backward point for a single. 222 for 3. Double Nelson. I've got so many books on my to read list, it's getting out of hand now. Critchley in, given some air, dug out by Lees down towards mid-off. That's a single. 1 to the total, 223 for 3. Critchley in again, edged. Oh no, it's gone. Great take that time by Pepper, but it didn't take the edge. Lured the batsman into a drive. Robinson gets away with it. Pepper whips the bails off, but Oliver Robinson's back foot firmly planted inside the crease. Lovely bit of bowling. Got the right length that time from Critchley. And he's in again. That's a bit too full that time. Half volley driven back out to cover. And there's no run. I can see plenty of cloud around, but at the moment the sun is just nestled in a little pot of blue sky. Critchley in, bowls. Oh, that brings the batsman forward. Entirely convincing stroke that from Robinson, but he gets it away down towards deep backward point for a single. 224 for 3.
Yeah, the spinner's causing a few problems for the batters. Interesting tactic from Essex to go with spin at both ends.
Critchley in, bowls. That's turned off the pads down to the deep backward square leg fielder. Left-handed Lees trots through for a single. 225 for 3. That's the end of the over. 51 overs, I think, have gone in this innings. Yep, that's correct. And Durham a 225 for 3. Yeah, I mean, they've worked really well in tandem, Critchley and Harmer, so far this season. And on a hot day, a pitch that's not doing much anymore. It certainly was for the first maybe 5-10 overs this morning. It seems to have flattened out in the sun. And the spinners getting to work doing their job.
Tom Westley just having a word with was that Jordan Cox? Tom Wesley. Tom Wesley having a word with Simon Harmer, just discussing fielding placements. Harmer gets ready to go in to Alex Leith, who is on 88 at the moment. It's Harmer into Leith and just gently nudged forward by Leith.
Let's have a look round the grounds. Kent had a bit of a collapse. 137 for 5 against Lancashire.
Harmer in again to Alex Leith. At least this time drives it just on the offside, picked up at mid-off, no run taken.
Bailey and Balderson doing the damage there. Bailey with 2 wickets and Balderson with 3. Men at the crease at the moment, Muyai and Stobbo.
Harmer in to Alex Leith and just blocked out on the leg side. No run taken. So Leith just cautiously approaching the spin of Simon Harmer. As Harmer goes in once again to Leith, and again just strong lean forward from Alex Leith as he prods it back.
Notts have had a bit of a collapse as well. 185 for 6. James and Harrison at the crease, they're yet to score. A couple of quick wickets in succession.
Harmer in once again to Alex Leith, and again identical shot, just forward defensive play back to Harmer.
Aldridge and Pretorius doing the damage for Somerset. Hampshire 157 for 4.
Harmer final ball of the over, and Leith hits it down to short leg, no run taken. And that's a maiden over from Simon Harmer, his 19th of the day. Durham 225 for 3, 52 overs played in the day.
Brown and Dawson at the crease. Barnard and Hannon Dolby 2 wickets each. Let's see, I think Surrey had recovered as well. Yes, they have. They are 161 for 2. Sibley 67 and Smith 74 now. Smith's getting rave reviews as well this season, isn't he?
Yeah, Jamie Smith.
Again, another player I haven't seen play, but hopefully look forward to seeing him play next weekend. Cloud cover comes in again, gives us a little bit of a respite. Starting to warm up in the box again. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. A couple of emails come in, which we'll get to in a minute. Let's see what Critchley can make the breakthrough. 225 for 3, 52 overs gone in the Durham innings. Remember, Durham won the toss, elected to bat. Critchley bowls, that's cut away past backward point. There's a fielder down at deep point that's going to run round and stop that from going over the boundary. It's going to be a couple of runs to the total though. 227 for 3, and Robinson goes to 27. Critchley, number 20 on his back, he's got the towel just hanging out the back of his trousers. Moves in now, bowls, brings the batsman forward. Robinson defends into the offside. Quick call saying no for the run from Lees, and Harmer fielding at cover prevents a single. 227 for 3. Critchley in again, that's a cut away into the offside. Deep point is coming in. It will just be a single down towards that long boundary. 228 for 3. Robinson goes to 28. A ripple of applause because that's the 50 partnership. 50 partnership in 80 balls. Critchley in bowls. Oh, that's an LBW appeal. Umpire says not out. The whole team went up there for Essex, and the throw comes in and almost a run out at the non-striker's end. Bit of a mix-up between Robinson and Lees. Lees looking at the umpire, and Robinson had already started his run down the pitch, had to scramble to get it to the crease. Dive came in. I don't know how close that was to the stumps, and I don't know if Lees would have been in had the ball hit the stumps. But a bit of ball watching there from Lees. In fact, the throw comes in, dive comes in. Oh, hard to tell from there. Here comes Critchley. Bowls, that's cut away to backward point. There's no run. 229 for 3. He's well in. Comfortably in. things are still happening out there.
Yep.
Critchley bowls, and beaten all ends up is Robinson. It's well taken by Pepper. Again, I don't know how close that was to the off stump, but beaten all ends up. Didn't get forward enough to it. Rocking back onto his stumps, got the bat down late, completely missed it. Oof. Yeah, that was very, very close. Nice take by Pepper. Unfortunately though, he's missed the stumping today. And that's the end of the over. 2:29 for 3.
Oh, that hasn't hit the stump.
No. Martin Emerson, BBC Newcastle, saying how on earth that didn't hit the stumps. Harmer taking chunks out of the pitch there. His landing foot hits the crease. Seems very dusty out there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Very dry.
Alex Lees on strike. Harmer into Lees from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And just prodded forward by Lees, no one taken.
Took a while to find his range, Harmer, but he's started to get it.
Harmer in once again to Lees. Lees just gently nudges it on the offside, but no one taken. Harmer, third ball of the over into Alex Lees, and again just nudged forward on the leg side, thought about taking a run, decided not to. It says a lot about how fast Durham was scoring in the first half of their innings. They've slowed down, but their overall run rate is still 4.28 for this innings. Harmer in to Lees again, and this time takes the single, just hit down the leg side.
Yeah, they were exceptional in the morning session. 144 runs scored. Only really slowed up a little bit towards the end, didn't they?
Yeah.
Got through a tough opening 5-6 overs.
Robinson on strike to Harmer. Robinson pushes forward, straight down the ground for a single.
It was actually the assault on Jones's assault on Harmer, which sort of got the innings going, didn't it?
Wonder if Jones came out with the directive to play an aggressive sort of innings. He doesn't usually open, but he sort of gave them impetus with the nature of his innings. Harmer into Alex Lees.
Oh. What's happened there? Pulled out of his run-up. Very late, because he was just about to deliver the ball.
Harmer again, coming in, last ball of the over into Alex Lees. Alex Lees steps back and hits it down the leg side, takes a single again and moves into the nervous 90s. Well, he'll be hoping not the nervous 90s, but Alex Lees on 90 of 168 balls. So it's been a composed innings from Lees, and Robinson on 29.
Yeah, he has looked very composed later on in his innings. It was a bit of a battle to start with, balking off inside, outside edges, balls flying through slips, over slips when one came off the shoulder of the bat, but he's done really well to get to 90. 232 for 3, sorry.
Those of you following the World Cup, England have won the toss and decided to bowl against USA. So that match will be starting in about half an hour's time.
Yes, I'm assuming. Well, I mean, they always like chasing anyway, but I'm assuming that's a net run rate thing as well.
Yeah.
Students have been in touch, which I think they're having a little bit of a jolly listening to the cricket here. We've got Jacob, Henry, Julia, and Rory listening to the commentary. They're at Durham University, but they're supporting Essex. That's the right way to do it as well. Make sure the other Durham University students know that as well, as Lees clips it off the pad into the leg side. Disappointed to see Feroz Kushi having been dropped, especially after they saw him hit an entertaining century in the return fixture. Yeah, well, we've had 2 or 3 emails this morning about Feroz Kushi not being picked for this side. That one's clipped off the pads again. This time he gets it down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 233 for 3. But, you know, there's a chance he'll be back for the next fixture against Surrey. See how this one goes. Critchley in, and that's defended, bat and pad together into the leg side, and there's no run. So I hope you're having a fine Sunday up in Durham. I hope the weather's as good as it is down here. I hope you're enjoying a few good drinks. Isn't that's what students do on a Sunday, isn't it? So this next delivery's pushed out into the offside, and there's no rum.
I would say so, yeah. Fair assessment.
I got an email from Alex in, who's asking about American sport, as that one's attempted cutaway. Again, nicely taken by Pepper. It's just a shame he's missed the one that would have got the wicket. Robinson just trying to cut off the back through the offside, but doesn't get anything on it. Good take from Pepper. Critchley in again. Ball's fuller. Forward comes Robinson, and who carves that walk down towards deep backward point for a single, and that's the end of the over. 234 for 3. Caught the very end of our conversation on American sports, having been born in Chicago. Very good. I'm very pleased to hear about you being a fan of our sports teams. I have a very important question though. Do you support the Cubs or that team from? No, it's definitely the Cubs. Absolutely love the Cubs. Also, is Caleb Williams finally going to bring the good times back to Soldier Field? Well, I mean, what's it been? 40 years since they won the Super Bowl, the only Super Bowl. And they've been through God knows how many quarterbacks. From my understanding, Caleb Williams is very, very special. So they got rid of Justin Fields to pick. Well, they took Justin Fields off the roster, got rid of him to I think it's Pittsburgh he's at now, to give Caleb Williams a free shot at being the new quarterback. I very much hope that he does bring the good times back to Soldier Field. Going out to see them actually in Houston.
Oh, nice. When is that?
Second round of games. So it'll be mid-September, about the 15th, 16th.
Okay.
Going and watch Miami first, Dolphins v Bills, then Bears v Texans, and then I think it's Eagles v I can't remember where they're playing. It might be the Saints on the Monday. Yes, but roll on the new NFL season.
So Jamie Porter's going to be bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end this time. Simon Harmer removed from the attack. And it will be Robinson on strike, so Porter into Robinson, just driven forward on the offside, picked up by mid-off, no run taken.
Brad's been in touch. Any more suggestions for good cricket books? Anything spring to mind?
There's so many good cricket books.
I tend to find cricket and baseball are the best things.
Yeah.
Sports books about. Hitting Against the Spin's a very good book. Again, that's quite data heavy as well.
That Nathan Lemon.
Yeah.
One, yeah. So Porter into Robinson and just tapped away. No run taken.
There was a novel written, I think it's called The Test. Let me have a quick check.
Brilliant book out on Sir Frank Worrell by Trinidadian author Venetia Bikes, came out this year. Frank Worrell would have been 100 if he was still alive today. Just about his remarkable career and life, called Son of Grace. I'd recommend that. Recently read it. Jamie Porter in to Ollie Robinson, and again just tapped down the offside. No run taken.
What was that one called, sorry?
Son of Grace.
Son of Grace,
The life
okay.
of Frank Worrell. Really good book. Really had a remarkable life.
Yeah, got it, yeah. Add it to my list as well.
Porter in to Robinson. There's also a good book out on baseball.
Yep, I've read that.
That's a good one, good summary of it. Baseball, and I think Tim Wigmore's written a more recent book with Matt Roller, White Hot, about England's white ball success and how they kind of built that. So those are two good books as well. They've recently come out about the England setup. So Porter in once again, 4 dot balls so far. Runs into Robinson. And just nudge down the leg side for a single.
I think that's going to be leg by, isn't it? Let's see what the umpire says. He's poised.
Yeah, giving us leg by. So good call.
Yeah, so there's a novel called The Test by Nathan Lemon. That's very good, actually.
Oh.
Very enjoyable read. So it's all based around Test match cricket and personal lives of some of the players.
Any good baseball books you'd recommend?
Yeah, so I've just read.
So Porter runs in for his final delivery of the over into Alex Lees, who's on 91. Lees just drives it back to Porter. End of the over. Durham 235 for 3 after 56 overs.
Just read a book called Boys of Summer, which is about the last few years of the Brooklyn Dodgers before they moved out to LA.
Oh wow, yeah.
I thought that was excellent. Real nice slice of American pie. So it's like 50s, late 50s.
Yeah.
Very good. Very much enjoyed that. It's yeah. Oh, it's me done. Sorry, too busy. I'll BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you've got any recommendations or anything you want to talk about, and I'll try and come back with some more cricket books and baseball books.
Yeah, looking forward to it. As we welcome back Martin Emerson to commentary, as Durham in a commanding position, 235 for 3. Robinson on strike. So they'll be looking to build a big total. Still their run rate's 4.2 for this game so far. So they've been scoring fluently. Alex Lees 9 away from 100. He'll be looking forward to getting over that mark, getting that century. As it looks like Critchley in with some spin, and Robinson just nudges it on the offside, picked up at mid-off, no run taken.
Oh dear. Make sure you mention that. Yeah, it's something to do with some drug.
Critchley in again to Robinson, and this time just sliced away. Should pick up 2 here. And comfortably gets 2.
So be me and you to start off.
Right.
Do it.
Critchley again coming in with some off spin into Robinson, and a leave there. Just a bit of movement there from Critchley. No one taken. Critchley in again. 4th delivery of the over. Oof. Almost a dill scoop attempt there from Robinson, and it gets away for 4. Some innovative batting from Robinson. Scooped it over the keeper's head and gets 4.
I think you might find that it's a Ryan Campbell scoop. Because among the first video footage of anything like that was him playing in a game in Australia, I think it was.
Oh wow.
Back in the days when everybody's wearing really baggy kit.
Yeah. Critchley in to Robinson. Just hit down the offside and a single taken. Bit of a misfield there. And that's 242 for 3. Critchley with 1 ball left in the over.
Critchley's best bowling against Durham, 4 for 53 in the Bob Willis Trophy in a draw in Chesley Street. With Derbyshire from 2015 to 2021. Got 100 against Durham in Chesterfield.
Critchley in to Lees. Nicely driven down for a single. And Lees will keep strike for the next over. He moves to 92. Durham 2-4-3 for 3 after 57 overs. And it's been a great innings, Martin, by Alex Lees here.
Yeah, what's he on now? 91. Little scare when he was... should have been stumped when he was on 77. He was out of his crease, but the ball bounced out the keeper's gloves. And then the little run-out scare. But he is 9 away from a century, which would be his 26th first-class cricket.
as Porter gets ready for his over from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
He started the day with 4,584 runs for Durham, and he's had 13 centuries for them, and trying to turn that into 14 as Porter bowls. Played back to the bowler by Lees, who replays the shot. It's nice to be in this ground with a crowd in, because the last time Durham played here, no one was allowed in the ground. It was just as the first restrictions were being eased in April 2021.
Wow.
So there was a one-way system, and you had to come in and come round in an anti-clockwise fashion. Lees pushes this one out towards mid-wicket, and will go for a single as it runs up to Brown at mid-on. Yeah, we weren't allowed anywhere near the pavilion. That was all fenced off, so you had to come in a anti-clockwise fashion from the far corner. And if there was anybody else passing, you had to stop to let them go past the stands.
Oh, wow.
And then back out again. Temperature checks on the gate. It was a chilly week, but according to the guy's machine, as Porter comes in and bowls, and Robinson plays that beautifully off the back foot, and he's driven that hard past point for 4. Really nice shot. Yeah, the guy held the temperature gauge up at my head, and he pointed the machine at me to show me what the figure said, and I said, if that machine's right, I'm clinically dead. So I don't think your machine's working. So there was the temperature testing thing. I just couldn't see the point of it. I'll tell you why in a second, as Porter comes in here and bowls, and this has gone off towards mid-on. Yeah, we were on a canal boating holiday, and I'd felt a little bit funny one day, but I wasn't coughing or anything, and I'd been on the back of the boat. It was October half term, and it was freezing. It had been raining and it was windy, so I just felt a little bit wrung out at the end of the day, because you've got no shelter from the wind and the rain on the back of a canal boat. And we went into a pub at Stoke Burn, and the lady temperature tested my head, and I came back fine, you know. Porter in. This has gone off towards the covers, and then anyway, that night I felt rotten. Didn't feel so bad the next day, but then a cough developed. Anyway, when we got off the boat eventually and went back home, we did tests, and the whole family had COVID.
Oh, no.
So I obviously had it then without realising it.
Yeah, and the temperature test.
Yeah, the temperature test was just... Porter comes in from the river end and bowls. Robinson forward, plays it at the short extra cover. End of the over. 248 for 3. 5 from the over. You're thinking back to those days now and everything we went through, doing the COVID tests 2 or 3 times a week.
Yep.
We had proximity monitors we had to wear at work, so if you got to within 2 meters of somebody else, the proximity monitor would buzz.
Yeah.
One-way systems around offices, around press boxes. None of it seems real now, does it?
Yeah, I was going to say, in hindsight, it seems so surreal.
Having 6 in your bubble.
Yeah.
Planning for Christmas, then not planning for Christmas.
The different tiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the North East ended up in tier 3, so I think basically locked down again in the November time, I think it was.
Yeah, it was November, yeah.
And then it didn't lift. All the restrictions didn't lift till it came here. So they're looking at the ball again here. They did try to change the ball earlier this afternoon, and the umpires put it through the ring, and it went through. It is now 58 overs old. Looking at it again. Martin Saggers has the ring, and the ball is now not fitting through, or is it? Or are they going to get a spare ball? Some drinks are being brought on. Yeah, they're changing the ball. 58 overs gone. 248 for 3, so Durham 2 runs away from their first batting point. And this ball, compared to some of the others we've seen, there was one ball split after an over at Hampshire this year. think it was one delivery it split.
And Dean Elgar picks up the balls.
So this ball has lasted 58 overs. It deserves a gold watch.
Gonna have a inspection at Elgar and the umpires.
It's amazing how many times a ball change brings a wicket as well.
Yeah.
Whether it's just the fact it's a different ball and it behaves different to the previous ball, or it gets into the batsman's psyche that this is not what we've been playing with. Ryan Campbell down on the field just below us watching what's going on here. I think he wants to get the box of balls off Dean Elgar and maybe have a look at the one they've... Well, it won't go back in there, will it? The umpires will put it somewhere else. But they're right on the ball, don't they? They're right at the edge of the ball on. And,
right, yeah.
So a bit of a delay. Ollie Robinson standing with his helmet balanced on top of his head rather than actually wearing it. He's got his gloves off and he's wafting them, trying to get a little bit of air onto his hands. Alex Lee's just been standing at the striker's end with his bat leaning against his pads. Grey cloud now. Bit of a sort of humid feel to things, but I don't think there's any rain forecast at all for this entire game.
Yeah, I don't think there is, but
I'm going to look at the cricket ground weather. See what it says. At Chelmsford at the moment, it's 23 degrees. It feels like 25. Precipitation, none. Cloud cover 100%. Storm risk 0.
okay.
It's going to get warmer as the afternoon wears on. It's 22 minutes past 3 now. So between 4 and 7 tonight, it's going to be 26 degrees.
Quickly into Lees and just nudged down to mid-off for a single, and Lees moves on to 94 now.
Oh, tomorrow, that's not good. Feels like 29 tomorrow afternoon.
No.
I'm not having that. Don't like that at all.
I'd say today was the perfect weather in terms of temperature, not being too hot.
Still hot.
Quickly into Robinson. Oh! Is that a stumping?
No, he's played and missed at it.
Yeah.
What day? Tuesday, it's going to feel like 31 degrees in the afternoon. That's daft. That's silly abroad temperatures, and I'm not happy about that at all.
Umpire just putting the bells back. So, quickly.
Despite the...
Robinson, and Robinson just nudges that.
I'll just turn you on a bit. Despite the fact we've got 100% cloud cover, there's a little hole in the cloud, and the sun was just bursting through there. It's gone back in again now.
Yeah.
Pleasant in the conditions.
Quickly into Robinson again, and Robinson drives that nice drive down the offside for a single. Brings Alex Lees back on strike, and it's the 250 for Durham. So brilliant partnership between Robinson and Lees so far. Brings up the 250.
58.4 overs. I'm looking at that. Overs remaining. What have we got? 5.2 to tee.
Quickly into Lees. Lees just hits that on the leg side, but doesn't pick up a run for it. Yeah, 37 overs remaining today after this. Quickly into Lees again, drives it back straight down to Quickly and no run taken. So 2 off the over from Quickly, and that moves Durham to 250 for 3, 59 overs gone.
Is he back at work tomorrow then?
Yeah, back at work.
Office day or
Working from home day.
working
so
from home day tomorrow? So you'll
gives
have
me
the cricket on in the background.
Yeah, it gives me a chance tonight to stay up and watch West Indies, South Africa, crucial game, the World Cup.
Yeah, Mrs. Miggins, I'm sorry to ring you about your accommodation, but what do you think about this batting surface set they've played? Sorry, what are you going on about? So 250 for 3, Robinson is on 42, and Lee's on the other end on 94 from 177 balls. Came together when Bedingham was out for 65 in the 40th over, having put on 95 with Lees. Porter from the Cook end bowls this one, right arm over, and played away to point by Robinson. Some emails coming in, I'll have a look at those in a moment. Porter runs in past the umpire Martin Saggers and bowls. It's over pitched, it's driven by Robinson up to mid-off, no run there. Kevin Ramsey says, I'm loving the coverage in the sunshine here in balmy Aycliffe in the back garden. The lads did great to end part 1 of the T20 season in striking distance of qualification. Thanks to final ball wins against Lancashire and the Yorkies. Looking forward to Championship returning to the Riverside next weekend. I'll be watching England on mute at 3:30 with your commentary in the ears.
Sounds like a good combination.
Comes the bowler and pulled away down towards long leg by Robinson for 1. It was a shortish ball, he saw it early. Eric Bowers says, lovely weather, but in my humble opinion 80% of the population should not be allowed to wear shorts or t-shirts. I've seen some awful sights this morning. From Eric the Stanmore Mackham. Well, my wife and the kids might be in Stanmore roundabout now, because I know they're getting the tube from there to Wembley this afternoon, because they're going to see what's her face tonight.
Taylor Swift,
that's the one. And they are all in their summery costumes and pink hats and whatnot. Porter around the wicket to Lees. He's played that off his front foot there, and it ricochets out into the covers. Are you having to leave early to get to see Taylor Swift, are you? Is that? No?
Sadly not for me.
Not your cup of tea? Katie Scott's been on. Afternoon, Martin and crew. It's lovely to have some red ball cricket back on the radio. Oh no. She says, I'm listening in bed, having come down with a non-COVID bug today. Poured around the wicket to Lees. Lees plays it into the covers to Brown. It's a dot ball. It's always good timing to be ill when there's cricket to listen to. Hope you have a good few days in Chelmsford. Come on, Durham, she says. I think a few people have come down with what they may feel are summer colds in the last few days, but I think it's the pollen's been really high, so I think some people are susceptible to the pollen without realising it's actually hay fever related.
I did read the NHS this week have had a record amount of hay fever cases.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Didn't know that. Porter comes in and bowls. Turned off the legs by Lees to short mid-wicket, no run there. But I don't suppose it's any surprise given we've had the wettest 20 months on record, so all that water's going to create a lot of grass and pollen, and when eventually the weather improves, you know, the pollen's just going to be everywhere on the trees. And
exactly, yeah.
251 for 3, 1 run from the over. Approaching tea here on day 1 in Chelmsford. Robinson on 43, so 4 overs to go to tea. So I'll get back later on and get the bike out, and I'm going to cycle along the Blackwater estuary, I think, and maybe up the River Chelmer for a bit.
Oh, nice.
Try and find a spot for tea. Critchley to continue in his sunglasses.
It's Robinson on strike. Critchley into Robinson, driven straight back down to Critchley.
How long was your train up here?
From Liverpool Street,
Uh-huh.
about Liverpool Street to Chelmsford's 31 minutes, so not
right,
too bad.
yeah.
Critchley in to Robinson again. Oh, and just beats the fielder, takes a single down to mid-off.
I thought you said it had taken you about an hour and a half, and I was thinking it didn't take that long to get up here from there, but
that's combination.
That's your entire journey from Wimbledon.
Yeah, from Wimbledon to here, hour and a half. But yeah, Liverpool Street to Chelmsford's not a bad journey at all. Critchley into Alex Lees now, who's on strike. Hits it down the leg side, takes a single down to square leg, and that moves him up to 95.
Was that train going up the Ipswich or Norwich or somewhere?
Ipswich, yeah.
I've done that journey before. Because you can see into this ground, because when the train comes into Chelmsford, it's on a viaduct, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can see across to the ground.
Critchley into Ollie Robinson, just gently nudged. Oh, and takes Lee's keen to get on strike, takes a quick single. Run out opportunity there. Robinson had to make ground quickly. Ball missed the wickets, but if it did hit the wickets, I think Robinson could have been in trouble.
I don't know what the hesitancy was about there. He says no and Lee says yes. It's Lee's call because it's gone behind square.
Yeah. Lee's in now. Ooh. Ball just dipped there from Critchley and just fell short of slip. One ball left in the over for Critchley. 3 have come off it so far into Lees. And Lees just drives it down the leg side. Could go run away. It's going to run away for 4. Elgar chases after it. Yeah, gone for 4. Takes Lees up to 99. Just tucked it down the leg side.
Alex Lee's passed 10,000 first-class runs this season in the first game proper at Edgbaston. He made 145. This is his 64th first-class match for Durham. He was the leading batsman in the UK last year. Won the Cricket Writers Club Championship Player of the Year award. And it was the 3rd time he got past 1,000 runs in a season last year as well. So he's a run away from his 14th century for Durham and the 26th of his first-class career. But he's not on strike. And it's Porter who will bowl to Robinson, who is on 45. Comes in and bowls. Robinson drives up the field to mid-off, no run there. Picked up by Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper. Former Durham University man. Giving the ball a bit of a polish. Comes in and bowls. Robinson defends this one. It rolls out on the offside. No run there. Picked up by Jordan Cox, former Kent man. Gentle breeze on the flag on the far side of the ground. It's just wafting away over there. Can't see anyone on the balconies at the moment. There's a couple of patio doors open, but nobody seems to be out on their balconies at the moment. Porter bowls and driven by Robinson and stopped again by Wesley at mid-off. Another dot ball. At Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to drop me a line, or weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. Comes in and bowls. And that is away through the covers for 4 from Robinson. Nicely timed. He moves on to 49. Robinson this season has had 5 50s. I think it was 5 50s in a row, or at least in each game, including one for the Lions. Porter bowls. Robinson plays the ball back to the bowler. Dot ball. One delivery left of the over, and then 2 to go to tea. It's day 1 here in Chelmsford. Durham electing to bat this morning in beautiful sunshine, really nice warm conditions. 262 for 3 now. So you've got one batsman on 49 and the other batsman on 99. Robinson on 49 though is on strike. Last ball of the over from Porter. Right arm over. Robinson back into his crease, defends firmly. End of the over.
And Lees will take strike for the next over on 99. Will Essex stick with Critchley, bowling some spin, or will they turn to some pace? Looks like Critchley is coming on to bowl. Some more spin.
It's the River Cann that runs around the back of this stand. And there's a bridge across the river, just off the edge of the dual carriageway through the park, where people can come into the ground from the riverside end. Also the Chelmer runs through Chelmsford as well.
So Lees looks around, looking where he can pick up a single. Field is coming close. Lees nudges down, goes for a quick single, and he should get there. Yep, and Lees gets there. Alex Lees gets there, gets his century. Quick single, a brilliant innings from Lees for 184 deliveries. See jubilation etched across his face as he reaches that milestone.
184 balls, 13 fours and a 6. So that's his second century of the season, I think, off the top of my head.
So Critchley bowls into Robinson. Robinson just drives it down, no run taken.
Yeah, second century of the season, his 14th for Durham. And in all, his 26th.
Critchley in again to Robinson, just nudges it down the leg side. And picks up 2, and that brings up Robinson, Ollie Robinson, with a half century. 51 off 74 balls. Both batters reaching landmarks this over.
74 deliveries, included 6 fours.
6th time he's got 250 this year.
Critchley in once again to Robinson, and he just drives that down the off. No run taken.
He's also got a higher score of 171. Not out. That was at Blackpool from memory. Ran out of partners. His career best score, 171, not out at Blackpool.
Critchley in once again to Robinson, and he just drives that down the offside. Takes a single, moves him to 52. 1 ball left in the over. It's going to be Critchley into Alex Lees, who has reached his century here in Chelmsford. Critchley in. Lees just taps that on down the offside, down to mid-off, takes a single, will retain strike for the next over, which should be the final over before tea. Durham 267 for 3, 63 overs gone in the day. And these two batters, Lees and Ollie Robinson, have really frustrated the Essex bowling attack, but been unable to prize either of their wickets. And it's a substantial score from Durham with 7 wickets still in hand. So they'll be looking to bat out for the rest of the day, you'd imagine. Pick of the bowlers, Bosch, new signing for Essex, taken 2 for 40 runs of his 9 overs. Simon Harmer with the other wicket, although he's gone for 88 across his 20 overs. Other than that, it's been frustrating for the Essex bowlers. Nobody else able to prize a wicket.
Bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, Tom Wesley.
Change of bowler as Tom Wesley comes into the attack.
One over of spin from the skipper before tea. Right arm round. Oh, he's changed his mind there. He does that quite a lot, gets up to the crease and then stops. I have memories of it. Comes in and bowls. It's a full toss, played to short mid-on, no run there. Bowling off spin, he's played 5 times for England, but that was back in 2017. Got 59 wickets, and his best figures I mentioned earlier today, 4 for 55 at Durham Uni against Durham in 2010. This is cut by Lees to point, no run there. In terms of county championship, he took 4 for 75 against Surrey in 2015. Made his Essex debut in 2007 and has been the skipper since 2020. Comes in and bowls once more. It's just defended by Lees. He plays the ball back along the ground to the bowler. Three balls to tea. Lees again. Plays us back. More or less on time, actually. It's, they're going to go into tea just after 20 to 3. 20 to 3 is meant to be tea, so more or less on the clock there. Wesley round the wicket, played by Lees down into the covers, and stopped by Simon Harmer. Last ball then, it's been a maiden so far. Wesley bowls. And Lees leaves that. It's into the keeper's gloves and he's away. He's off for tea. So there you go. That's the end of the session. 267 for 3. Lees has 101. And at the other end, Ollie Robinson has 52, and their partnership's worth 89. So players will be back out in 20 minutes, and there'll be around about 2 hours worth of play left when they do come out, with 32 overs remaining in the day. We'll see you then.
And welcome back to the county ground in Chelmsford for the final session of day one of the county championship match between Essex and Durham. My name is David Brett, BBC Essex. We've got BBC Newcastle's Martin Emerson, and in about 8 overs time we've got Santoki Nagulandran to come back on from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. We've been enveloped by cloud, Martin. It's been a beautiful day.
It's nice now.
Yeah, it's cooled down
Manageable.
a touch. Yeah, when that sun was beating in the commentary box, it was quite tough. But match situation, Durham are going to be very, very pleased with themselves, having elected to bat this morning, having won the toss. They're 267 for 3. Alex Lees has gone to his century. He's on 101, but he's been very well supported by wicketkeeper batsman Ollie Robinson, and he's there on 52. And their partnership is creeping up towards 100.
89 it is from 149 balls.
It's been a tough day in the field so far for Essex. After a lively morning session where for the first 5, 6, 7 overs, ball was doing a little bit, coming off the edges of the bat, shoulders of the bat, some LBW appeals. There's been not huge amounts since for the bowling side, and the batting side still racing on. 144 runs scored in the morning session and 123 in the afternoon session. And
Who's that?
Ethan Bosch.
Ethan Bosch.
We had an email, actually, I did see that, from Stephen. He's asking what the black boxes worn on the chest of the umpire is. As far as I understand, yeah, the cameras, they're Hawkeye cameras.
There's some video out there the other night which I retweeted of Paul Coughlan's caught and bowled as seen from a camera of a umpire. So Bosch starts this spell then, running in towards us. The first ball to Robinson goes off towards point. It's where we were sitting commentating. Initially it just looked like he'd been whacked in the head and I thought he'd been knocked out. And then he suddenly sprung up into the air with a ball in his hand, and how's that got there? So I was wondering, had it hit him on the shoulder and then his, jammed under his chin, or... But as he was falling, he sort of put his hands out to try and protect himself as the ball was slammed back to him, and it just stuck in his hand. I think it was Matthew Hurst, the Lancashire player, who he got out. Bosch, right arm around to Lees, who plays this up to mid-on. It's a dot ball.
And from my understanding, with all those cameras on the umpire's chest, they get a lot of data.
Yeah, that's mainly what it's for, yeah.
And there's a lot of smoke billowing from Hayes Close in the background. I'm hoping that's a barbecue.
I think that's a barbecue, unless somebody's fence is on fire. But I would go for barbecue.
USA are 56 for 2 after 8 overs against England in the T20 World Cup.
Bosch to Lees. Lees cuts the ball down into the ground to backward point. Dot ball. Matt Critchley fielding there with his wide brimmed hat on. It's quite floppy. Bosch back up to the far end to his mark. Turns. Lees waits, bat raised. Bosch bowls, Lees cuts, and that's off towards the point boundary for 1 run. Oh, where's that barbecue going there? The trick of the barbecue is you've got to be patient, haven't you? Don't get the gear on early. You've got to let it get going, and then you put the food on once you've got the glowing embers, not still flame. Can't remember the last time we had our barbecue out.
Was it a barbecue last night, actually, a friend's birthday? Yeah. Very nice.
Seems a lot of hassle just to ruin some meat, doesn't it? Bosch to Robinson. Robinson cuts that nicely down towards third man. There's nobody there. It has gone for 4.
pains me to say, but he's a rather good barbecuer. Does the meat very, very well.
What's the trick then?
He takes a lot of time with his preparation, and he stays there the whole time, overseeing it, constantly turning. Yeah, very nice.
Are you eating something? What are you
I'm sorry, yeah, I've got a bit of chewing gum. 2 seconds, forgot about that.
Here's Bosch bowling to Robinson, and that's driven out into the covers. It bounces just in front of the fielder out there. Here is Jordan Cox. No run. End of the over. So did you go down the steak route or chicken? No?
It was chicken, sausages, burgers. Yeah, very nice.
Where was this?
Just locally, just outside of Wickford, a place called Runwell.
Right.
In the countryside, very nice.
Opening the bowling after tea from the St Alistair Cook end, Simon Harmer.
Harmer's back. And a bit of a brief rest towards the end of that afternoon session. Did they get the ball changed at all?
Yeah, they did.
They did.
It was 250 for... no, it wasn't. It was a ball change, 248 for 3.
Yeah, hasn't done them much use so far. Here comes Harmer. Around the wicket to the left-handed Lees, and that's flicked off the pads towards square leg. Fields. Throw comes in. There's no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. USA have lost a 3rd wicket. Adil Rashid. Remember, England need to improve their net run rate as well as win that game. 58 for 3. Here comes Harmer. Bowls. Oh, has he stumped him?
Did fall forward.
He did fall forward, didn't he? Umpire unmoved at square leg.
Paul Pollard says no.
273 for 3. Unfortunately for Pepper, he missed the one that would have been a stumping.
It looks to me like his back foot is on the floor as the bails come off.
Harmer in bowls, and that's defended back to Harmer. Number 11 on his back. Still got the shades on despite the cloud cover. Very rarely bowls without the shades. I think I'd find it a bit off-putting bowling in shades. Here comes Harmer again, flatter, and Lees opens up his body and punches into the offside, but straight to the man at short extra cover.
It's the old cycling trick, isn't it? In the Tour de France in the mountains, get the sunglasses on so they can't see how dead you are in your eyes.
Harmer in, gives one a bit more air, backing away, he's trying to pull that into the leg side as Lees, but he's found the man at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I find my depth perception goes a little bit when I'm wearing sunglasses. That's just my bad eyes. Harmer in again, and that's defended back to straight mid-wicket, who's just standing to the left of the cut strip, and Nick Brown fields, and that is the end of the over. 30 overs remaining in the day, or minimum of 30 overs remaining in the day, and Durham at 273 for 3. You must be mighty pleased at the position Durham have got themselves in so far.
Yeah, done well today. Yep.
Push the scoring rate on as well. It's the a run rate of 4.1 at the moment, so not bad.
Partnership now 95 from these two. 95 from 161 balls. Oh, what's going on? Nick Brown's having a conversation with the umpire. I think, has he showed him the ball? He's not happy with the ball again?
Trying everything at the moment, aren't they? Another 14 overs to the new ball.
Get on with it.
Yes, I think that's what Essex have got to do here, and hope that the new ball does something.
Sounds like a motor racing circuit, that, isn't it? Formula 1 car revving up there. What's the building over the back? Is that an indoor cricket school, is it? Or?
No. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, that is, yeah.
Right, here's Bosch, eventually. Right arm over to Robinson. Robinson plays the ball to point, and it is stopped by Paul Walter, who I think his appearance on the team sheet surprised a few people today. Bosch up to the stumps, bowls, and that's up in the air and away. That's going to be 6.
Oh, drop catch in the crowd as
Drop
well.
catch in the crowd. He just
Did
he over-pitch that, or did it just sit? Oh, I sort of never saw the bounce really. I just saw the ball flying through the air. That's the 100 partnership. Where's that pitched? No, he's over-pitched it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's over-pitched it outside of off stump, and so Robinson's just driven at that one and launched it into the stand for 6. So the 100 partnership comes up in 163 balls. Now they're looking at the ball again.
Umpires are going to have a little bit of a chin wag. Is it going through or not? Well, the game's rather grinding to a halt post-tee. We're in the middle of the, coming towards the middle of the 3rd over, but it's been very stop-start.
Doesn't feel like it's got going after tea, does it?
No.
Very truncated's not the word, but it's bitty, isn't it? It's what's going on?
I think we're going to get a ball change. Is there any movement in the pavilion? It's going to be a drink.
Yeah.
It's going to be a drinks break as well. Come on, people. Going on very slovenly, isn't it? So Porter's got the new set of balls. Umpires are together. Just opening up the little suitcase.
So what are we now? They changed the ball after 58 overs. Is it? Yeah, 58 overs. What over are we in now?
67th.
67th, so...
Various players sitting on the grass. 2 of them have taken the knee. I think they're going through stretches. Peppers, Harmer's going through a few stretches. Put a good shift today. How many overs has he bowled? 21. Not as many as I thought. He's been on since about 11:30 this morning, with varying degrees of success. Taken to the cleaners by Jones, but has fought back somewhat to get his amount of runs conceded down. Up around about 9 per over at one point, 9 or 10. He's got it down to 4.2. Right, here we go. So a replacement ball, and the South African Bosch is taking it.
Bosch comes in, and then he's left alone. Suddenly gone from getting into tea on time to feeling like we're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight at this rate.
Another field change. Point comes out into a mid-wicket position, and Elgar comes round to first slip. So 2 slips in. They've seem to have seen something in that one delivery, which has made them go a little bit more attacking.
Bosch to Robinson. Robinson plays the ball out into the covers. Oh, it's missed, and it's going to be a run. Cox bent down to pick it up, and it's clipped the used mat and gone past him, and in the end Snater Fields on the cover side of the ground. 1 run.
Yeah, it was an awkward one because of that matting.
Lees comes on to strike. Bosch coming in from the Graham Gooch end of the ground, round the wicket to the left-hander. Lees cuts that one off towards the Felsted School advertised sign. Other schools are no doubt available in the area, possibly even in the borough of Felsted, if there's such a thing. It's 4 runs though. Where is Felsted School?
Nice part of the country, that's sort of out towards sort of in the direction of Stansted Airport.
Alright, well, I came down from that way yesterday.
Nice countryside.
Where did I pull in to get fuel near Stansted yesterday? Great Dunmow,
that's it.
Bosch bowls, it's an no ball. It ties Lee's up in knots. He's going to run a leg by here as it runs off down towards third man. A no ball is signalled. Yeah, there's a big, huge new housing estate being built there. The sat-nav yesterday brought me down all the little wiggly roads from there. In the past, I've sort of come down to this new dual carriageway that takes you down past the racetrack.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It didn't that yesterday. It took me inside of there, so I don't know what was going on. Bosch comes into bowl to Robinson. Robinson forward to that one, plays it to Snyder at point. Dot ball. End of the over.
That over seemed to last forever.
It went on forever, that, didn't it? And it wasn't just the delay over the ball change, it was the delay before every delivery. Maybe it's some new tactics to try and sap the concentration of the batsmen, get them to forget where they are because it's an hour between each delivery.
Well, it didn't work. Partnership was moved to 99. And scores 287 for 3.
109.
Sorry, 109. Apologies. Here comes Harmer. Oh, and that's a big swipe outside the off stump by Lees. Misses it. Taken by Pepper. And there's no run.
Bit of bounce in that delivery.
Harmer turns again. And he moves in. Bit of air, and this time it's played defensively by Lees, running it down towards short backward point, but there's no run. 287 for 3. 69 for 4 in the T20. England versus USA. Harmer bowls, and that's defended into the offside. And again, there's no run. Same fielder, Jamie Porter. Harmer turns. And he's up to the stumps. Bowled, and Lees again. Same shot, defended into the offside. Porter fields again. There's only 3 people involved in this match so far. In this over, Harmer, Lees and Porter. Harmer in, round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, bowls, and again defended down, and again Porter's the man doing the fielding. Cox tried to get involved, but was shooed away by Porter. You're not in this game, son, he says. Here comes Harmer in again. Bowls, and that beats the outside edge of the bat again. That's good bowling from Harmer. And Lee survives. End of the over, 267 for 3. Frustratingly from an Essex perspective, Harmer just couldn't take the edge on a couple of those deliveries.
It's clouded right over now. It's a high grey cloud base. Not the white fluffy stuff we had earlier on, but there's no forecast of any rain. Tom Wesley, the skipper, just sorting things out in the slip cordon. Let's put Dean Elgar in there. Harmer's gone to gully Wesley now walks up to have a chat with his bowler again. Bosch about to start his next over, which is his 12th, 2 for 60 so far on his debut. That is played nicely by Robinson, past point for 4 all the way down the hill towards the pavilion.
That sounded really nice when it came off his bat. Pinged.
Do you are you based in? Do you have to go into the office during the week in London? Do you? Are you
Yes.
Can you work from home? No.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hybrid working, but generally 2 days at home, 3 days in the office.
So is it still worth it getting a rail season ticket?
Oh yeah. They price it such a way that it's.
Bosch bowls. Oh, that stayed low. Playing a miss there from Robinson.
They've got these. I think they're called carriage tickets. I think something like 8 days over a course of 20. You can travel in any 8 days.
So have they introduced this since COVID because people are doing hybrid working, or
but
did it exist beforehand?
No, I think they introduced it over COVID, but the problem is the way it's priced is that if you have to go in one more day, you may as well just get yourself a season ticket. It starts getting very expensive.
Robinson up on top of that one, fends it away down towards Porter at third man for 1 run. I presume if you're commuting every day, you'll see the same people on the train all the time. And
yeah,
when I was working at 5 Live in London, one of the girls used to come in each morning from Leicester.
Oh wow!
And she would be up at sort of 5:30 and on the train by 7:30, whatever. And there was a whole carriage full of people who she knew. And on a Friday, they'd have a few drinks on the train going home and play board games and things like that. Bosch round the wicket to Lees. He cuts the ball down into the ground, gets on it late, but he's played that nicely away down towards Fagan, third man, and that is 4 runs.
I mean, certainly the nature of working in the city has changed. Friday's almost like a ghost town.
Yeah.
Thursday's pretty busy, but then weirdly, well, not weirdly actually, because England were playing football at 5 o'clock. Thursday was quite quiet. Obviously, a lot of people decided that they weren't going to be able to make it home in time to catch the football, so they decided to work from home instead. But yeah, I suppose Tuesdays and Thursdays are busiest. Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. Mondays are actually still quite busy. Wednesdays and Fridays tend to be the quietest.
It's funny because you don't notice it on the roads on a Friday. It's still just madness. Bosch to Lees. That's a leave. It goes low to the keeper. The motorways now on a Friday, particularly when you're travelling for T20 games and stuff, I mean, you've got to basically allow 5 hours for every journey that used to be about 2.5.
What I have noticed on the roads when I've been driving around that time is that the rush hour post-COVID seems to start earlier and finish, well, certainly around here, finish earlier. So whereas it used to be 5 till 6, it's now 4 till 5.
Yeah. Bosch to Lees. Lees plays the ball back to the bowler, and he shapes up as if he's going to try and throw it at the stumps and drops it. And then Lees is saying to Robinson, "Do you fancy a run?" And Robinson says no. End of the over. 296 for 3. 27 overs remaining today. Where are England playing in Barbados?
I think so, yeah.
What's the score? 76 for 4.
Yeah, looks like they've put a temporary stand in where usually they've got I think there's usually a party area there where they've got the...
I went to Barbados in 2004 for a test match, but they were in the process of rebuilding the ground around about that 10 for the World Cup in 2006, so a lot of it's totally different to what it was.
Harmer coming right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Robinson. A big sweep. Oh, it gets caught up in his pads as an appeal for LBW. I think he's probably got bat on it, but he's also probably quite well outside off stump as well. Harmer moving in again. Robinson waits and defends off the back foot, just down the leg side. Porter fields, and there's no run. Essex desperate for a breakthrough before the new ball's taken in 11 overs time. Harmer in again. Down the wicket this time comes Robinson, who drives, doesn't connect with it cleanly, and it ends up running along the floor to Paul Walter, standing at mid-off, and there's no run. Harmer bowls again off the back foot. Robinson starts to come, then decides to pivot onto his back foot, guide the ball out towards a deep point for a single. 297 for 3. Durham get themselves into a very, very dominant position. Harmer in flatter. Oh, there's a big swipe outside the off stump from Lees, and he has connected again. Taken by Pepper. And there's no run. Harmer coming round the wicket to the left-handed Lees. Starts with that high back lift, and Harmer bowls flat, and Lees jabs the bat down on the ball, defends into the offside, and that is the end of the over. 26 overs remaining. Durham 297 for 3. And just a little bit flat out in the field at the moment for Essex.
The game just feels flat at the minute, doesn't it? Nothing really going on since tea. Strange. It's like we're watching a different match.
Yeah, first 2 sessions, not many wickets, but some swashbuckling batting. And the ball doing the odd bits and bobs, but since tea, nothing. The ball changed again of Essex, and still getting nothing out of it. See what the new ball does in 10 overs time. Bosch to continue.
Here comes Bosch to Robinson. Oh, Bosch has fallen over. Robinson gets the ball trapped in the inside of his bat and onto his thigh pad, and it goes very short to the leg side. He manages to get a run. In fact, they're signalling a leg by. It's nipped in sharply and hit him on the thigh pad. Bosch to Lees, round the wicket he comes. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. It's a no ball. It's a no ball in the previous over as well, I think, wasn't it?
Yep.
That brought the Durham 300 up. Yes, the no balls brought the Durham 300 up and a second batting point. So, what have we had? 70.1 overs. Pushed up to mid-wicket by Lees. So this partnership is now worth 122 from 188 balls, 300 for 3. Durham in a strong position here, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat. They lost Michael Jones in the morning session for 38 and Scott Borthwick for 5, both caught behind off Ethan Bosch. As he bowls to Lees, Lees plays the ball across towards deep mid-wicket to Snater for 1. At lunch, 144 for 2. The only wicket to fall in the afternoon session, David Bedingham was on 65 when he was caught behind off the bowling of Simon Harmer. So Michael Pepper responsible for all 3 wickets to fall. And at tea, Durham were 267 for 3.
USA have just lost their 5th wicket, 88 for 5.
Bosch bowls. That's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for LBW. It looked like it was drifting a long way down the leg side, and leg by is going to be given. It was Robinson who was on strike trying to flick it off to fine leg.
Essex getting a bit desperate for a wicket.
Bosch to Lees. Lees forward, plays it up to mid-off to Brown. No run.
I wonder if Wesley goes back to Critchley after this. He won't want to bowl Porter, given the fact the new ball's due shortly.
New ball doing 9 overs. In comes Bosch, defended by Lees. Ball's up towards mid-off, no run there, end of the over.
For the same reason, he might not want to bowl Snater either, but we shall see.
302 for 3.
Yep. Got a decent first innings knock of Durham. Certainly going to put pressure on Essex when it comes to their turn to bat. I keep saying to be wary about what's going on in the Surrey game. Surrey 193 for 4, 40 off for 2 this morning. Folkes and Lawrence at the crease, 2 former Essex boys. Folkes 17, Lawrence 19. Okay, Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end bowls. He's tossed that one up and that's punched down the ground. That should be at least a 4, possibly a 6. It has gone for 6. Good pick up by Robinson. Harmer just the 1 wicket for 95 today off 23.1. Said before. One point it was 34 runs conceded off 4 overs. This one's a flatter delivery down the leg side, turned away by Robinson, but Porter's there at short fine leg, and there's no run. 308 for 3. Harmer in again, bowls, and that's defended down towards short leg on the bounce, stopped, and there's no run.
Mentioning in commentary earlier about how high the pollen levels are at the moment.
Harmer in, really tossed that one out, swept away into the leg side. It's in the air, but it's cleared the short fine leg fielder comfortably, and that's actually going to run away for 4 runs. Nice shot by Robinson, playing superbly today. He goes to 82, and Durham, sorry, correction, he goes to 80, and Durham are 312 for 3.
We've had a few big sneezers in the ground today, haven't we? But my tablets are doing all right at the moment, keeping it in check. Some of the headlines from the last few days.
So correction, Surrey are actually 224 for 4. My screen hadn't updated. That's a attempted cut shot, and it's come off a thick inside bottom edge out into the leg side. Elgar Fields. There's no run.
ITV, hay fever sufferers on alert as pollen levels soar amid medicine shortage.
Harmer in again. Forward comes Robinson's left alone outside the off stump. Some gasps at short leg and from the wicketkeeper suggests it was closer to the off stump than Robinson had calculated, but he's still there. No wicket, and Durham at 312 for 3. We've got 24 overs remaining. That's your first 8 overs done.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go. Just leave you with this pollen bomb.
Whoa.
UK braced for pollen bomb. UK heading to worst day of the year for hay fever as pollen count soars. Good luck if you've got hay fever.
Yes, thankfully.
My medicine is working today, though, I will say.
Thanks, Martin. See you again in about 8 overs time.
For any spectators, cards coming to your way, please remember that this car park will close 30 minutes after the close of play.
Good reminder to get out of here sharpish if you stay until the end. So a few people have already left for the day. As Critchley comes in, that's pulled away down the leg side. There's going to be a fielder coming round from deep mid wicket. That'll just be a single. Still feels very flat out there. Essex striving for a wicket, 313 for 3. Critchley in again. Forward comes Robinson, drives, back point field, shy at the stump comes in, but Robinson makes his ground. Another run to the total, 314 for 3. Critchley bowls, and that one keeps line. He's given LBW. Finally, Essex get a wicket. That one kept really low. Lees rocks his head back. He's gone for 113. He was caught plumb in front of the stumps. It's an excellent lock from the former England opening batsman. He gets a handshake and a fist pump from a couple of the Essex players there. He led a charmed life early on in his innings. Also, Michael Pepper missed a stumping off him between 50 and 100, but apart from that, he's played really well to get his 100 today. And Durham lose their 4th wicket for 314. 314 for 4, and Lees goes for 113. Santoki, sorry.
There's a big wicket. Essex had looked slightly flat after tea, but that's a massive scalp to get Alex Lees, and they're hoping that a few more follow in this evening session.
Yeah, they need it, don't they? They need a clatter of wickets. Otherwise, they might be massively behind in this game. So Ackerman comes to the crease.
Yep, Colin Ackerman returning after a finger injury. I believe he'd been injured for 3 weeks. So returning here, the Netherlands international.
No mug with the bat either.
No.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. I understand it's a bit late on a Sunday afternoon. USA 95 for 5. Sorry, make that 99 for 5 against England. No, correction, it was 95 for 5 with 4.4 overs remaining.
Corey Anderson currently batting for USA, former New Zealand international.
Name like Corey, that sounds American, doesn't it?
I believe he married, his wife is American, so he's been living there for the past few years, so he qualified under residency.
Yeah, lovely.
But you'd imagine whatever they post from here, USA, won't be enough, especially with England looking to win by a big run rate as well.
Yep. Right, here we go. So Ackerman is the new man at the crease, the right-hander. Critchley continues from the Graham Gooch end, and he bowls, and that was defended out into the offside. But as Santoki was saying, they need some quick wickets here, Essex. A lot of work to do otherwise. Critchley in again. Ackerman defends into the leg side, but off his own bowling. Critchley picks it up. There's no run. 314 for 4. Critchley in again. Driven in the air. Oh, just past Nick Brown. That's extra cover. It goes away for 4 runs. Was that a bump ball or was that properly in the air off the bat? Hard to tell.
Yeah.
But it had Brown interested for a short while. Run away for 4. 318 for 4. Durham again, looking to get on with it with the bat. Nice to see.
Yeah, it's been boundaries galore today. 318 for 4, still 23 overs remaining in the day. So a mammoth score for day 1 on for Durham. And as you said, Ackerman pretty handy with the bat, so he'll be looking to put together a partnership with Ollie Robinson. So we're going to get Simon Harmer bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Just a shuffling of the field. It's Wesley coming down in front of us to go to long on. Backward square leg, going a bit further deeper towards the boundary, about 20 yards in.
It's Harmer in to Robinson, swept down and just picked up at mid-off. No run, good fielding, blocked it.
Managed to keep his hat on as well at the same time. Did Critchley. Took the wicket in the previous over.
Simon Harmer in again to Robinson and just blocked out. Robinson on 81. Very realistic chance if he carries on batting he'll reach his century by the end of today.
Yeah, definitely. He's played well as Robinson. Very, very impressed.
Harmer in again to Robinson. Just leaves it just past the stump. Off stump. No run taken. Harmer in once again. 4th delivery of the over. Into Ollie Robinson. Comes forward and a defensive play just down to mid-off. No one taken. Yeah, quite a few associate international players in this Durham side. You've obviously got Colin Ackerman for Netherlands, Bastilleida, Netherlands, Michael Jones for Scotland. It's Harmer in again to Ollie Robinson and he takes the single. Just hit down to point. And that brings Ackerman on strike for the final delivery of the over. Harmer into Ackerman. Oh! Don't know what that was for, an LBW call. Cool. Ball bounced just before it went to slip, so it wasn't a chance of an edge. And no run. So end of the over. Durham 319 for 4, 74 overs played, still 22 remaining in the day.
Yep. One wicket just before that new ball makes things interesting. Still plugging away. Not been the easiest day for them in the field.
One benefit is that we do have cloud cover at the moment, so not blistering heat.
Here comes Critchley, that's short. That's a cutaway down towards deep point for a single. Dragged down by Critchley, but not punished by Robinson. 1 run to the total, 320 for 4. Critchley in again. Bowls, and that's cut away. That's past backward point. That's finer. That might go away for 4 yet. Snater is going to give up the chase. Running round from deep point. Can't get there. And again, a lovely bit of timing. That time from Ackerman. He's 8 off 5. Durham 324 for 4. Critchley in. Ackerman defends into the offside. Short cover fields. There's no run. Feels a lot cooler, which is nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Ackerman in again. Harmer in again, and Ackerman drives. This time Nick Brown fields at short extra cover. No run. Critchley bowls, and that's turned, beating the outside edge of the bat, taken by Pepper. And it's a dot ball. Critchley bowls, and off the back foot, clipped away into the leg side, fielded at mid-on. And there's no run. End of the over, 324 for 4.
You'd imagine Essex will persist with spin until that new ball comes.
Yeah. Got to keep the pace bowlers fresh.
Yeah.
Take that new ball.
Well, after a great morning start for Ethan Bosch, he had a troublesome afternoon session, evening session, went for a lot of runs as Harmer comes in from the cook end. Oh, and swiped by Robinson. Just down the leg side, takes a single. Came out really forward. Ball just didn't manage to connect with it as he wanted to. It just went for a single.
Brown seemed to suggest that he was close to catching that. Holding up his,
It was in the air, didn't it look?
was holding up his left hand.
So Harmer in again to Robinson, and he just prods that one, comes forward again, well, blocks it out, picked up by slip, and no run taken.
I'm assuming he played that along the ground. There was some oohs and ahs from the Essex fielders.
Harmer in to Ackerman. Oh, and a swipe, and that's going to go away for 4. Straight through down to extra cover. Lovely shot from Ackerman.
Yeah, over pitched from Harmer. Clattered through the covers.
Harmer in again to Ackerman. Steps back and again cuts it. And that's going to be another 4. Through down to cover.
Yeah, frustration for Harmer, just kicks the turf in frustration. Not been at his best today.
Suddenly Ackerman finds himself off 16 off just 12 balls. Harmer in again to Colin Ackerman, and this time he just blocks it out. Durham 3 for 4. Final ball of the over. Harmer coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Colin Ackerman, who swipes it down fine, picked up on the leg side, on the offside, and no run taken. And that's the end of the over. So Durham 3 for 4. 76 overs gone. 20 remaining today.
Stand up and stretch the legs a little bit.
As USA currently 109 for 5 against England, just over 2 overs left. So as we said earlier, England will be looking down to chase that down very quickly to improve their net run rate and progress to the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. As it looks like Critchley to continue from the Graham Gooch end.
Right, 20 overs remaining in the day, which means there's only 4 overs until the new ball. Critchley in. Oh, that's pulled away into the leg side. That's going to be at least 4, possibly 6. Yeah, that's going to be 6, I think. A hell of a clatter. It was short. It was there to be hit. Robinson, who's in cracking form at the moment, he goes to 90. Just step back and hoiked that over mid-wicket for 6 runs. 90 off 108 for Robinson. Need another new ball, I'm afraid. Essex players in various poses on the outfield. Harmer's in a squat. Cox is on bended knee. Elgar and Pepper are lying on their sides chatting to each other just behind the stumps. Got 3 Essex players having a chinwag. I think that's Critchley. There's Critchley, Wesley and Nick Brown having a little bit of a chinwag, and there's another mothers meeting over in the far corner. I mean, getting out from outer space, you'd be hard pressed to guess there was an actual cricket match going on. You gotta love cricket.
Yeah.
There's been another wicket in Barbados. So USA are 6 down now. I think it was for 115. Yep. 2 overs remaining. Right, here we go. Let's get on with it. Another replacement ball, and this time Critchley bowls really full down the leg side. It's clipped away. There's a chase on here for Paul Walter. I'm not sure he's going to get there. I think it's going to roll over the boundary for 4. Sly comes in. Well, he's kept it inside the boundary. Is he going to say it went for 4? No, it's going to be 3 runs. Misguided that one from Critchley. 342 for 4. Ackerman 16 off 14. Robinson's 93 off 109, but it's Ackerman on strike. Critchley in, bowls driven down the ground to mid-off, who fields nicely on the run. Throws back to the wicket-keeper, and it's a dot ball. Still plenty of cloud cover here. It's fairly high though, nothing too threatening about. Critchley bowls, and forward comes Ackerman to defend into the offside. It's fielded by Harmer at cover. No run. Critchley bowls again. Forward comes Ackerman again. This time he defends to Nick Brown at short extra cover. And there's no run. 342 for 4. Critchley bowls and gets himself in a little bit of a tangle there. Ackerman trying to pull that way into the leg side. Seems to take a leading edge. Pops out down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. 3 overs remaining until the new ball, and Durham 342 for 4. Some more of the supporters starting to file out. Certainly nowhere near as packed as it was this morning and this afternoon. Everyone going home for some supper.
Would you be watching the Euros later on tonight?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Probably watch the Scotland game. Yeah, there's only their group playing tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Good old days of 2 p.m. kickoffs are gone now. As a Harmer into Robinson. Oh, and nicely hit.
He stopped it.
Good pick up from the field with that.
It's Critchley.
Critchley
diving to his left-hand side.
Stops the run.
Yeah, I think I'll have the Scotland game on the big TV and the Germany game on the iPad.
It's a good setup. So Harmer in again to Ollie Robinson, who's on 93. And again, just prods it back down to mid-off. No run taken.
They couldn't have gone too much better for Durham so far.
Nope. Harmer once again into Robinson. He steps back, prods it back, straight back to Harmer.
I think I'm seeing a group of gents in front of us starting to crack open some beers late on a Sunday afternoon.
Harmer into Robinson, takes the single, just nudges it down to Gully. And Ackerman on strike. Incidentally, Colin Ackerman, born in South Africa, made his first class debut in the same Eastern Province side as Simon Harmer, 2010. So they all know each other really well. So Harmer comes in to Ackerman, who takes a swipe at it and just picks up a single. Just picked up at mid-off.
Really gave that one some air, didn't he?
Yeah.
Harmer looped it up. 344 for 4.
Final delivery of the over. Harmer in to Ollie Robinson, who lunges forward and smashes. Is that going to go for a 6? Just went down long off. 4. I think it bounced just before. So brilliant finish to the over for Robinson. Moves on to 98, sorry. 2 away from that century. Durham 348 for 4. 78 overs played. We have 18 remaining in the day.
Another wicket's fallen in Barbados. USA now 115 for 8.
It'll be interesting to see what impact the World Cup has had on USA, if any at all.
Doesn't the Major League Cricket start pretty soon after?
Yeah, next month I believe. So you've got the 100 Major League Cricket, and I think there's a league in Canada all at the same time. So a lot of options for players looking for franchise deals.
Some might say too much.
I'm sure the players wouldn't.
No. Because it was only for 2 weeks, wasn't it, last year, the Major League Cricket? Are they extending it, do you know?
It's 3 weeks this year, I think.
Critchley in from the Graham Gooch end. That's cut away down towards deep backward point for a single. 349 for 4.
I think there was a story this week, Shaheen Afridi, the Pakistani fast bowler.
As Critchley in again bowls, and that's carved away down to deep point again. Another single, 350 up, 350 for 4. Another batting bonus point for Durham. Sorry I interrupted you.
No worries.
Here comes Critchley again. Bowls, and that one's dug out down towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Shaheen Afridi was a marquee signing in the 100, I think, for Welshfire. He pulled out of his deal a few weeks ago, and it's turned out he signed for a 100,000 deal in the Canadian League.
This one's cut away down towards deep point. It's got a bit of a run around for Snater. It will be a single to the total, 351 for 4.
So even between the franchises, there's competition for players in July.
Yeah, it's slightly concerning that the English League is missing out on some of these players. Them to go and play elsewhere, but they go where the money is. That's a 9th wicket to fall in Barbados. 115 for 9. Weren't they just about 115 for 6?
Yeah.
Here comes Critchley, punched away, Snater fields, throw comes in, and that is the 100 for Ollie Robinson. A fantastic knock from the wicketkeeper batsman. He's played superbly. Almost chanceless. I don't remember him giving up a chance. That's 100 off 116 balls, including 10 fours and 3 sixes. And he has been brilliant. Further pressing claims for an England call-up. 351 for 4. Sorry, 352 for 4. Yeah, it was 116 for 115 for 6. That one's clipped away into the offside.
Looks like Chris Jordan's got 3 wickets in the over.
It's his second this season, Ollie Robinson, and 9th in first-class cricket. And that's it, all over. 115 all out, 4 wickets and over for Jordan. I almost said Michael Jordan there, Chris Jordan.
The Chicago bias coming through.
Yeah. Been quite the return. Oh, he did try his hand at baseball though, didn't he, Michael Jordan?
Oh yeah, he did, yeah.
So the target for England is going to be 116.
West Indies opener Kieran Powell a few years ago took a 2-year break to try his hand at Major League Baseball.
How'd he get on?
Didn't work out well. As a Harmer into Robinson, and just nudges that, no run taken.
Very, very difficult. Probably the most difficult thing in sport to try and hit a baseball coming at you about 100 miles an hour.
Exactly. Harmer in to Robinson again. No run taken, just nudge down the offside.
Especially those knuckleballs, the one that seems to drop out of the air.
Yeah.
Just coming in towards you, yeah.
Harmer in again to Robinson, steps back and just hits that down to gully, takes the single, moves on to 101. Yeah, it's almost impossible to come into baseball as an adult, having not trained as a kid, just because of the coordination needed. As you said, the pace of the deliveries. Harmer in once again, this time to Colin Ackerman, who's on strike, and Ackerman just hits it down to silly mid-on.
How Essex would dearly love one more wicket before they take this new ball. Get a fresh batsman in, a lower order batsman as well. But Robinson on strikers end has played brilliantly today.
Harmer into Ackerman. Steps back. Ooh, no. Came off the bat, I think.
Yeah, it's come off the inside edge of the bat onto his pad and just dribbled past the stumps. That's why Pepper's got his hands on his head. Almost chopped onto his own wicket.
Harmer, last ball of the over. Into Ackerman. Just nudges that down, thinks about taking a single, chooses not to. That's the end of the over. 353 for 4, 80 overs gone.
16 overs remaining. That's the end of my stint. I'll be back in about 8 overs time.
We'll welcome Martin Emerson back to the commentary box. So it'll be interesting to see if Essex choose to take the new ball straight away, or where they persist with a bit more spin. It looks like they are taking the new ball. So we're going to have a little break here. Overall, this is definitely Durham's day. 353 for 4. Still 16 overs remaining. Robinson well set on a century. Ackerman in as well, 19 of 26. And we welcome back Martin to the commentary box.
Not quite yet.
Oh, no.
Martin's done a disappearing act.
We welcome David back to the commentary box.
Don't know where he's gone. But anyway, see what happens with this new ball. Essex desperate to make something happen here. They're also running out of overs to get bonus bowling points as well. Got, well, still got another 30, I suppose. Only got one bowling bonus point at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from Durham. See, the batting has been helped by the pitch. As they said, you can't tell the quality of a pitch until both sides bat, so it'll be interesting to see what Essex can put up with the quality they have in their top order when it's their turn to come out. But definitely all the momentum with Durham at the moment. So, and a swing from, was that?
Oh, just over his head at a deep backward square leg.
6.
Yeah, it's gone for a 6. Bosch was sitting underneath it. Just got enough of it there, Robinson.
That's Jamie Porter, the bowler.
What a way to greet your first delivery of the new ball. Wallop it for 6. He's seeing the ball big out there, is Robinson.
Clearly no plans to try and gauge the new ball. He's gone for it straight away over 6. First delivery. So, Jamie Porter coming in again from the Graham Gooch end into Robinson, and this time he just gently nudges it. No run taken. Robinson moves up to 107. So Porter gets ready to run up again. Robinson will want to see out the day from here. 15 overs remaining. If you could get to the end of the day, that would be fantastic for Durham. As Jamie Porter in again to Robinson, and just nudge forward. Defensive play from Robinson. No run taken.
Players are so good. Once they got their iron, it's difficult to get them out, even with a new ball.
Jamie Porter in again to Robinson. Oh, and a lovely swipe down mid off, and it's gone for 4. No fielder in place there.
Yeah. Porter's not happy with himself either. It hasn't been Essex's day in the field. Durham flying 359 for 4.
And that's 10 off the over so far, and we haven't even finished.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I've added almost 100, I think, since tea. I think it was 267 for 3 at tea. And again, there's still 16 overs, including this one, left in the day. So, what's happening this time? Now, what's happening here? Jamie Porter's done something naughty. He's being called over by the Or they surely can't. I heard an expletive and then Porter kicking the ground. Tom Wesley's getting a talking to, as is his bowler. Something naughty's happened here, and the umpires are being very, very firm, that's for sure. Obviously can't hear what's being said. Both umpires involved in that conversation. Porter goes back to the top of his mark.
Porter into Robinson again, and he just nudges that down the offside, picks up a single. I know, runs for two. Good running from Robinson. Makes the two.
Yeah, 50-run partnership up off 50 balls, 51 off 50 balls. Just half an hour. So again, they're scoring at a rate.
That's 12 off the over, so not the best of starts with the new ball for Essex. Porter runs in for his final delivery of the over into Robinson, and again he just hits that down. Is that going to reach the boundary? Oh, brilliant placement, and he's got a 4.
That's a brutal first over with the new ball from Durham. 16 runs off it, and Porter is not a happy chappy. Right, that's the end of my stint. I'll see you again in a few overs' time.
Thank you, David, and we'll welcome Martin back to the commentary box. So 16 runs off that last over, the first of the new ball. Jamie Porter won't be very happy with that, but excellent batting from Robinson, who's now on 117 of just 125 balls. Durham 369 for 4, with 15 overs still remaining in the day. So they'll be looking to post over 400 by the end of the day, particularly if Robinson is still batting by the close of play.
Yeah, do you want me to move it? I must have connected your charging cable.
Bowling from
And we're going to get a bowling change at the Alistair Cook end.
Use the proper connector. Yeah, this is mine. Yes.
Is it Shane Snater?
That was yours then.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Mine.
Looks like Shane Snater coming in from the Alistair Cook end
No, it's just that. I just saw the end of the cable and
with the new ball,
this is not the right charger for this one.
and it will be Colin Ackerman taking strike. So, fair few fans still around here at the County Cloud Ground in Chelmsford. Not been a great day for the Essex faithful. Really good day for Durham. 369 for 4. As Shane Snater runs in to Colin Ackerman in the delivery and just blocked out on the offside by Ackerman. Both of these players, Shane Snater and Colin Ackerman, both Netherlands international players. Ackerman, I don't think, has played since the ODI World Cup last year. Shane Snater, I think, last played about 2 years ago, but they all know each other very well, having been around the setup for a few years. As we welcome back Martin to the commentary box. Martin, how are you?
Is that an ice cream van? What was that good? Tinkling noise there, sounded like an ice cream van.
Shane Snater running in to Colin Ackerman, who just blocks it out. Straight back to Snater. And it's been a very attacking, fluent partnership so far between Robinson and Ackerman. 50 of just 51
Yeah.
balls.
Got there pretty quickly, didn't they? Sun's trying to make an appearance again now. Bit of bluer sky to the northwest, heading our way.
Snater in again to Colin Ackerman, and a leave there from Ackerman. Ball just missed off stump. No one taken.
So isn't it now the 4th ball of this innings, isn't it?
Yep.
Placed it once. No, actually the 5th. No, 4th.
4th, yeah.
The first ball was replaced, then it was placed twice more. been a good day for Durham. Long day in the field for Essex. It's only going to get hotter as the week goes on as well. So
Snater into Ackerman, and Ackerman just nudges it down to silly point. No one taken. But yeah, it's been a long day for the Essex fielding side, particularly the bowlers. As you said, though, with tomorrow forecast to be even hotter.
I think Tuesday is the day which is going to be the hottest of them all.
Snater runs in from the set, Alistair Cook, and to Colin Ackerman on strike, and another leave by Ackerman. Some movement there with the new ball. One more ball remaining in this over. Durham 369 for 4. Quite a fair few fans sticking around for to the end of this game here in Chelmsford. Shane Snater, last delivery of the over, runs into Colin Ackerman, who just nudges it leg side, picked up no run. And that's the end of the over. Durham 369 for 4. We have 14 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, a maiden there. Mervyn asks, any wiser about the umpire's discussion? No. Something was said out in the middle and he kicked the ground and they had a chat. We have no idea. Porter down the hill to Robinson, and he drives that back past the bowler and he dives to his left to try and stop it, and it's away for 4 right out the middle of the bat. Pied Wagtail down on the ground there, looking for some grubs to eat. A few of those they call them fairy rings starting to appear on the ground as well. Grow in the grass, make patterns with something to do with the nitrogen in the soil or something like that. Porter again then, from the Graham Gooch end, comes in and bowls. Robinson plays the ball safely back into the ground and back to the bowler. When was the last time you did a roundup of scores? Have you done one recently?
No.
Have a look and see what else is going on elsewhere then. Porter to Robinson. And Robinson plays that just wide of mid-on. Brown cuts it off with a bit of a tumble. 1 run. So a hat-trick in the World Cup. It's the first time an England player's got a hat-trick at a World Cup. Chris Jordan. So the USA 115 all out. In the county championship, Kent 238 for 9 at Canterbury after Lancashire put them in this morning. In comes Porter. Ooh. Edged onto the pad from Ackerman, it rolls away down to 3rd man. Critchley picks it up and then later joins in the appeal as well. Leg by is signalled by Paul Pollard. There was a lot of batting in that, I could hear it. Notts 271 for 7 against Somerset after choosing to bat at Trent Bridge. Hampshire 283 for 7 in Birmingham. They chose to bat as well. Surrey 286 for 4 at Worcester after Worcester put them in. Northants 235 for 8 against Glamorgan in Division 2. Also in Division 2, Middlesex 227 for 6 against Derbyshire at Lords after they decided to bat. Robinson plays the ball up to Brown, mid-on, no run. Sussex 326 for 6 in Hove against Leicestershire after Leicestershire put them in. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire are 322 for 1 against Gloucestershire after Gloucestershire put them in. Porter comes in to bowl to Robinson. Oh, lovely shot. Really strong wrists through that one. He's played that hard and wide of mid-on along the ground all the way to the boundary in the far corner for 4. So 2 boundaries bookending that over there. Durham now move on to 379 for 4. Ackerman on 19. Robinson on 126. Robinson's highest score came a few weeks ago in Blackpool when he got 171 but ran out of partners. Outfield's obviously quick here.
Yeah.
Not a massive ground, certainly not the far corner.
So Shane Snater's going to be bowling again. 8 overs, 40 runs for Snater. He's gone wicketless today. Can he make a late breakthrough for Essex? So it'll be Colin Ackerman on strike, who's on 19 at the moment, as Snater runs in to Ackerman. Oh, it just goes leg side. Picked up by the wicketkeeper Pepper. No run. Critchley just trying to galvanise the fielders. It's been a long day for them. Only managed to take...
overs left, 12.5.
Yep. Snater running in once again to Ackerman. Ackerman hits that straight back to Snater. And again, another dot ball. Snater just having a word with the umpire.
Goal sounds like it's laughing at us.
Snater in third delivery of the over. Ackerman on strike and just blocked by Ackerman. Another dot ball.
So what's 12 overs? That's about 45 minutes of play.
Snater in again. Once from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Ackerman. Drives this one down to mid-off, no run taken. Picked up by the fielder.
It's got a bit subdued again now, hasn't it, with this partnership?
Yep.
Felt like everybody was nodding off to sleep just after tea. There was nothing happening with the bowlers, nothing doing for them. They'd only taken 1 wicket all afternoon, which had been David Bedingham. That was in the 40th over, and then eventually the 73rd over when Lees fell. LBW to Critchley for 113. Added 136 for the 4th wicket with Ollie Robinson.
Snater in once again to Ackerman, who hits that leg side. Should pick up 2 runs. Is there anyone there? Might run away for 4. The fielder going to pick it up at cover. Nope, goes for 4. A nicely timed shot there from Ackerman. Moves up to 23 now. As Durham are 383 for 4. 1 ball left in the over. And yeah, as you said, it's rather subdued here at the moment, as Durham batters continue to frustrate the Essex bowlers. Snater in again to Ackerman. This time he just puts forward and blocks it straight back to Snater. And no run, and that's the end of the over. So 383 for 4, 12 overs remaining in the day. Still quite a lot of fans here at Chelmsford, sticking around for the close of play.
Pleasant evening again now in the sunshine. Michael Jones and David Bedingham have just been sitting in the stand in front of our commentary box watching the action and applauding Robinson's century. Robinson now is on 126 and he's on strike. Porter will bowl to him. Durham 383 for 4. Robinson pushed the ball down towards wide third man, and we'll get 2. Snater with a throw back to the keeper's end. The keeper falls over as he tries to stop that one-handed. Does get a glove on it, but pretty aggressive throw there from the Zimbabwean who has played for the Netherlands. You're a Blackbird tweeting away as well. Porter bowls. That's gone short on the leg side. A leg bye will be signalled. We've got apartments and a housing estate on 2 sides of the ground. The dual carriageway and the river right behind us. Lots of trees around the ground as well, though, on the river bank. So, and the city centre just across the road, really.
Yeah.
Short walk across the park from the train station.
Yep. Just under 10 minutes took me.
There's a good pub in the Arches under the station, or there was anyway 3 years ago.
Oh.
Porter bowls, and Ackerman forward to this one, defends. Porter to Ackerman. Ackerman back into his crease up on his toes, gets behind that one, plays it to Jordan Cox in the covers, no run. Apparently an ice cream, a 99, £5 here. Or after the ice cream van.
You weren't tempted to buy one, Martin?
I haven't even seen the ice cream van. David had mentioned it earlier, but that seems a lot for an ice cream, £5. Don't think you get away with those prices on the Roca Riviera. Porter bowls. Ackerman plays the ball back to the bowler via the ground. Got us thinking about the cost of drinks at events like Wembley. You know, went to see Blur last year.
Yeah.
Drink prices silly, but me and my wife went to a gig in Newcastle 2 years ago. We decided to get the train through, so we could have a few beers. When we got there, it was about £9 a pint, so we never bothered.
Yeah.
Ball turned by Ackerman to mid-wicket this time. Dot ball. End of the over. 2 runs at the start of it, and then there was a leg bye as well. So 386 for 4. 11 overs remaining tonight. The over 8 is +4. Trying to think which game it was a few weeks ago where the over 8 got to about +13 at Hampshire.
Oh, wow.
One of the bowlers, the spinner, bowled 68 overs in one innings. What was that again? It was the third longest spell by a Hampshire bowler in a first-class game. Liam Dawson, 5 for 184, 66 overs.
Shane Snater in to Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson just drifts that leg side, takes the single, moves on to 129. Still 10 overs left in the day.
I know, it's still quite a lot of cricket to go here. I mean, Durham could be up to 450 by then. Cut off for bonus points is 110 overs for each side in the first innings.
Yeah.
So this is over 86.
Snater in to Colin Ackerman. Prods it forward, just bounces leg side, no run taken. Picked up by short leg. Snater gets ready for his third delivery of the over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Colin Ackerman on strike. Snater runs in. Just prodded forward by Ackerman. Another dot ball. One off the over so far. Still 3 remaining in the over. Snater in to Ackerman. Ooh, just over, almost a Yorker, unplanned Yorker. Snater looks back, no run taken. Ball sort of fell out of his grip as he delivered it.
These two will have played together for the Netherlands, won't they?
Yep. Did you say Snater's born in Zimbabwe originally?
Harare, yeah.
Snater in to Ackerman. Driven forward by Ackerman. Picked up at mid-off, no run taken.
He's a cousin of Jason Roy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he played for the Netherlands 4 times in one day as between 2018 and 2022. So Colin Ackerman's played for them in that time. Played 16 ODIs and 22 T20 internationals, Colin Ackerman.
Yep. So Snater in again. Driven by Ackerman, just picked up at silly point, no run. Looked like the ball Snater delivered was...
It was a no ball.
Yeah, no ball.
A couple of...
Thought so. It just fell out of his grip as he delivered it. So now it's the final delivery of Snater's over. Ackerman on 23, faced 40 deliveries so far today. As Snater runs in. and swiped by Ackerman, and that's gone for 4.
Really nice cover drive that.
Yeah.
Just had a bit of width there, Ackerman, to play with that one. 10 overs to go.
Durham on 393 for 4. As you said, that 450 target could be in reach by close of play.
Does look like a good batting track and small boundary on the leg side for a right-hander.
Robinson almost going at a run of ball, 129 of just 133 deliveries.
Porter, start of a new over to Robinson. Robinson pushes the ball out into the covers for 1 run. Snyder picks it up, gets it back up towards the bowler's end to Tom Westley. Three, 9, 4 for 4 Durham. Ackerman with an edge along the floor down towards third man. Snater chases it from point, 1 run. I was coming down the motorway yesterday and getting ready to come off near Stansted Airport, sort of positioning myself in the lane, and then the lorry in the inside lane just in front of me suddenly looked like it sort of bounced strangely, and I thought, what's happened there? And then the next thing, the van in front of me, brakes went on, slammed my brakes on, everybody else's brakes are going on, and the lorry sort of off the side of the road, nearly on the hard shoulder. I thought, he's broken down, he's suffered a puncture or something like that. As Porter bowls this one to Robinson, it's gone back up to the bowler's end, no run. And it wasn't until I got right along level with the front of his cab that I realised there was a car flush to the front of the lorry.
Oh.
And he'd been pushing the car along the motorway.
Oh, wow.
And anyway, thankfully the woman got out straight away and she didn't look like she had a mark on her, but she must have been one of those situations where the car was, because it was so small, it was in a blind spot and the lorry driver never saw it. Very lucky. Porter bowls. This has gone to short mid-wicket. Gets very busy around Stansted.
Yeah.
Just gets busy from there all the way down into London, really, doesn't it? Never really eases up once you get down to Stansted.
Yeah, never pleasant driving along the M25.
Porter bowling to Robinson. Robinson turns the ball off towards deep square leg, 1 run. Do you drive much or not?
Not particularly, not in London.
Can you drive?
Yeah, I can drive, yeah. Tend to rely on public transport in London for my sins. It's easier to get around.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it? And I think I was trying to explain to a family member about photographic identity for elections and whatnot. And
yeah.
Well, everybody's got a driving licence, and not in London. Most people don't need to even own a car in London. You know. Porter bowls. This is played away down towards long leg for 1.
Yeah, with the congestion charge in place and just the sheer amount of tube stations around, there's not really any need to drive in London, particularly inner London, around the central areas.
End of the over, so 4 singles from that over, so Durham now 397 for 4, so they're 3 runs away from the 4th of the 5 batting points available, and so far Essex have taken just the 1 bowling point which they picked up when they got the 3rd wicket. I was working at 5 Live at Television Centre in 2004.
Oh, wow.
And I was staying with friends in Eltham,
Yeah.
Just to wander down the street, get on the train at the bottom of their street. You could, if you timed it well, you could be door to door in an hour. That was on a good day. And then one day somebody said, "Oh, I can get you a parking pass if you want. You can park."
Yeah.
It took me nearly 2 hours to get into my car, trying to avoid the central congestion zone and going through Clapham and all over the place, across in Chelsea and round that way up through Shepherd's Bush. And by the time I got to work, I could hardly move my knee anymore, the clutch knee. And I said after that I didn't want any more parking spots. Just stuck to the train.
Snater in to Colin Ackerman on strike. Snater runs in, just prodded leg side by Ackerman, no run taken. Ackerman on 29, Robinson 131 as Durham edge closer towards that 400 mark. 397 before.
These are the overs of the day where you've got to, especially in the field, you've got to keep your concentration going. It's been a long day, but games can just slip away from you in the final 10 overs of the day. You think you're nearly there. It's 20-6, but still more than half an hour of play yet.
Snater into Ackerman, blocked. Picked up at short leg. And it's a no run.
Probably about another 35 minutes of play or so. Yep. So it won't be too late. They'll be finishing maybe around about 6:15. Durham winning the toss earlier, but they backed themselves with the bat as well. They've batted well, got some good runs on the board. 2 centurions today in Lees and Robinson. And Robinson's still out there in 131.
Snater in once again to Colin Ackerman, and it just leg side, picked up by the wicketkeeper Pepper. And another dot ball from Snater, 3 to go in the over.
Michael Pepper didn't play in the game at Durham. He had I think he had a finger injury. But his highest score did come there in 2021 when he got 92.
Snater in to Ackerman and just drives that leg side, picks up a single. To take down 398 before. Still 2 balls remaining in the over.
Had 82 recently at Canterbury. Replaced Jimmy Foster as the Essex keeper. Spent a week with Jimmy Foster in Abu Dhabi when Durham went out there in 2010, that first pink ball match under the floodlights when they played an MCC side.
Snater in to Robinson, and Robinson just glances that down to Gully, takes the single.
James Foster was the captain of that team. And there's a few, I think it was 1 or 2 from Essex. I think James Middlebrook was playing, but he just left Essex and gone to Northants. There's a few Northants players there as well. Some Gloucestershire players, and travel around with the MCC team for the week in their minibus.
Yeah.
Including one night when we went to the British embassy in Abu Dhabi for an official reception. The bus driver got lost. Didn't know where we were.
Snater, final ball of the over into Ackerman, and that's just prodded back straight, no one taken. That's the end of the over. Durham 399 for 4. 8 overs remaining in today's play, and with that I think I'm going to bring David back onto commentary.
He's going to come back into bowling here then. Going to see Matt Critchley back in the attack.
A change of bowling at the Grand Duke chair, Matt Critchley.
Doing any more days?
Yeah, I'm doing sorry. Essex, day one.
Going to see a bit of spin from Matt Critchley. I'm just looking through the scorecard from that game. In Abu Dhabi, it was the champion county match. The year before, Durham had won the title, and they played the MCC at Lords, and it rained for most of the game. So then they came up with a deal to have the match played in Abu Dhabi, I think for 5 or 6 years. So Durham were the first side to go out there under the floodlights in 2010 with a pink ball as part of that pink ball experiment. And they went back again in 2014 as champions. And then I think for a while the match was then moved across to the West Indies, and then it stopped. Critchley, right arm over from the Graham Gooch end of the ground, the far end bowling here to Robinson. That first ball is left. So the MCC side back in those days, it was skippered by Alex Gidman, but James Foster was the keeper. Robinson cuts that nicely behind the fielder at backward point, and that has gone for 4 down to our right hand side. Elgar batting there, and that brings up the 400 for Durham, and a 4th batting point in 88.2 overs. 400 for 4.
Oh, a tough old day for Essex. Haven't experienced too many of these days. Certainly this season, over the past few years. 400 up, just 4 wickets down. This one's cut away down towards deep point. Snater runs round to field. Single to the total, 404 for 4.
So the MCC team back in the day, see how many of these you can remember. Scott Newman, I think he was at Middlesex.
Nope, gone.
Somebody called Darwood Milan, don't know what happened to him. David Sales, who he was playing for Northants at the time.
Yeah, he was a fantastic batsman.
Oh, where's that gone? Critchley bowls, and that's driven hard, and it's bounced over the stand in the far corner of the ground off Ackerman for 6. I think it's still in the ground. Somebody jumped up in the seats to try and stop it. I think. Has it gone over the fence, or did it stay in the ground? I've got it back.
Yeah, I thought it stayed in the ground.
David Sales' last game actually was a T20 match against Durham at Northampton, and there'd been a massive thunderstorm, and we didn't think that the game was going to start, and it did, and he slipped in a puddle on the outfield and did his knee ligaments and didn't play again.
Ouch.
James Taylor was playing in that game. Next ball is bowled to Ackerman by Critchley and is played away. I think at the time he might have been at Leicestershire. And I interviewed all the players in the MCC side and emailed them all back, and then got a thank you message off James Bond, who was a sports presenter for Radio Shropshire. And they were claiming James Taylor as their own because he'd gone to Shrewsbury School. Next ball to Robinson, goes to backward point to Elgar, no run there. Alex Gidman skippered the team, he was with Gloucestershire at the time. James Middlebrook had just left Essex to go to Northants. Tim Murtagh.
Yep. Middlesex he would have been at the time, yeah.
John Lewis of the Gloucestershire variety.
Yeah.
Dean Kosker.
Yep. Remember Dean Kosker?
He was Glamorgan, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
He's a referee now, a match referee. And Steve Kirby, who was absolutely as fit as a fiddle. He was with Gloucestershire as well at the time. Also had spells with Yorkshire.
Don't remember Steve Kirby.
He's on the coaching staff somewhere now. I'm trying to think where. He might be at Lancashire.
Did Dean Kosker have either a shaven head or a bald head?
Yeah. Shaven head,
yeah.
So Tales from the Desert, 2010.
So spin from both ends to end the day. I think Essex just want to get back in the dressing room now, don't they? Try not to concede too many runs off these final few overs and have a rethink tomorrow. But it's been a humbling day for the side currently second in division. But they've been blasted around the park by Durham. 411 runs so far in the day. And there are still 7 overs left as Harmer bowled, driven straight back to the bowler. Harmer feels there's no run. And just the 4 wickets to show for it. And these two, I don't remember a chance given by either of these two. Ackerman on 37 and Ollie Robinson on 137. Surely England will come calling for Robinson this season. As Harmer's in again, really tossed up that one, crunched away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs as well. Gone very, very flat in the field. Thing is, they just haven't been able to get control from either end.
I think that's the 100 partnership there.
Yep. It's 100 partnership up as well, off 102 balls. They should comfortably get the full amount of batting points as well, Durham. In the 90th over of the day, ball has been recovered, been checked by the umpire. Did we find out what was said between?
No, how would we find that out?
I just wondered if it was reported on the website or anything. Harmer in, bowls, and that's crunched away as well. It's going to go down towards deep cover though, where there is a fielder just patrolling the boundary. A run to the total, 415 for 4.
You'll probably only hear about it if there's an email issued to say somebody's totted up so many points on disciplinary reasons.
Harmer in, down the wicket comes Robinson and blasts that one over mid-off for 4 more runs. 419 for 4. Harmer's figure's not looking good today. It's 28.4 overs, costing 125 runs so far. Just the 1 wicket.
Oh, there's a close-up of everybody in the swimming pool at Barbados, and they don't look like they've got the factor 50 on. They're all burning.
As Harmer's in, and down the wicket comes Robinson, who defends into the offside. I've got to admit, it doesn't appeal to me to get into a swimming pool at a cricket ground with lots of other people.
Toppers sent me a picture this morning. It was wherever they're staying, it was raining. It was a photograph of the rain hitting the swimming pool first thing this morning.
Harmer bowls, and that's LBW appeal, but he's come a long way down the wicket. That was out of hope
I think
rather
that's
than
in the bat as well, isn't it?
expectation. But anyway, it's not out. 420 for 4. That's just about how desperate it's come.
There's certainly quite a loud wooden noise there.
End of the over, 6 overs remaining, 420 for 4. I presume Toppers is in Barbados, is he?
Yeah, I presume so. He's been dotting around.
Watching his son play.
He'll be watching there, Reese. As they say, he'll bow away. Live for Riley.
Yeah, very nice. So the over 8 is +4. Yeah, we've got we've got 10 minutes left to bowl 6 overs. I don't get how we're +4 on the over 8.
Ball changes. There's been 4 or 5 ball changes.
Yeah, I'll try to say.
Critchley. The Graham Gooch end here in Chelmsford. Right arm over to Robinson, to Ackerman. Sorry, Ackerman plays it to Elgar, backward point.
What is the rule? What's the punishment if if is +5 a punishment? Is
for a slow over?
Yeah.
You lose points. Ackerman plays this out through the covers for 1. I mean, this was the thing. Durham beat Somerset a few weeks ago, and they won the game inside 3 days. But because the Somerset second innings didn't last long enough, Durham didn't give themselves enough time to bowl themselves back into credit, and ended up being docked a point for a slow over rate. Robinson plays this ball to square leg for a single. So the second innings for Somerset was over in 33.4 overs. They'd been hit by injury and illness, and so they could only field 9. They could only field 10 batsmen, 9 wickets. So Durham won by an innings and 6 runs possibly before tea. Yeah, it was in the afternoon session on day 2. It was day 2. And they got dog points. Ackerman slams this one away up the far end of the ground for 4, wide of mid-on.
they're going to get to 450 inside the day at this rate?
I predicted that when we looked, and there was still something like 12 overs to go of the day, and as well there's enough time for that to happen. Critchley bowls. Ackerman leans a long way outside the line of off stump to play that one, and pushes it down towards wide third man for 1. End of the over. 7 runs from it.
Yeah, looking a bit leggy in the field, Essex.
427 for 4 now, Durham. This is the town with the most noisiest motorbikes.
Unfortunately, there's a dual carriageway right behind. That's the reason you get the echoes around. We should probably mention before people sign off, Santoki's Caribbean Cricket Podcast. You can get wherever you get your podcasts. So he's been a fabulous guest for us today.
Where do you get your podcasts from?
Spotify, I use.
Yeah. And BBC Sounds, obviously.
Obviously, BBC Sounds.
Because you can't get. I don't think you get BBC ones on Spotify now, can you? Are they all on BBC Sounds?
No, you can get them on Spotify as well.
Right.
And obviously, for your smart speaker as well, you need to download the.
What is the thing that you need to download?
Here we go.
What do you call it? A skill.
A skill, yeah.
A skill.
Let's read it out before people tune out.
I would imagine anybody who wants to use the smart speaker to listen to the commentary for the first time, now that you can on the BBC Sounds website, probably already uses their smart speaker for BBC Sounds and would have that little thing installed. What is it? What is it? How do you spell it?
Let's have a quick check. Okay, so to listen to commentary on Alexa smart speakers, you first need to add the BBC Sounds skill to your Alexa, and then you have to, as this one's driven down the ground by Ackerman, to log on for a single, 428 for 4. Then you need to link your Alexa account to the BBC Sounds app. Once you've linked the account, you can get commentary by saying launch BBC Sounds and then say play Essex versus Durham or whomever you might want to listen to commentary on. Sun's back out.
Well, if you haven't got an Alexa, but you've got one of the other ones.
There's Harmer bowls, and that's beating the outside edges. Appeal for stumping as well. Umpire says no. Again, out of hope rather than expectation. To be fair, Harmer didn't really appeal for that, did he? I don't think he was too interested. Thank you for Andrew on that one. Actually,
never left the ground there. Skill. I wonder what a skill is. Just an extension to an app or something.
That one's driven back down the ground, and there is no run. Harmer turns and he's in again. Right arm over, bowls off the back foot. That's punched out towards the covers. Just be a single. And score moves to 429 for 4. 49 to Ackerman. 143 to Robinson. Resting nonchalantly on his bat, the non-striker's end. Here comes Harmer again, fighting quicker, turned away into the leg side. Well stopped by Brown at short leg. No run.
There's an instruction page on the BBC website if you Google BBC Sounds Alexa. What can I say to Alexa in the BBC Sounds skill, it says.
Harmer, number 11, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side and fielded at short leg. And there's no run. End of the over, 429 for 4, and there is 4 overs remaining in the day. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Been a bit of a quiet day, always is on a Sunday.
Ollie Robinson's asked for a fresh pair of gloves and a drink with 4 overs to go, and a towel. Paul Coughlin and Graham Clark appear to be on 12th man duties. You can now restart, rewind and fast forward radio shows on the BBC Sounds Alexa skill. Anyway,
England look like they're going to reach their target in under 10 overs. 97 for no loss, chasing 116 to win. 8.4 overs gone. No idea what that means for net run rate, but it sounds pretty good.
Critchley bowling to Robinson. Oh, he's played and missed. Looks to try and cut. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. Does this always do this? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit blocky, isn't it?
Playing a miss again, and his back foot again has never left the ground.
Pepper's keeping has been exceptional today, apart from that one dropped well, either drop cap or miss stumping or both.
I think it was a miss stumping off Lees when he was on 77. I don't think he hit it. And it bounced in and out of his gloves with the batsman out of his crease. Robinson goes back into the crease and cuts this down towards the point boundary. Fielded by Snater.
Oh, I think Butler's just got 5 sixes in a row. That one's cut down towards backward point, no run.
102 metres, they're telling you.
Here comes Critchley in again. Oh, that one gets some lift. Again, well taken by the wicket keeper.
Bit of tennis ball bounce there, just missed the shoulder of the bat as Robinson went forward on it. It's not showing you this over, is it? Oh, it's finished. That over's finished.
Yeah. Comes Critchley in again. That takes the edge. A skewed drive. It's going to run away for 4 runs. You could hear the disappointment in Critchley screaming. There was no, well, there was a slip in place, but it went round the corner, reverse slip, and all the way down for 4. And nothing's gone Essex's way today.
Ackerman 50 now.
Ackerman up to 53. 53 off 72, 9 fours, 1 6. They've bossed the day's cricket. 400 and I think it's going to be 434 for 4. Now goal.
Maybe it's doing an impression of. There was a wide there as well, wasn't there? What? Let's have a look at Ackerman. He's had a century this year. It's got a high score of 112, which is the only time until today that he'd gone past 50.
Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowls, and that's just dabbed away into the offside. There's no run. 434 for 4. We've got 2.5 overs remaining. What is the time actually? Just come up to 6 o'clock, so I'm going to run to about 10 past 6. Tough whole day for Essex. Few supporters left in the ground. As that one, oh, it's beaten everything. Oh, Robinson going forward. Where's your luck? That's gone between bat and pad and somehow not taken out the stumps either, and run away for 4. Was it runs?
Buys.
Was it buys? 4 buys. 438 for 4. Yeah, not bowled with much luck
through
today.
The keeper's legs, I think, isn't it?
No, it's just gone past his left hand and away for 4. Harmer back at the top of his mark. Bowls to Robinson, who's on the back foot. Puff of dust comes up and he defends down to backward point, and there's no run.
I'll tell you what it's done. He's played and missed it, and it's bounced over the bails and gone past the keeper's left hip.
It's hit something on that pitch. Leapt off a length. Here comes Robinson down the pitch, clips it along the floor to Wesley, the Essex captain, down at long on. Everything very subdued out there at the moment. 439 for 4. Not much chatter out there from the Essex players. They just want to get back in the pavilion, regroup and go again tomorrow morning. So England have beaten USA handsomely as Harmer bowls, and that's again thick outside edge, running away down towards the third man boundary area. There's a sliding stop. I think that was only 1 run they took in the end there. 440 for 4. Don't know whether that means England qualify or not.
Stand on the far side of the ground looks like that huge temporary stand that bring in at Old Trafford every summer.
Harmer in, oh, that beats the outside edge of the bat. Again, well taken behind the stumps by Pepper, but no edge. And that is the end of the over. 2 overs remaining. Durham 440 for 4. Yeah, looks really steep, doesn't it? Don't be negotiating that after a few drinks.
What's this kit that you've got it on?
Just a iPad keyboard.
All right. 2 overs to go here in Chelmsford then, and England have won by 10 wickets in Barbados. And to win by 10 wickets will have done their run rate the absolute world of good.
Oh, apparently they're into the semi-finals with that win.
I read an email from BBC Sport earlier today trying to explain how it was all going to work, and there was a link to a website which explained a bit more, and I thought it's too detailed, this. Critchley then bowling the penultimate over of the day from the Gooch end, and Ackerman cuts hard at that. Snate is chasing it towards the boundary in front of the marquee.
Done well.
Next to the pavilion and stops it. They'll run 3.
The ball was racing along the outfield, wasn't it? It was a real charge, and he had to time his slide perfectly just in front of the rope.
I hadn't really noticed until earlier just how much of a slope there is where the ground tapers down towards this right hand corner. Critchley in again. Robinson pushes that one defensively out to Brown in the covers. Critchley bowls. That's gone to backward point to Elgar.
Surrey recovered 319 for 4. Hampshire are all out for 298. Warwickshire 10 for no loss. Notts 317 for 8, so they recovered from their mini collapse mid-innings.
Critchley bowls, and that one spins the other way and is left by Robinson. Goes into the keeper's gloves.
Kent 244 all out. Lancashire 23 for 1 in reply. And here Durham are 443 for 4.
That's off the pads as an appeal. Critchley seems convinced, everybody else is joining in. Paul Pollard says no. Critchley's now asking for an explanation of why that wasn't given. The bails are off as well, so the umpire Martin Saggers has come from square leg to put them back in place. Robinson was wondering whether there was to be a run there or not, so the keeper took the bails off anyway. Let's see this again. I don't know. Playing a miss there from Robinson. All I can say is it looked like it may have been going down the leg side, but as the ball comes in and pitches, the umpire's hat obscures the angle, so you can't really tell where it went.
End of the over, last over, 443 for 4. Graham's been in touch. New record for the 5th wicket partnership for Durham against Essex. Old record was 121 by Benkenstein and Breeze, sorry. Yeah. Chester Street in 2005.
Yeah, I looked at that earlier actually, because I was wondering if the 4th wicket had been a record here, but it wasn't. It was about 20 odd short.
That's from Graham the bookie. I wonder what odds he's giving on Essex winning this game from here. Right, final over of the day. Here comes Harmer. Bowls and takes the pad, but Ackerman well forward from his crease and just defended into the leg side, and there's no run.
So what is this partnership at now then? 129.
Here comes Harmer again, flatter this time, back onto his stumps, and he just drives that down the ground towards Wesley. And they'll get a single. So again, a thanks to Santoki Nagulandran, the one of the hosts of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. He'll be at first day of Surrey Essex next week. As Harmer bowls, forward comes Robinson, who pops out into the offside. There's no run.
Durham won that one by an innings and 19 runs in Chester Street in June 2005. And then until 2021, that was the last time these two sides had played each other.
Harmison in bowls, and that's defended into the offside. They'll take a quick single. 4.45 for 4. Doesn't look like they're going to get to 4.50 unless they take a bit of a risk.
Durham only batted the once because they made 505. Dale Benkenstein got 110. Gordon Luttrell 123. Prince made 63. 2
balls remaining as Harmer bowls, and batsman covers up. Pepper does the fielding. Last ball of the day. A chastening one for Essex. 4.45 for 4. Ackerman 58, and he's on strike. As Harmer bowls flatter, defended into the offside, and that is stumps at the end of day 1. And without doubt, it's been Durham's day, Martin Emerson.
445 for 4. Ollie Robinson not out in 146. Colin Ackerman has 58. And earlier we saw a half century for David Bedingham. He was on 65 when he was eventually out, caught behind off the bowling of Simon Harmer. That was in the session just after lunch, but then the next wicket didn't fall for 34 more overs, and that was when Alex Lees was out. LBW to Matt Critchley for 113, having put on 136 for the 4th wicket with Robinson. So Robinson and Ackerman will resume tomorrow. Their partnership worth 131 from 142 balls. Robinson 146 from 164 deliveries, 16 fours, 4 sixes. Ackerman has faced 78 for his 58. He's hit 9 fours and a 6.
Thank you so much to Martin Emerson at BBC Newcastle for your company today. Also to Santoki Nagulandran, one of the hosts of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Martin, you're back tomorrow, and I believe Glenn Speller is joining you from BBC Essex. My name's David Brett, also of BBC Essex, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. start.
And a quick reminder as well that there will be